Magical Lineage. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276, Thorns of Storm and Thunder, Endless Battle. The black spirit enveloped a gray short-tailed goat, which looked simple and cute, with a pair of dark and bright eyes that occasionally flashed a few cunning lights. Daughter. I. Ronan summoned it. I's most powerful ability was to escape and survive. In such an extremely harsh environment, without a map, and wanting to find a way out as soon as possible, it was most appropriate to let I do this job. With the guidance of Alazan's soul, Ronan was still certain in his heart. As soon as I appeared, he approached Ronan very intimately, rubbing his furry little head repeatedly on his trouser legs. Ronan took out some spare metal materials and fed it as food, gently stroked the metal wool under its neck, and tried to communicate with it simply with his consciousness. After he summoned Alazan unexpectedly became quiet. It was not until Ronan carefully dispersed the spirit that protected I and watched it run away quickly, its small body not suffering any damage in the raging environment of thunder and storm, that Alazan slowly spoke. Great creation. Ronan was stunned. This was the first time he heard such generous praise from Alazan. Before, when he reincarnated into Dream for the first time, he broke the record of the spiritual heart lineage, but he did not receive much praise from Alazan. Even in my time, there were only a handful of wizards who could combine alchemy, forging and metal magic to such perfection. Do you know who created it? Ronan's mind flashed with the image of alchemist. He was sure that Alazan should have heard of the name Sivert, but he didn't say much, just replied lightly, an ancient alchemist. I don't know his real name. Alazan was silent for a while, and said softly, you are much luckier than I expected. Lucky? Maybe. Ronan took a breath lightly, and in the state of ancient demon body, he followed the footsteps of daughter I. Just one step out, it was as if something was completely startled. The dense wind blades and thunders around him rushed towards him rapidly. It was as if dozens of wind and electric wizards were casting spells at him at the same time, but the power of each spell was not strong. Ronan raised his arms, and the spirit around him gathered and condensed into a thin layer on his body, like a suit of armor with black smoke and flame effects. The pure physical strength squeezed the air, forming two invisible half-moon-shaped gusts of wind, which swept around fiercely, clearing a large area of wind blades and lightning in an instant. Metal spells were particularly severely restrained by the ubiquitous electric current in the realm of storms, so he did not use titanium as a weapon. After a wave of elemental attacks was defeated, the scattered wind and electric energy particles spread outward, and soon formed more, wider and more intense chain reactions. What is a single move affects the whole body. What Ronan is experiencing now is a real single move affects the whole body. More wind blades and lightning rolled in, Ronan's long hair danced, and he kept resisting while looking up and looking forward. In the area where he was, all the storms had been activated. Lightning rained down in front of him, and electric snakes were chasing a small black goat shadow running wildly. That was daughter I running wildly. Further away, waves of more powerful thunder and storms were brewing. Ronan even saw elemental life in human form being born in the void. This was a thorn forest composed of storms and lightning with no end in sight. And what Ronan was about to do was to forcibly open up a way out of this thorn forest with his bare hands. Boom! The black air wave exploded, and Ronan began to exert his strength. His body was agile and he jumped forward like a dragon. Several dark purple energy tentacles jumped out from the ground below where the lightning slurry was flowing, whistling and sweeping towards him. He used his palm as a knife, his spirit as the blade, raised his hand and slashed, directly cutting off several energy tentacles, exploding a large burst of lightning. A twisted whip of lightning fell from above, lashing Ronan fiercely, breaking a small piece of armor made of spirit, leaving burnt and stinging marks on his body. There were also dense wind blade rain and wind blade tides, like a group of man-eating sharks. The air was filled with invisible tearing and pulling forces everywhere, and the cursed wind blew out terrible screams, constantly hitting Ronan's eardrums. Every step forward, Ronan would be attacked from all directions. He naturally entered the state of lake of no thought. His mind was completely calm, and he devoted himself to the battle. He tried to control the spirit and make more changes to cope with the ever-changing battle situation. The delicate control of the mental power brought by ancient star meditation method made this possible. This was a process of optimizing and improving Ronan's melee system and removing the dross and retaining the essence. On the character panel, the proficiency of basic swordsmanship would increase almost every short period of time. Ronan crossed the lake of lightning, broke through the invisible barriers of the wind, and the dense forest of thunder whips, where the killer bee swarms of wind blades lived. Before leaving the south, the large number of healing potions purchased at the Mystic Energy Workshop played an extremely important role at this time. Bottles of healing potions were poured into the stomach like water, maintaining the continuous consumption of life light balls. Under the overwhelming and dense elemental offensive, even the ancient demon body could not be unscathed. Ronan was inevitably injured and healed continuously. He felt like he was fighting countless enemies who were never tired. The opponent hardly gave him any breathing space, and he attacked him repeatedly in waves without end. At first, he would click on the character panel to check the growth rate of the master level proficiency of austerity body forging, but later he completely forgot about it. All he could do was fight, move forward, and fight to survive. After an unknown amount of time, Ronan felt the pressure that had been rolling over him like a tsunami suddenly ease. He took a deep breath and realized that he had almost caught up with Daughter III. The little guy looked much better than him. He was standing on a rock wall that had been washed by thunder and storms and completely crystallized. He looked in a direction ahead, and seemed to be a little timid and hesitant. Ronan climbed up the crystallized rock wall, hugged Daughter III and stroked him to show his approval of his wayfinding, and fed him some metal. Then he stood up and looked in the direction where Daughter III was not moving forward. When he looked up, Ronan was stunned. The place where he and Daughter III were standing was a very high slope, and below the slope was a charred plain that was almost flat. And on this huge, almost endless plain, at this moment, it was filled with countless wind elemental life, electric elemental life, and storm elemental life forms interwoven with wind and electricity. All the elemental life forms seemed to be looking at him silently, with eyes that could not be distinguished. Countless waves of malicious consciousness gathered together, forming an invisible storm tsunami in the sky, bringing waves of burning and stinging sensations from Ronan's soul. The subtle energy explosions emitted by countless elemental bodies gathered into a huge and magnificent roar of wind and thunder, as if a huge drum existed between heaven and earth, beating heavily again and again. Hiss! Ronan stared at the scene in front of him, as if he was shocked and unable to come back to his senses. It's not too late for you to choose to turn back now. The voice of Alazan, which had not appeared for a long time, sounded again, with some kind of persuasion. Perhaps, we can try to find other ways and solutions. Alazan. Ronan took a deep breath, the shock and emotion in his eyes faded, and he returned to calmness. The most respected and oldest witch chief in the Hall of Spirits. Ronan spoke in a low voice, but his eyes lit up little by little, and there seemed to be a bright flame burning in his pupils. You must have a lot of stories. Tell me anything. Ronan straightened his back and stretched his limbs. His waist-length black hair fluttered behind him like a cloak. He twisted his neck and his body made a crackling sound. Otherwise, the next long period of time would be too boring. After saying that, Ronan stomped his feet and jumped high on the crystallized rock wall. The black spirit flowed and condensed into a semi-illusory black double sword form in his hands. At this time, Ronan was like an unstoppable beast, with an extremely high-spirited and domineering attitude, fiercely rushing towards the plain full of elemental enemies. Boom! The sound of storm and thunder exploding rang out, and the battle broke out again. What a madman! A low sigh from Alazan sounded in the void, but it was soon drowned out by the fierce battle. Time will not stop for anyone, and I don't know how much time has passed since the silver sand was drained. Storm Realm. Boom! Ronan punched out with a violent and barbaric force, directly smashing a twisted and changing storm spirit in front of him. The slightly reduced residual force broke a high protruding crystal rock behind it, and directly punched a huge hole in the rock wall. Ronan dodged in a flash, and used his mental power to control the rubble, pinching the scattered rocks together, firmly blocking the hole. A dozen elemental life forms that were chasing him not far away seemed to lose their sense of Ronan's breath all of a sudden, and their bodies stopped. After wandering around for a while, they gradually dispersed. Ronan exhaled a foul breath, sat down cross-legged in the cave, and picked up Daughter II beside him, holding him in his arms and gently stroking him. Compared with a few months ago, he looks much thinner now. His cheeks were slightly sunken, and a thin layer of skin and flesh was tightly attached to his face, but his eyes were surprisingly bright. Even when he was sitting, he was like a spear that soared into the sky, with a sharp edge, and a terrifying aura that could not be ignored. Ronan held daughter I in his arms, took out the few remaining dry biscuits, put them into his mouth and chewed them slowly, and drank the water in the leather bag in small sips, with a blank expression on his face, as if he was thinking about something. A beautiful golden ladybug flew out of his body and quietly landed on the tip of daughter I's nose. Perhaps he felt itchy. Daughter I sneezed, and the golden ladybug had already flown to the top of his head. 2 months ago, I almost thought you were going to die here. Alazan's voice sounded low. Ronan swallowed the food in his mouth, shook his head, and said calmly, I'm not a madman, nor a fool. As long as the elemental life with strength beyond the 3rd level, I will avoid it in advance and not provoke it. You see, my journey seems to be full of dangers, but in fact, it is all under control. I cherish my life more than anyone else. There is still one chapter today. Please vote for next month. Thank you. Chapter 277 Nash's Finger Bones. I am different from you, Alazan. You'd better believe what you said. Alazan snorted softly. He and Ronan were born as one, and with the existence of the master-servant contract, if Ronan died, he would also perish completely. Ronan didn't want to argue with Alazan about this meaningless question anymore, so he changed the subject and asked, have you found the exit? He subconsciously glanced at daughter I who was lying obediently in his arms. I think I found the direction. Ronan raised his head, but heard Alazan continue to say, but if you want to reach the exit, you can't get around the storm spirit entrenched in the center. I didn't want to get around it. Ronan let go of daughter I, stood up, and spoke calmly. He took 2 steps to the cave entrance, raised his hand to blast the cave wall, and was ready to go out after resting. The crystal stone wall can only block the breath for a short time, and soon those elemental life forms will come again after smelling the smell. This is the experience Ronan has summed up during his time in the storm realm. Wait? Alazan called him back, his tone serious. Shouldn't you also show me how you deal with that ancient storm spirit? A storm lord who is about to be promoted to level 7 is no joke. It's easier for it to tear you apart than to tear apart a snowflake. It only needs a glance and you will melt on the spot. Ronan paused, and after a moment of silence, he spread his palm, and a pale ancient finger bone appeared in the palm. There should have been 3 sections, but the one at the fingertip had disappeared. It was the mysterious finger bone that Avakwa had given him. The golden ladybug gently landed on the finger bone, crawling up and down for a while, and then Ronan's mind rang with the sound of Alazan's slight sigh. It turned out to be Nash's finger bone. If you have it, there will be no problem. Ronan's expression changed slightly. Do you know the owner of this finger bone? Yes. Alazan spoke slowly in a reminiscent tone, the leader of the Leech Academy. He has been pursuing peace and tranquility all his life, but he has never been away from disputes. Even his bones were dug out after his death. He was a pitiful person after all to be refined into a magic tool. Leaf Academy. Nash Ronan's eyes turned, looking at the finger bone in his hand, wanting to know more, but Alazan refused to say anything more. He didn't have time to listen to Alazan's stories about the past. He put away the finger bone, punched through the crystallized rock wall in front of him, and strode out of the cave. As soon as Ronan appeared, the storm elemental life forms nearby rushed towards him like a school of fish smelling blood. Black spirit surged out of Ronan's body and spread out, turning slightly like a huge millstone. Several elemental life forms within 100 meters of him were immediately crushed to pieces, turning into countless turbulent currents and electric lights. More wind and electric elemental life forms rushed towards Ronan, and the scattered spirit quickly retracted and attached to the surface of Ronan's body, condensing into a substantial crystal, like a suit of armor made of obsidian, which fit Ronan perfectly. There were many sharp spikes and sharp blades on the shoulders and joints. This was the spirit armor that Ronan had adjusted and condensed after countless battles in the past few months, according to his own fighting habits and fighting style. Compared with a few months ago, his proficiency in ascetic body forging, and his ability to use and control black spirit have been greatly improved. Ronan has even built his own double spiral palace in his body, and his combat effectiveness has been greatly improved compared to before. Ronan wore this strange armor, holding 2 swords, his black hair fluttering, and black lines like vines and flames growing in the middle of his chest. With the body of the ancient demon, His whole body exuded a primitive, fierce, and wild temperament. He took the initiative to rush towards the densely packed elemental life forms in front of him, like an ancient sharp and unstoppable sword, stabbing fiercely into the group of elemental life forms. One after another, the storm elemental spirits exploded, and Ronan was unstoppable, like a black lightning, shuttling through the crowd, tearing through layer after layer of wind and electric screens. Under him, Dr. III looked much more flexible than him, and even faster than him. After a few months, the two had already developed a high level of tacit understanding. Just as Ronan told Alazan before, he seemed to be addicted to the battle, but in fact his mind was calmer than ever. He had been consciously avoiding those elemental spirits with strengths above level 3. If he couldn't avoid them, he would try to resolve or leave the battle as quickly as possible, never putting himself in danger. He didn't know how far he had walked in the realm of storms. If the direction guided by Dr. II and Alazan was correct, he should be getting closer to the center of the realm of storms. Ronan penetrated several waves of elemental spirit attacks in one breath, and his speed gradually slowed down. In the battle circle he caused, there were more and more elemental spirits above level 3, and it was beginning to be unavoidable. Ronan stopped on a crystallized rock peak, took out a few bottles of healing potions and poured them into his mouth, taking a short rest. Looking up, he saw elemental life forms that were dozens or even hundreds of meters tall, surrounded by strong winds and thunder. The breath emitted by each of them made him tremble slightly. However, what really attracted Ronan's attention were not these elemental spirits with strength exceeding the 3rd level. At this moment, his entire mind was almost occupied by a scene in the distance. What a magnificent and great creation it was. A 10,000-meter-high giant statue built entirely of hurricanes and lightning. Under the dark clouds, it had endless purple aurora on its head, countless lightning waterfalls poured down from its body, 12 tornadoes connecting the sky and the earth formed a magnificent backbone, and its ankles were immersed in the magma flow that was constantly gushing out of the earth's crust. Ronan could not see its full appearance. The thick cumulonimbus clouds covered most of its body. He could only see 4 pairs of wings as terrifying as vacuum blades, and the tail of the lightning and electromagnetic storm that stretched back for who knows how many miles. The sky and the earth were trembling slightly. That was the sound of its heavy breathing. With every breath, a vacuum zone that was constantly collapsing and exploding would be born in the thick clouds in the sky. Countless large and small storm elemental spirits surrounded it, just like countless subjects were guarding their king. The Weaver. Ronan stared at the indescribable ancient terrifying existence and murmured. His soul was trembling constantly, but every cell in his body seemed to be longing for and pursuing something. The last time he had this feeling was when he saw the ancient silver giant eel on the sea, when he left the south and headed for the east coast. The shock and impact Ronan received this time was even greater than the last time. Several storm elemental life forms with a body size of more than tens of meters discovered Ronan's existence, roared angrily, and rushed towards Ronan. Ronan slowly recovered from his trance, put away Dr. III, and then stomped his feet, and his body turned into a black light and shadow and rushed forward. As if crossing an invisible boundary, all the elemental spirits were enraged wherever Ronan passed by. They roared and howled, turning into huge waves of thunder and hurricanes, trying to tear Ronan, the intruder who tried to challenge their majesty, into dust. Alazan's urgent voice sounded in Ronan's ears, urging him constantly. It's time to use the finger bones. Hurry up. You'd better not let it discover your existence. Ronan took out the pale finger bones from the space ring and held them tightly in his hand, but he hesitated to pinch them. His figure kept rising upwards, enduring waves of unprecedented paralysis and tearing pain, trying his best to avoid the siege of the elemental spirits below. His eyes were always on the Storm Lord, who was more than 10,000 meters high in the distance, as if waiting for something. The daring ants tried to peek at the true face of the dragon, and the dragon raised its eyelids and cast an indifferent and scrutinizing look. Alazan's voice became more and more urgent, and the golden ladybugs danced anxiously in front of the substantial light curtain formed by the wind and lightning, and several times they almost landed on Ronan's nose. But Ronan seemed to be deaf to it. Finally, boom! The sound of the sky collapsing, the endless purple aurora and a round of sun blooming in the dense cumulonimbus clouds above the sky, that is the eye of the storm weaver. An extremely majestic and huge will fell, accompanied by thunders that fell like ancient giant pythons. Don't forget, Nash's finger bones can only shield it from your induction, but can't avoid those injuries for you. Alazan's voice of urging turned into a low roar, and it was obvious that his anxiety and irritability had accumulated to an extreme. Crack! Ronan's fingers moved lightly, and a section of the finger bones in the palm of his hand quietly broke into powder, and a mysterious wave emanated, condensing into an invisible black cloak in the void, slowly falling, completely wrapping Ronan in it. In an instant, the roars and howls of countless storm elemental spirits below suddenly stopped. They suddenly lost their sense of the intruder and thought that it had been turned into dust. Everything quickly calmed down. Only the terrifying thunder that followed the Weaver's gaze still existed, like the leakage of an ancient forbidden magic circle, dropping a series of destructive power. Ronan stood in the void. The sun blooming in the cumulonimbus cloud above his head had extinguished. He stood quietly, not taking this opportunity to escape quickly, but calm like a bystander. "What are you trying to do?" Alazan's voice sounded in his mind, with a tone of accusation for the first time. "You are playing with fire with your own life, no, the lives of both of us, do you understand?" Ronan turned a deaf ear to Alazan's accusation, and his eyes kept following the terrifying thunder that tore the sky and the earth. Suddenly, he seemed to have found his target. He locked his eyes on the most small storm thunder, and then moved his body and rushed towards it quickly. Alazan's sudden exclamation was interrupted by Ronan just as it sounded. "What am I after? This is what I want. I am different from you, Alazan. I can't miss any opportunity to improve myself only by crossing life and death again and again. Only then can I have a slight chance to grab what I really want." Amid the low humming sound blown away by the wind, Ronan approached the thunder that blended with the storm. He looked calm, with a soul-stirring light flashing in his eyes. With his arms spread out, he took the initiative to pounce on the thunder like a moth to a flame. In an instant, Ronan's body was penetrated by the storm and thunder at the same time. In his eyes, complex runes like hurricanes and lightning quickly appeared, and the whole person was like an insignificant dust being submerged in the endless light. In the consciousness space, Alazan, who had transformed into golden ladybug, stared at all this blankly for a long time without saying anything. Central Continent. In the dim and humid swamp, tiny blue phosphorescent lights floated silently, illuminating the rotten leaves floating on the water and the twisted and dead trees. From time to time, huge bubbles burst, spewing out bursts of foul smells. A figure suddenly broke into this area with hurried footsteps. This was a petite and slender girl with very white skin, wearing emerald green tight leather armor. She bit her lips tightly, her face was stained with mud, and the roots of her hair were wet with sweat, but she didn't care at all, just kept running forward, looking back from time to time, as if she was being chased by something. Crackle! Suddenly, a dazzling electric light lit up somewhere in the dim swamp. The girl was obviously startled, and her steps paused. When she released her mental power, she carefully explored the direction of the electric light. Soon, a bit of unexpected joy and hope appeared on her face again. The girl took off a silver ring hanging around her neck, held it tightly in her hand, her eyes flickered a few times, as if she had made up her mind, and ran quickly towards the place where the lightning exploded with a determined look. Chapter 278, Born Evil, Chain Rings, and the Private Treasure House of the Treasure-Stealing Goblins. The stinking mud in the swamp covered the girl's calves. She seemed to have been injured. Every step she took would cause her pain. Her face was pale and weak, but she ignored it. She gritted her teeth and kept looking for the source of the lightning. There was a place in the swamp that was completely turned into scorched earth. Countless fine lightning bolts flowed on the ground, and when they came into contact with the moist soil and air, they made crackling sounds, accompanied by tiny tornadoes and hurricanes, forming purple lightning beams. The two forces intertwined, washing out some rune patterns that looked like lightning and hurricanes in the void, looming and elusive. In the center of all this, a human figure appeared, and its body released a light golden ember-like halo, breathing in and out with a rhythm of breathing. This mysterious scene made the dirty and dim swamp shine, as if it was a scene recorded in an ancient book. The girl was fascinated, and after a moment, she trotted forward with joy. Pa! A small cluster of lightning fell at the girl's feet, creating a shallow pit of moderate size. The splashing soil startled the girl and she paused. "Get out!" A low voice that seemed to be formed by the collision of countless strong winds and lightning came from the golden halo, with the intention of ruthlessly driving her away. The girl's face turned pale, but soon, she gritted her teeth, mustered up the courage to step over the shallow pit, and walked up quickly. "I know you have no reason to care about a small person like me. The girl knelt down at the edge of the scorched earth of lightning, and performed the most rare ritual of kowtow and kissing the earth among wizards. Her humble posture was accompanied by a hint of firmness and stubbornness. "But I still beg you to help me. 189 lives and 189 wronged souls of the Duoshi family in Baisong Town." The girl gritted her teeth, and every word she uttered was soaked in blood and hatred. She raised something in her hand and showed it to the figure surrounded by countless lightning. It was a ring shining with silver light. "It's all because of this. The heirloom of the Duoshi family, the ancestor's suicide note states that it points to a huge treasure. In order to unlock the secret of this treasure, we invited a famous and powerful wizard, but we never thought that we were leading greedy jackal into the house." The girl cried and complained about the tragic fate that fate had brought upon her. In the end, she even pulled out a dagger from her bosom, and the shiny blade cut her slender pale palm with force. The bright red blood gushed out like a fountain, fell on the ground, and soaked a small piece of land. The girl looked even weaker due to the injury and excessive blood loss. She coughed violently, spitting the blood from her mouth onto the ground, and there seemed to be black worms crawling inside. "If you refuse me, this knife will cut my throat in the next second. I will use my humble and weak soul, as well as the wronged souls of Baisong Town, to impose the most vicious curse on you. If you are willing to protect me, then..." The girl's thin body was shaky, but there was a flame burning in her eyes. "I will offer my body, life, and the secret of the treasure contained in this ring with both hands. Make a choice, respected sir. To be a stranger who closes my eyes for me, or to become another Gillidan in this cold world." The girl leaned down and kissed the ground again. She kept kneeling and begging, but raised her head slightly, her eyes fixed on the figure surrounded by countless hurricanes and lightning, and the golden halo swallowing and spitting out the center, with a sense of determination to gamble everything. Time passed by minute, and after a long period of silence, finally, a voice came out of the halo again. "What a good story." The hopeful girl was startled when she heard the voice. Before she could react, a purple electric light swam quickly along the void like a snake. In an instant, it penetrated her smooth and full forehead, leaving a small burnt black round hole. The girl's pupils quickly dilated, and her expression was blank, as if she had never expected this ending until her death. Her body, which gradually lost signs of life, collapsed to the ground softly, and an illusory soul crawled out of her back at the same time. It was an ugly soul covered with black filth and mud. It looked a bit like the dead girl, but it looked much more hideous and ugly. As soon as the disheveled ghost appeared, its eyes turned into dazzling blood red, and then locked onto the direction of the fatal lightning. With a low roar, it rushed up with resentment. At this time, dense lightning and air currents swam over, quickly forming a purple and blue web that directly covered the girl's ghost. The ghost of the girl kept colliding in the cage of the spell, and she let out waves of creepy screams. Hua-hua, with a sound of water flowing rapidly, the countless lightning and hurricanes in the scorched earth circle of the swamp collectively shrank inward at this time, and the golden halo that was swallowing and spitting out dispersed. After a moment, all the flowing lightning and hurricanes disappeared, and the golden halo broke through it, and a slender and upright figure walked out slowly. Crystal clear and smooth white hair fell like a waterfall, scattered on the perfect body that seemed to be forged from thousands of hammers and refined steel. Every inch of flesh and blood contained terrifying power that seemed to be measurable by the naked eye. Some tiny light patterns floated under the white and smooth skin that was almost glowing, like some complex rune shapes, but it seemed not quite complete. Who else could it be if not Ronan, who walked out of the storm realm? Born evil. Ronan stretched his limbs and listened to the fine explosions made by the collision of bones and flesh. His eyes were clear and bright like top-grade sapphires that had been carefully polished countless times. There seemed to be a storm in his pupils. When his eyes fell on the vengeful spirit trapped in the electric cage, the latter immediately retreated with a scream as if frightened. The soul amber actually has the special effect of seeing through the essence of a person's soul. This is something I didn't expect. Ronan spoke softly and talked to Alazan, who was living in his body. What do you think? The purity and avidity of the soul reflect a person's goodness and evil to a certain extent. This is just the most insignificant ability of the soul ember. You have just started, and you will naturally feel more in the future. Ronan nodded. This girl who didn't know her name and suddenly broke into his retreat to beg for shelter was undoubtedly a natural liar. Her strength was average, just a mid-level wizard of the first level, but she could make up a story in front of him, a third-level wizard, without changing her face or heartbeat. and the whole process did not reveal any clues. If Ronan had not practiced the amber of the soul, he could see the purity and turbidity of the souls of those weaker than himself to a certain extent, and see through the ugly nature wrapped under her good skin. If you were an ordinary wizard with a softer heart, he might be deceived by her exquisite and gorgeous performance. Once the seeds of evil and danger are planted around you, who knows what kind of vicious and cruel man-eating vines will grow in the future. After being led by Alazan to embark on the path of soul cultivation, Ronan's understanding of the soul has become more and more profound day by day. As for why he wanted to kill the other party, on the one hand, it was because he happened to meet her, so he pinched out an evil seed, and on the other hand, the girl had been hit by some kind of vicious curse spell, and the power of the curse had penetrated into her bones. If nothing unexpected happened, she would face endless pain and torture. Ronan killed her directly, which was also a disguised way to end her suffering in advance. This kind of evil spirit is the best material for practicing undead magic, but I already have one in my hand, so I can only feed it as food. Ronan took out the ancient square horned cowbell from the space ring and shook it gently in his hand. Thick black smoke poured out, and a pale-faced boy with bloodshot eyes emerged silently from it. The vengeful spirit Ahashaya, who had always been used by Ronan as the embryo of the ghost arrow, devoured many vengeful souls of ancient sea creatures in the belly of the green sea abyss ghost-crying fish kingfish last time. Originally, his strength had increased significantly, but later he was swept by the terrifying soundwave attack of the comb conch and was severely injured again. After a back and forth, the spirit body became a little weaker. Now this vengeful spirit of natural evil can just replenish it. Ronan opened a small gap in the magic net he had casually laid, and Ahashaya rushed in immediately, wrapping up the evil girl's ghost with 1 pounce. Immediately afterwards, all that could be heard was Ahashaya's happy chewing and the painful howling of the girl's ghost. After doing all this, Ronan glanced down, and a silver ring stained with blood floated up and fell into his palm. Ronan squinted his eyes and looked at the silver ring with a strong ancient atmosphere. The whole ring looked very ordinary from the outside. The shape was like a piece of silver cloth wrapped casually and then tied into a knot. The silver knot was the only decoration on the ring. Arizin, can you tell the origin of this ring? Ronan asked the soul of Arizin in his body. He could vaguely feel that the ring was ancient and extraordinary. The secret about the ring in the story made up by the girl before was also very likely to be true. It's just a most common chain ring. Alazan answered quickly, in our time, this kind of thing can be found almost everywhere. Ronan ignored the superiority revealed in Alazan's words and asked, what is a chain ring? The key to open the private treasure house of the treasure-stealing goblins. Treasure-stealing goblins. Ronan was slightly startled, and subconsciously remembered that when he was in the south, he had been to the Goblin Plains once. At that time, Clemens, a partner of the Silver Ring, told him that there were traces of ancient treasure-stealing goblins on the Goblin Plains, and there was a huge treasure hidden underneath. At that time, he only listened to it as a legend, but he didn't expect that now he would encounter a real treasure of the treasure-stealing goblins. Each treasure-stealing goblin has its own private treasury, filled with things it has stolen from various places. The value of the treasures in the treasury is often linked to the grade of the treasury. The chain ring in your hand is just left by a low-level silver ear goblin. What kind of treasure can the silver ear goblin steal? They can't even break through the dragon power field of Battlefice. Ronan could almost imagine Alazan shaking his head at this time, with a look of disdain and contempt on his face. And getting the chain ring is only the first step. You still have to find the exact location of the treasure house of the goblin who owns the chain ring. Otherwise, you have to use the world stone to search. If you have a world stone in your hand, my suggestion is to use it to open the lost portals of the other world space first. I remember a lot of coordinates. If I can find any of them, it is a huge treasure that is tens of millions times more than a mere silver ear goblin's private treasury. Is it so troublesome? Ronan nodded, and the interest in the private treasury of the treasure-stealing goblin that had risen in his heart was also extinguished by Alazan's words. He put away the chain rings and was about to see if Ahashaya had finished eating. At this time, Alazan changed the subject and said in a low voice, actually, I'm more interested in you now. How do you feel now after being baptized by the Stormweaver's Thunderbolt? Today, there is still one chapter left, and I'm still asking for next month's votes, thank you. Chapter 279, Double Snail Palace, Deteriorating Blood and Storm Body, Dawn and Twilight and Ascetic Bodybuilding. Me. The rune of storm flashed quietly in Ronan's eyes, and he replied softly, I feel great now. The thunderstorm summoned by the Storm Weaver, who was about to be promoted to level 7, tore Ronan's body, but also brought him another rebirth. Calling up the character panel, most of the data has not changed. In addition to the soul age advancing one step forward, from the original 21 to 22, the remaining is austerity body forging. The master level proficiency of austerity body forging has increased from just over 1,500 points to 1,599, 1,600, now. There's only one last bit of proficiency left to break through to the next level. Ronan's battle training for less than a year in the realm of storms and his courage to actively devote himself to the spells of Stormweaver were not without reward. The super large increase in the master level proficiency of austerity body forging brought him a leap forward growth in his physique. Now he is almost immune to electric and wind spells below level 4. The blue snails in the life light ball in his body have become more complex and larger. That is the result of the completion of the construction of the double snail palace. If these improvements are still within Ronan's expectations, then there are some improvements that he did not expect. Ronan immersed himself in his body, and his mental power slowly moved in his body. Wherever he went, he could clearly see some beautiful and complex lightning and wind patterns growing in his flesh and bones. The storm baptism of the Storm Weaver left a huge amount of thunder and hurricane power in his body. After leaving the storm realm, he has been trying to digest and eliminate this part of the power. During this period, some wonderful changes occurred that he could not explain. His body seemed to have engraved some of the core mysteries of the Weaver's storm power on its own, deeply imprinted in his flesh and bones. These storm patterns are like some naturally formed runes, but it may be that Ronan did not receive the baptism of the storm power to a deep extent, so these storm patterns are not complete. But just this alone has given Ronan the innate ability to freely control the wind and electricity elemental spells to a certain extent. This ability even affects the effect of his ancient demon body to a certain extent. Now that he has turned on the transformation of the ancient demon body, his control over the black spirit has also undergone many unexpected changes. In general, it is a good thing. I want to study your body carefully. Do you mind? Arizin spoke in a low voice with a serious and negotiating tone. Arizin's soul needs to be attached to Ronan to live, and because of the constraints of the master-servant contract, his understanding of Ronan is actually very limited. Ronan has almost completely closed off everything about himself, leaving Arizin with only a small opening to move freely within a certain range of the consciousness space and to enter and exit at will. Ronan was silent for a while, then nodded and agreed to Arizin's request. He was also curious about the changes that had taken place in his innocent body, and perhaps he could get an answer from Arizin. Release the soul restriction on Alazan. The golden ladybug starts from the center of Ronan's eyebrows, slowly crawls all over Ronan's body, from inside to outside, occasionally stopping at certain places, but Ronan did not show Alazan the heart that runs the blood deduction array. Soon, Alazan's soul power converged back into Ronan's consciousness space. After a period of silence, Alazan spoke. Your current body is like a natural weak blood. Weak blood? Ronan was slightly stunned. It was the first time he heard this word. The weak blood of the 7th level wizard is too far away from you. It's normal that you don't understand it. To explain this realm clearly, we need to start from the ancient wizard's division of the 9 levels. You are about to ascend to the dawn, and it's time to understand some things. Alazan. If you are willing to open a small wizard lecture from time to time and share the infinite wisdom in your belly with me, I think the relationship between the two of us will be much better than it is now. Ronan made a posture of listening attentively. Alazan naturally ignored the teasing in his words and said lightly, the division of the 3 stages of fog, dawn and twilight has been passed down for a long time. You should have understood the true meaning of fog long ago. As for dawn, how do you understand it? Ronan thought about it, and then answered, nurturing the elemental spirit, and the mental power embracing the elemental light. What Ronan said is also the 2 most obvious characteristics of the Dawn Wizard that are different from the Fog Wizard. The soul further transforms, the elemental energy spiritual aggregate is nurtured in the body to assist in combat, and the mental power carries the attack characteristics of the elemental energy. This is all he knows. Not comprehensive, and very superficial. Alazan made an assessment. The true meaning of dawn is to pass through the fog and embrace the light of dawn. In addition to the light of elements, the light of dawn also represents the light of truth and the light of wisdom. Wizards breed spirits not to improve their ability to control elemental energy or enhance their ability to cast spells. These are just incidental. The real purpose is to cast a key that can open the door to truth. Ronan's eyes flashed. It was the first time he heard such a statement. Al-Azan was the oldest wizard chief in the Hall of Souls. In addition, he was also a wise and knowledgeable ancient wizard. In today's wizarding world, he is simply a living antique, and the best way for him to get a glimpse of the brilliance of wizard civilization in ancient times. The essence of wizards creating spirits is to be able to get closer to the natural universe. The third level of dawn, the nurturing, birth and growth of spirits, is the process of wizards stepping into the Hall of Truth step by step. Levels 4, 5 and 6 are the three most important accumulation stages for wizards. Naturally, you are a mentor. What you need to do is to do your best to obtain the knowledge it instills and shows you. The grade of the spirit determines the scope of your activities and the level of authority in the Hall of Truth of the natural universe. When you have completed the dawn stage, the bell of the end of the first glimpse of truth rings, and at this time, you will enter the next stage, twilight. Al-Azan's tone suddenly rose a little. Dawn, noon, dusk. When the sun sets, if you can't break through the darkness before the eternal night strikes and usher in the immortal light. Al-Azan's tone lowered and became heavy. Then you can only be like me, forever sinking in the twilight until your bones are covered with ashes. Ronan was stunned, and for the first time felt a cruel, cold, and magnificent impact. Some emotion surged in his heart, but he didn't know how to express them. At this time, Al-Azan continued to speak slowly. The end of dawn is to grow the spirit to the extreme and then integrate it into yourself. When you reach level 7, the first thing you need to do is to create your own root rune. Root rune. Yes, it is different from the rune in the general sense. The root rune represents you, everything about you, knowledge, courage, character, strength, everything that is deposited in your soul. From this, a mark that belongs to you, the rune, is created. First engraved on the flesh, once successful, your blood will have the value and meaning of inheritance, and can bless descendants, flowing and inheriting in the long river of time in the form of a bloodline. Bloodline. So this is the real meaning of bloodline. Ronan murmured, and at this moment he seemed to understand why he was able to gain Soraya's recognition as a close relative with just a frozen earth rune. It was because of the rune. That's right. The real bloodline is still the runes, and Soraya knows this. So after the last person of the Ice Flame Iris Lancer family died, frozen soil became the only thing that carried their family spirit. But if this step fails, Al-Azan paused and brought the topic back to Ronan. You will become what you are now, which is what I said before, the 7th level decayed blood. The damaged runes, which were not completely engraved successfully, although they also gained some power, will decay faster than the general 7th level, and there will never be a possibility of being promoted to the 8th level. In fact, my description of your body is not completely accurate, you just look a bit like decayed blood. If decayed blood is like a tree that is about to wither and die, then you should be a sapling in the growth stage. Although the two look somewhat similar in size and state, they are fundamentally different. Al-Azan's wizard lecture ended, and Ronan fell into a long period of digestion and thinking. According to Al-Azan, the storm mark growing in his body now is equivalent to inheriting a part of the Storm Weaver's incomplete bloodline in disguise. But why did this happen? Even if the Storm Weaver's spell attack contains the mysterious true meaning of its power, it shouldn't be so easy to be stolen by others, right? Could the problem be your body? Al-Azan seemed to read what Ronan wanted to say at the moment. Your body is very strange. Unimaginable. It's like a perfect white paper, born to be engraved with runes. Is it really because of the unsullied body? Ronan took a deep breath, unable to calm the turmoil in his heart. He has always felt the mystery and extraordinariness of ascetic body forging, from the birth of unsullied body to the emergence of ancient power. Now, this mystery and extraordinariness has reached a new level in Ronan's heart. If nothing unexpected happens, his ascetic body forging is stuck at the last bit of proficiency of the master level perfection because he lacks a key material. Previously, Ronan guessed that this material was the power of the shrine. Now, combined with the surprise and admiration that even Al-Azan showed for ascetic body forging, this guess seems to have become more likely. It seems that the search for the power of the shrine should be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Ronan thought to himself. Al-Azan seemed to want to say something to him, perhaps wanting to know how he got such a body and asking about ascetic body forging. At this moment, a rapid sound of breaking through the air was heard. The fog in front of the swamp dispersed to both sides, and a figure with a fluttering robe quickly appeared in Ronan's field of vision. Chapter 280, The Pendulum of Destiny, Wuxin Palace in Linghu. The man approached quickly. He was a tall and strong man. He had very white skin, a bald head, sinister eyes, and 3 knife-like cuts on both sides of his cheeks. He was wearing a black robe with woolen edges. He broke through the thick fog like a ferocious night owl looking for food. He was at the peak of the 3rd-level wizard. The 9 spiritual crystals shone brightly in Ronan's perception. The bald man in black robe exuded a strong breath of darkness and undead. He stopped flying hundreds of meters away from Ronan and saw the body of the girl lying on the ground at a glance. Then he set his eyes on Ronan and said coldly, "Did you kill this bitch? Where is the ring?" Ronan spread his palm calmly, and the silver chain ring slowly floated up from his palm. "You said this." The bald man in black robe did not speak, but the cold light in his eyes had answered everything. The atmosphere in the field gradually became dull, and the murderous intention continued to accumulate, and when it was about to reach a peak, suddenly, a flash of silver light popped out from Ronan's hand, and the bald black robe suddenly moved as if in response. When he subconsciously caught the silver light that was rushing towards his face and saw the silver chain ring in his hand, he was stunned. "I'll give the ring back to you." Ronan's faint voice came from a distance, "but I need a map." The bald black robe looked down at the chain ring in his hand, and then looked up at Ronan in the distance, with a faint confusion in his eyes. Obviously, the direction of the development of things exceeded his expectations. He had originally prepared for a big battle, but he never expected that the handsome young man in front of him, who exuded a strong threatening aura from head to toe, would hand over the things to him so easily. The bald black robe was silent for a while, and suddenly said, "How do you know this ring is mine? This doesn't sound like something a 3rd-level wizard would say." Ronan shook his head, took out a brand new robe from the space ring in front of the bald black robe, and slowly put it on himself. "Your aura is remnant on the chain ring, very strong, and it can be seen that you should have kept it close to you. Do you know this is a chain ring?" The bald black robe's expression changed, and his eyes flickered for a while before he took out a pentagram-shaped rune stone from the sleeve of his robe and threw it to Ronan, then looked at the girl's body on the ground between them and said coldly, "This bitch spent 3 whole years deceiving my trust. I don't know where she got the potion from, which made me fall into a short coma. She took a lot of my things, and before leaving, she dismembered a pet I had raised for many years." Ronan listened to the bald black robe's words, checked the rune stone thrown by the other party, and confirmed that it was the map he wanted. Alazan's cold words would not make him completely lose interest in the chain ring that hides the secret of the legendary Silver Ear Goblin's private treasure house, but at the moment, Ronan hoped to find a local wizard to learn more about the situation nearby. "You don't want the body of this bitch anymore, do you?" The bald man in black robe muttered a lot of curses, pointed at the girl's body on the ground and asked Ronan, "If you are interested, please go ahead." The bald man in black robe nodded and put away the body. He was probably thinking about how to whip the body to vent his anger after returning. The air was filled with the breath of the storm. Even with the cover of the wide robe, Ronan's casual gestures often exuded the coldness and majesty brought to him by the bloodline of the Storm Weaver. The bald man in black robe always had a strong fear of him, but his initiative to show goodwill actually shortened the distance between the two. "Are you from somewhere else?" The bald black robe hesitated for a moment, then slowly introduced himself, "Jason Franklin." "Ronan Damien." Ronan simply performed the most common wizard salute, and said lightly, "I did just come from the Life Empire. That place is far enough from here." The bald black robe frowned, and quickly said, Let's go to another place to sit down and chat. The environment here is too bad." "As I wish." The bold black robe wizard Jason turned around and led the way, and Ronan followed. The two of them flew quickly towards the outside of the swamp, one in front and one behind. In the afternoon, 2 figures in long robes walked along the gravel street. When they arrived at the door of a small tavern, the leading robed man stopped, stretched out his pale palm with dark blue veins, and gently stroked the head of a shivering gray dog in front of the door, and then pushed the door open and walked in. "I didn't realize you like small animals so much." In front of the oak round table in the corner of the tavern, Ronan took off his hood and looked at the big bald head of Jason in black robe in front of him, as well as the 6 terrifying knife cuts on his face, and spoke with some surprise. He could feel that under Jason's sinister and vicious black robe wizard body, there seemed to be an unusually gentle and soft heart. This strong contrast made him marvel. No wonder Jason, a peak 3rd level wizard, would fall into the trap of that born evil girl. If it were another black robe wizard, the other party's soul would have been extracted and used as an oil lamp countless times. I prefer fresh and vibrant plants. In fact, I used to be a plant wizard, and later switched to black wizard spells. Why? Ronan asked casually. Revenge. Jason's expression was calm. He said, everyone in our family died, even their souls were taken away. The only surviving nephew had a cat, but he was dismembered because of my negligence. Ronan was startled, and said with some guilt, I'm sorry. It's nothing. It happened a long time ago. The cat will soon die of old age. Jason shook his head, and then skillfully waved in the direction of the bar, 2 glasses of creditor. Ronan looked at the tavern in front of him. The overall style was red oak. The wall behind the bar was covered with wizard hats of various styles. Under the dim wall lamp in the west corner, 2 gray-robed men were whispering, as if they were conducting some secret transaction. Wizards could be seen everywhere in the tavern, 1st, 2nd, and even 3rd level. Most of them looked a little dusty. This is White Pine Town. Bald Jason was talking to Ronan. In fact, Ronan had already discovered this when he saw the tavern sign when he entered the door. In the lies made up by the born evil girl, White Pine Town was bloodbathed by Jason. White Pine Town. Ronan took out the map of the central continent that Jason had exchanged with him and found that their current location was on the west side of the Court of Life, but it did not belong to the imperial territory of the Court of Life. If they went further west, they would be very close to the Pendulum of Destiny and the 3 major wizard empires in the central region. Where is your destination? Jason asked Ronan. Ronan shook his head. I haven't decided yet. My plan is to find a strong enough force to settle down and prepare to ascend to the dawn. Same as me. Jason thought for a moment and said, I'm about to go to the Pendulum of Destiny and try to join the Witch Heart Temple. If you don't have a better plan, you might as well go with me next time. Witch Heart Temple, a powerful black robe organization that specializes in training dark and undead wizards, one of the 2 super large wizard forces of the Pendulum of Destiny. Thank you, put it here. Jason asked the bartender to put the drinks on the table, and then pushed one of the glasses in front of Ronan. Try it. One of the specialties here will give you an unprecedented wonderful experience. A layer of dense insects floated on the surface of the blood-red wine, like ants, still alive. After hesitating, Ronan took a sip and bit a few live insects with his teeth, making a crunch sound. A hint of bitterness appeared in his mouth. Combined with the taste of the wine itself, the overall taste was indescribable. Jason took a big gulp of wine. Ronan even saw a few black ants crawling out of the cut on his cheek, and then he stuffed them back with his fingers without caring. Can you tell me more about the Pendulum of Destiny? Ronan put down the wine glass and said calmly. The Pendulum of Destiny is different from the other 2 empires in the central region. Jason used the nail of one finger to slowly stir the wine, stirring it into vortex shape, watching the black ants being swallowed by the vortex and spit out on the edge of the wine glass. The most noble person in the entire Pendulum of Destiny is the prophet, and even each king is appointed by the prophet. Prophet. Prophecy wizard. Ronan's eyes flashed. Yes, the Pendulum of Destiny has the most powerful prophecy spell inheritance in the entire Upper Ring continent. The prophet guides the direction of the entire empire. What about the 2 super large wizard forces? In addition to the Witch Heart Palace I just mentioned, the other one of the Pendulum of Destiny is called Spirit Lake. Jason dipped his finger in a little wine, outlined the simple names of the 3 forces on the oak table, and said, the prophet has an extraordinary status, the Witch Heart Palace and Spirit Lake are on equal terms and do not infringe on each other. These 3 constitute the skeleton of the entire Pendulum of Destiny empire. As for the other wizard forces, large and small, they are the flesh and blood that fill it. I think Spirit Lake is a good choice for you. Jason raised his head and glanced at Ronan, and said seriously, there are many spell schools inherited from Spirit Lake, and almost every one of them is extremely powerful. If I'm not mistaken, you should major in wind and electricity spells. You can find a suitable route to climb up in Spirit Lake. Ronan did not deny Jason's wrong guess, and thought about what Jason had just said alone. He definitely couldn't go back to the Life Empire. The elemental ring was very powerful in the Life Empire. The level 5 wizard, Fuminge, wanted the Haramis inheritance from him. If he knew he was still alive, he would never let him go. Moreover, Fuminge was not the only wizard who coveted the Haramis inheritance. There were probably many people in the Life Empire who knew that he had obtained the Haramis inheritance. He had originally planned to change his name and practice in another place. The Tangista Wizard Empire, one of the 3 empires, was located at the northernmost side of the central continent. It was unknown how far away it was from where he was now. The Pendulum of Destiny was very close, and the Spirit Lake was a super-large wizard force that was more powerful than the Elemental Ring. It was estimated that the Ice Law inheritance he needed for his subsequent practice could also be found in the Spirit Lake. After weighing all the aspects, it was indeed an excellent choice. I'll think about it. Ronan replied slowly. You can come with me first and then think about it slowly. Jason said lightly, it is not so easy to enter a super-large wizard force. It requires wizards to have high talents and qualities in all aspects. I went to the Witch Heart Palace just to try my luck. Of course, if I can't get in, I can also choose to join other forces of a slightly lower level. You and I are both level 3, and we are at the stage where we can impact level 4 at any time. Generally, large forces can still be entered at will. It can be heard that Jason has studied this a lot and considered all possibilities. He has a delicate heart that is seriously inconsistent with his appearance. Ronan nodded and said nothing more. The two of them drank the drinks in front of them silently. After Jason finished a glass of Creditor, he ordered a glass of drink called Spell. The atmosphere of witchcraft in the central continent is much richer than that in the south. Even in a remote border place like Baisong Town, you can order these wizard wines derived from potion science. After 3 glasses of wine, Jason's pale complexion began to turn pink, and the cold temperament of the dark and undead black-robed wizard on his body was diluted. He suddenly took out the chain ring that Ronan had returned to him before, and whispered, Damien, I don't know if this is your real name. Although this is the first time we met, you can return this chain ring to me without hesitation, which proves that you are a person worth making friends with. There are very few wizards who know the secret of the chain ring. I have consulted many ancient books to find a little clue. When I find the real location of the treasure behind this ring, I will invite you to go in with me. After speaking, Jason took out a communication prop shaped like a black bat and threw it in front of Ronan. Ronan was a little caught off guard by Jason's sudden true feelings. He picked up the bat prop on the table, was silent for a while, and suddenly said, Do you have few friends? Jason shook his head. I don't have any friends. When Ronan looked up, Jason was already leaning over the table and snoring softly. What a strange and interesting person. Ronan picked up the unfinished Creditor on the table, took a sip, and thought silently. After crossing the mountain in front, we will officially enter the territory of the Empire of the Pendulum of Destiny. On a day when the weather was not very good, under the gloomy sky that seemed to rain at any time, 2 figures in long robes flew quickly in the sky 100 meters above the ground. A group of black crows flew past Jason's feet, and he turned around and shouted at Ronan. Ronan looked in the direction Jason pointed, and saw a low mountain covered with fruit pines, and there seemed to be a glowing blue light. When they flew over the low mountain, Ronan saw that not far ahead, a long and winding glowing blue river divided the gray land into 2 parts, east and west. That was not a real river, but a kind of special magical fungus that would glow in a slightly dim environment, forming a carpet-like shape. From a distance, it looked like an endless blue river. Is this the border of the Destiny Empire? Ronan looked at the beautiful and magnificent glowing fungus river, and was shocked. He couldn't help but take out the universal orb to keep a picture. Yes. Jason stood side by side with him and answered him loudly. After leaving Baisong Town, the two of them had been traveling day and night for half a month. Now they were finally about to enter the territory of the Destiny Empire, and his interest was particularly high. Everything is guided by fate, including our meeting. Haha. Jason laughed and shouted. Apart from his appearance, it was really hard to connect any part of him with the black-robed wizard group that was always known for its coldness and evil. In fact, he was still a chatterbox. During the journey when Ronan and him were together, at least 90% of the communication between the two was Jason's chattering. Although Ronan was not as excited as Jason, his heart was also full of waves. The golden ladybug transformed by Alazan's soul crawled around in his consciousness space, but Ronan only saw the new and unfamiliar future that he was about to face. He landed on the edge of the blue fungus river and chose to walk across this special dividing line. Looking closely at the magic fungi, they were like beautiful velvet flowers. Every few seconds, the thin fungus tubes would spit out some luminous fluorescent powder, dyeing a small piece of air into dreamy and blurred blue. Ronan took a light step forward with some inexplicable feelings. However, just as he walked across the fungus river, an ancient and long bell sound suddenly rang in his ears. Ding, ding. It was like the deep and melodious sound of the brass pendulum of an old-fashioned clock, swinging at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. It passed through the corridor of time and pierced Ronan's soul in an instant. Ronan was immersed in this inexplicable and strange bell sound for a long time without saying a word, and his footsteps also stopped. Until the sound of the bell faded away, the great sense of tranquility that enveloped his whole body receded like a tide. Jason looked at him in confusion. "What's wrong with you? Why did you stop?" Ronan pursed his lips lightly, unable to describe his inner feelings at this moment. "Didn't you hear the sound of a pendulum?" Jason shook his head. The confusion and puzzlement on his face became more and more intense. "The pendulum of destiny is just a symbol. In the Destiny Empire, the sound of the pendulum is not heard everywhere. Are you hallucinating?" Ronan said nothing more, but just continued to move forward silently. Chapter 281 Prophet, Prophecy, and the Golden Fire, Fusion of the Three Domains. "Did you do it, Alazan?" As they were heading towards the territory of the Fate Empire, Ronan deliberately lagged behind Jason for a distance and asked Alazan in his heart. "What?" Alazan's reply was full of doubt. He didn't even know what Ronan had just experienced. His soul was declining, and he was asleep most of the day except when necessary. If it wasn't Alazan, who could it be? Ronan looked up at Jason's back, with no emotion on his face. He was sure that the bell just now was not an illusion. His body still had a feeling as if his soul was cleansed. Even the sequelae of the first reincarnation dream had been reduced a lot, reaching a state where he could dream for the second time at any time. Fate Pendulum. Ronan silently chanted the name, took a breath, and buried the doubts in his heart deeply. After entering the territory of the Fate Empire, Ronan and Jason walked for another half a day and arrived at a small town at sunset. At this time, the bell rang again. Ding, ding, ding. The heavy sound similar to the collision of brass antiques carried a hint of heaviness and sadness. This time, Ronan did not feel any special vibration in his soul, but this time, Jason also heard it. In the wizard town they arrived at, every household was ringing bells, and a black bell tower in the center of the town kept ringing. Countless people gathered in the small square under the bell tower. No one spoke, and the whole town was immersed in a solemn and unified atmosphere. What happened? Ronan and Jason walked into the town slowly with a little doubt. From their perspective, it seemed that an inexplicable ceremony was being held here. As the most mysterious of the three major wizard empires in the central region, the Fate Empire has many customs and etiquette that are different from those of the ordinary wizard world. "I'll go and ask around." Jason asked Ronan to stop at a street corner and wait, and walked alone towards the bell tower in the center of the town. After about half an hourglass, the crowd gathered in the central square of the town gradually dispersed, and Jason also returned. "Their prophet is dead." Jason's face showed some understanding. "A new prophet has taken over." The bells they played were both farewell and welcoming bells. It is an old tradition of the Destiny Empire. It is also a coincidence. If you calculate the time when their old prophet died was exactly when we crossed the blue fungus border. Ronan was stunned when he heard this, as if he thought of something. Jason also said, "I think there is a reasonable explanation for the bell you heard before. You should have had some kind of wonderful resonance with the bell emitted by the Destiny pendulum at that moment." "Maybe." Ronan nodded, looking at the natives of the Destiny Empire who hurriedly walked around with solemn expressions, and couldn't help but say, "Do you know what level of wizard the prophet is? Dawn? Or Twilight? There may not be Twilight-level wizards in the entire Upper Ring continent." Jason shook his head and said, "The power of the prophet does not lie in his strength, but in his accurate prediction of everything. The predictions of the Destiny pendulum have never been wrong. Before the old prophet died, he left the last 3 predictions." "What predictions?" Ronan was curious. Jason curled his lips. "If I knew, I wouldn't still be here. No one knows the true content of the prophecy, except the new prophet." Ronan said nothing more, and instead communicated in his mind with Alazan, who had just been awakened by the disturbance. Prophecy wizards have always been the most mysterious and rare group. Their way of seeking truth is very different from that of ordinary wizards. I once knew a Twilight wizard of the cause and effect altar. His way of practice is very strange. He draws strength from the feedback of prophecy coming true. What do you mean? He makes a prophecy every once in a while. The stronger the object of the prophecy, the bigger the event of the prophecy, and the longer the time span of the prophecy, the more power he can get. You can think of prophecy wizards as a group of special fruit farmers. They plant seeds at the right time. What they need to do next is to wait quietly for the seeds to germinate, grow into trees, grow fruits, and ripen the fruits. Ronan blinked. This was the first time he heard of such a magical way of practice. It did not require meditation, hard work, or any resources. He only needed to open his mouth and boast a few times and his strength would naturally increase. What if the prophecy fails? Ronan couldn't help asking. You will suffer backlash, power loss, level drop, and even your body and soul will decay faster. Okay. It seems that it is not as easy as he imagined. It is more like a gamble with fate. If you win, you will gain fame and fortune. If you lose, you will lose everything, and you may even lose your life. Don't mess with any real prophecy wizard easily. Alazan's tone suddenly became serious. They are often more terrifying than curse wizards. They can predict a person's death and force you to suffer bad luck. Sometimes, in order to ensure the accuracy of their predictions, they may even intervene forcibly. No matter what kind of prophecy, whether good or bad, it is essentially a curse. Ronan nodded, and agreed with Alazan's last words. He had seen through the fog and faced his heart. All he wanted along the way was to break free from the control of fate. The act of prophecy, which forcibly nailed a person's fate, disgusted him the most. In Ronan's view, even an insignificant ant should have unlimited future possibilities. However, just as he was thinking this, Alazan's next words made him frown. Before, only you could hear the sound of the soul pendulum. Combined with the characteristics of the prophecy spell school of the fate pendulum, I guess that among the 3 prophecies left by the dead wizard, there may be one related to you. Related to me. Ronan couldn't help but frowned, feeling puzzled. I am a small 3rd-level wizard who has just set foot in the Fate Empire. Why would the prophet of the fate pendulum come to predict me for no reason? After you inherited the spiritual ember, the name Ronan Damian was destined to be extraordinary. Don't belittle yourself. Alazan said lightly. Besides, I just said it was related to you, not that it was a prophecy made for you personally. It may be that something big is about to happen in this land, or an extraordinary person will be born, and you happen to have some necessary intersections with him. At that moment, you may not be the only one who hears the bell. The theory of fate is the most complicated. Except for the wizard who made the prophecy, no one can fully interpret a prophecy that has been made. I hate this feeling of being forcibly demarcated. Ronan spoke coldly, cutting off the communication with Alazan. He and Jason did not stay in the town for too long, and soon continued on their way. The death of the prophet of the destiny pendulum caused the entire empire to ring bells to commemorate the death. In the following time, whenever the two of them approached a place where a crowd gathered, they could almost hear the continuous ringing of bells. This made the two people, who originally wanted to take a short break somewhere, not stop for a moment along the way, and it took them 2 full months to reach the center of the Destiny Empire. In the dark and quiet room, there were old brass pendulum ornaments hanging on the wall, and several clay animal dolls were placed in the corners. The faint rune light covered the entire room, like a moon veil, exuding a mysterious color unique to wizards. A small crystal fish tank was placed on the floor in the middle of the room, with 2 snow-white scallops floating in the tank. The shells were opened, and a naked little singer sang loudly. Dust Fairy Ariete ran along the edge of the fish tank, holding a few hand flowers made of water plants in her hands. Like the most loyal fans of the 2 beauties below, her face flushed with excitement. Ronan sat next to this lively crystal tank concert scene, wearing only simple underwear, with his long white hair casually scattered. His hands formed complex and strange marks on his chest, his lips moved slightly, and he kept uttering one ancient and obscure syllable after another. Suddenly, buzz, accompanied by a strange trembling sound, the air in the room was like a transparent curtain that was vigorously lifted by someone, showing a wave-shaped distortion, and the beautiful singing voice of the beauties was deformed, as if something was spreading rapidly. Ronan's body did not move, but his naturally hanging long hair flew up by itself, and a golden human-shaped phantom suddenly jumped out of his body, and in less than a blink of an eye, it quickly retracted into his body. Immediately afterwards, wisps of golden smoke began to rise from his body. The temperature in the room did not change at all, but the whole person gave people an inexplicable feeling of being scorching hot and cast in gold. Huh? Ronan opened his eyes, opened his mouth and slowly exhaled a hot and turbid air, with a faint joy flashing in his eyes. Finally a breakthrough. Calling up the character panel, it can be clearly seen that in the skill column, the proficiency of the spell, Lingmea Golden Soul, has changed from expert, 800/800, to master, 1/1600. The derived extraordinary domain is also Golden Fire. But the domain power of this, Golden Fire, is rare in that it targets the soul. Internally, it can strengthen one's own soul, and externally, it can ignite and harm the opponent's soul. Just as I expected, the power of the domain derived from Golden Soul of Lingmea, and the power of the domain of the other two, Golden Fire, began to merge autonomously. Ronan's mental power surged, and the three colors of black iron, silver, and gold floated around him. An inexplicable powerful force surged in his body, as if he was nurturing and paving the way for a more terrifying existence. Ronan has never fallen behind in the spell inheritance and cultivation of Golden Fire Lingmea. So far, he has successfully improved the proficiency of 3 of the 5 Golden Fire spell inheritances, including Golden Soul, to at least master level, and derived extraordinary domains. The only ones that have not yet broken through to the master level are Golden Fire and Golden Heart of Lingmea, Black Steel Touch, Silver Body, and Golden Soul, which has just completed a breakthrough. All 3 spells have reached the master level and derived extraordinary domains, all of which are Golden Fire. The effects correspond to the attack and defense at the physical energy level, and the attack and defense at the soul level. The 3 Golden Fire extraordinary realms of the same origin began to merge autonomously as soon as they were born, and naturally reached the state of fusion of the 3 realms, transforming into higher level Golden Fire realm. Chapter 282, Separation, Selection, Sparrow Flyer and Gatekeeper. The whole process was extremely smooth, and Ronan did not feel any obstacles, as if it was supposed to be this way. Compared with the process of struggling to comprehend the multi-domain fusion of Hecate's Death Gaze, Ancient Devour, it was simply a world of difference. Ronan also almost understood the true meaning of this set of spell inheritance system. 5 Golden Fire domain fragments merged into the real Golden Fire of Lingmea. And now, he was only 2 master-level spells away from welcoming the arrival of the complete form of Golden Fire Lingmea. It is relatively simple to improve the proficiency of spells before the master level, it's just a matter of time and effort. Originally, Ronan's understanding of the 2 spells, Diamond Heart and Golden Soul, was a bit difficult, but after experiencing the practice of Spirit Heart Ember, Ronan's will was greatly tempered, and his understanding of the soul was much deeper. Some difficulties in the process of practicing the 2 spells suddenly disappeared unconsciously. He skipped Head of Brass and Heart of Diamond, and chose to conquer the biggest challenge of Soul of Gold first, in order to verify this point. As Alazan said, there are many magical and powerful aspects of Spiritual Heart Amber. As he practices for a longer time, he will feel it more and more. The power of the Soul of Gold seems to have a certain effect on eliminating the sequelae of reincarnation dreaming. Ronan looked at the golden smoke rising from his body. While the Soul of Gold was blessing himself, some impurities in his soul seemed to be burned and evaporated, which just happened to eliminate some of the sequelae of reincarnation dreaming. However, this effect was very weak, probably because the proficiency level of Soul of Gold was relatively low at this stage. In fact, Ronan could have tried the second reincarnation dreaming long ago, but it took a long time to enter the dream once, not long, but not short either. The key point is that there must be no external interference in the middle, otherwise the effort will fail. The plan to split the spell control rune has also encountered problems. Ronan put away the spell, picked up the robe and put it on himself, put the fingers of his right hand on the waxed floor, and tapped them rhythmically with the singing of Beauty Bay beside him. Ronan now has 6 blank spiritual crystals, and his plan is to split the spell control rune into 6 parts, and then engrave them on a single spiritual crystal. But after several attempts, he found that even if it was split into 6 parts, It was still a bit difficult, and a single spiritual crystal still couldn't bear it completely. Maybe 7 parts, or even more, Ronan thought, which also means that he needs to go through 2, 3, or even more dream practice. After this trip is completely settled, he will immediately go into the dream for the second time. If he wants to tap the potential of the soul to the extreme during the fog stage, the awakening potion for dream practice is naturally indispensable. But where can he find a world stone that he can use at will? Will the ancient witch be resurrected? Those lunatics are searching for world stones all over the world in an attempt to open a space channel to the abyss. They probably have a lot of world stones in their hands. Ronan shook his head and dispelled this unrealistic idea. He could only take it one step at a time. Buzz! A faint rune fluctuation came from the space ring. Ronan's expression changed slightly. He raised his hand and made a gesture of silence to Beauty Bay and Ariete beside him. Beauty Bay's singing stopped abruptly. Ronan raised his hand to put away the crystal fish tank. Ariete hid in Ronan's collar with a sweaty little face. Ronan took out a communication prop that looked like a bat, and Jason's low voice came out from it. "Damien, I'm waiting for you." After listening to the message, Ronan was silent for a while, stood up, put away the rune array with him, pushed the door and walked out of the room. The bright skylight and the noise outside crowded in together. Ronan walked through the long and narrow corridor, brushed shoulders with several wizards, and finally came to the crowded downstairs. This is a wizard transit station city in the central part of the Destiny Empire. He and Jason have stayed here for half a month. During this period, he practiced hard behind closed doors, while Jason was busy asking around for ways to join the forces. Jason suddenly contacted him now, and it is likely that he has already heard the relevant information. The agreed location proposed by Jason is in a small forest outside the city. Ronan walked out of the city and approached the agreed location. His body slowed down and his mental power quietly dispersed. After confirming that there was no abnormality, he continued to move forward. The short boots made of Warcraft leather stepped on the green grass that was gradually growing in early summer, making a slight creaking sound. Ronan stopped under an exceptionally thick silver birch tree and looked around at the nearly ring-shaped fine spots of light under his feet. "Damien," a low voice called out from the side, and a cold air blew away the lush weeds. Jason, with a bald head and a black robe, stepped out on wisps of black smoke from the undead. "I'm here to say goodbye to you." Ronan's eyes flickered slightly. "Have you found a way to join the Witch Heart Temple?" "Yes." Jason nodded, then raised his hand and threw Ronan a crystal rune stone for record. "I've also helped you find out the relevant information about the Spirit Lake." Ronan caught the rune stone thrown by Jason, and briefly scanned it with his mental power, and a hint of strangeness appeared in his expression. "Thank you." Jason waved his hand and said, "It's not easy to join Linghu. It's too early for you to say thank you now. Come to think of it, I don't know whether we are lucky or unlucky. The prophet of the Pendulum of Destiny is dead, so many wizard forces including Wuxin Temple and Linghu have recently begun to recruit formal members. If it weren't for this, we might have to wait for more than a few decades. But it is also because of this that a lot of wizards want to take this opportunity to join these two super large wizard forces. The resistance encountered in this selection will be far greater than usual." Ronan listened, nodded slowly, thought about it, and asked Jason, "Are you sure?" "Half." Jason didn't show much emotion on his face, and said calmly, "The result of participating in the selection at Wuxin Temple this time is not important. Anyway, I need to choose a force to enter anyway. Wuxin Temple doesn't work, so I can just change to another one. Good luck to you." Ronan put away the rune stone Jason gave him and said. Jason said nothing more, but waved his hand at Ronan, and then his robe fluttered, and he soared into the sky like a night owl. The cold wind blew a small patch of grass and trees around him, and the sunlight was blocked by the sudden shadow. "Damien, I will let you know when I unlock the secret of the chain ring. I hope that the next time we meet, it will be dawn for both of us." Jason's arrogant voice fell, and Ronan did not respond, but raised his head and watched his back go away. Until Jason turned into a small black dot in the sky and disappeared completely. "I will." Ronan retracted his gaze and turned away. 3 days later, under the clear blue sky, a unique carriage was flying in the air. I don't know how many sparrows were holding claws and hooks in their mouths, dragging the carriage forward. The driver was a strong man wearing an iron cage mask. His face could not be seen clearly, only a pair of owl-like eyes were exposed. The driver held a whip that glowed blue in his hand, and he kept whistling loudly but with strange tones. Every time he blew the whistle and waved the whip, the sparrows pulling the cart would flap their wings even harder, and sparrows that died of exhaustion kept falling from the sky. At the same time, more sparrows flew from all directions to join the ranks of pulling the cart. The sparrow carriage flew all the way to a bare mountain, then slowly descended and finally stopped at the foot of the mountain. "Dear guest, you have arrived at your destination." The strong man wearing an iron cage turned his head and shouted into the carriage. His voice was as shrill as a cat in estrus, which did not match his appearance at all. "Okay." A calm voice sounded from the carriage, and soon, a slender young man walked out of the carriage. The young man had a well-proportioned figure, dressed in a black robe, and had a masculine and handsome appearance. His long moonlight-colored hair was simply combed and separated into two strands that naturally fell in front of his ears. He wore a silver hair ornament on his head, which added a lot of mysterious and noble temperament. "In the past half-month, you are the 8th guest I have sent to Tatica Mountain." The driver spoke to the young man who got off the car in a shrill voice. After the other party casually threw a storage waste bag full of magic stones, he immediately smiled and let out a burst of even more shrill laughter. "But you are definitely the most generous one among them. I wish you all the best on this trip." The driver bowed respectfully to the young man, then hummed an unknown little song, summoned the sparrows that were scattered around pecking and resting, and returned in the carriage. Ronan watched this means of transportation with a local characteristic of the pendulum of fate go away, and then looked back at the front. According to the information about the entrance selection process of Linghu given to him by Jason, the mountain in front of him is one of the places where one has the opportunity to obtain the entrance selection qualification of Linghu. The information said that Linghu has arranged many qualification distribution locations in the territory of Destiny Empire, which is also the entrance to Linghu. Only by getting the approval of the gatekeeper can one have the opportunity to truly participate in the selection. In the mountain in front of him lives a gatekeeper of the tree people named Tatica Jilamu. As for how to get the other party's approval and allow entry, the information does not explain. It is also true that the wizards who want to join Linghu are almost overflowing. Every wizard participating in the selection can be said to be a competitor. One less person entering means one less competition. How could such critical information be easily found out by Jason? Ronan did not think too much, and walked towards the giant mountain with a calm expression. There was a narrow path in front of him, winding forward. The driver of the sparrow carriage must have brought him to this location on purpose. If he walked a little further, he would see the so-called gatekeeper. Ronan walked along the path for a while, his expression changed slightly, and his steps naturally stopped. After a few breaths, a bush not far from him rustled, and two figures walked out of the bushes one after another. Chapter 283. Who do you think you are to represent Linghu? The two people who appeared were a man and a woman. The man was tall and strong, handsome, and dressed like a swordsman. The woman looked relatively ordinary, and looked to be in her 30s, but she deliberately wore a beautiful sky blue robe and a wizard hat that was almost half the size of her body, which made her look cute. The stronger of the two was the woman, who was close to the late level of level 2, but the moment he walked out of the bushes and found Ronan, the handsome young man dressed as a swordsman immediately protected the wizard woman behind him with a vigilant look on his face. It seemed that the two were in a relationship. Ronan glanced at the two of them lightly and continued to walk forward. Not long after, there were faint footsteps behind him. The woman in the blue robe stopped in front of Ronan, panting, and saluted with an apologetic look. "Sorry, sir, Lawrence is not a member of our circle, and he doesn't understand many rules. We don't mean to disrespect you." Ronan shook his head to indicate that it was nothing. The woman repeatedly apologized to Ronan. The collar of her robe was very wide open, and every time she bowed, she would inadvertently reveal a large white ravine. Ronan frowned slightly, ignored the woman and walked straight past her. After a few breaths, there seemed to be a faint quarrel between the two behind him. There was a man questioning loudly, and the woman shouted angrily, "You insisted on following me. Damn it. If you want to die, don't force me to go with you." After turning around the bushes a few times, it was completely quiet. There were many wizards who came here to seek qualifications. Ronan met a few more. Except for a third-level wizard, the rest were about the middle and late second-level strength. Everyone was very alert and disappeared immediately after discovering Ronan. Perhaps there was more than one way to the gatekeeper position of the Spirit Lake. He was walking on the road. After walking for about 2 hourglasses, Ronan's scattered mental power detected that there were many wizards gathered in a valley ahead. If nothing unexpected happened, the destination should be there. After entering the quiet valley and walking a short distance along the mossy rock path, Ronan saw a not too large flat land in front of him. A huge banyan tree, which had lived for who knows how many years, stood at one end of the open space in a half-bent and collapsed posture, with dense branches and leaves layered one after another, and only a faint light leaked through the branches. A dozen people dressed as wizards stood scattered under the huge banyan tree, and deafening snoring continued to come from under the tree. Ronan's appearance attracted some people to turn their heads to look at him. The crowd quickly dispersed a small area. Ronan walked over safely and saw that the snoring came from the trunk of the banyan tree. There, pieces of raised black bark gathered into an extremely old face, with a big mouth opening and closing, looking like it was sleeping soundly. No one in the field spoke, including several third-level wizards. Everyone stared at the face of the banyan tree sleeping soundly in front of them, as if waiting for something. Several more waves of people arrived one after another, including the witch and swordsman couple that Ronan had met before. The two seemed to have reconciled, and the blue-robed witch had almost half of her body glued to the handsome swordsman. Noticing Ronan's gaze, the swordsman subconsciously hugged the witch in his arms a little tighter, but the latter tried to break free and smiled at Ronan. "There are enough people." Suddenly, a voice rang out in the crowd, from a thin third-level wizard in a gray robe, "Now you can wake up the gatekeeper." A few light snorts came from the side, as a response. The gray-robed wizard cast his eyes on Ronan. Ronan didn't say anything, so he took the initiative to step forward a few steps, walked to the old face of the banyan tree trunk, and respectfully called out, "Master Tatika, Master Tatika." The call was covered by snoring, and this process lasted for a few minutes. Ronan suspected that the gray-robed wizard's mouth was almost dry, and the deafening snoring slowly stopped. With a rustling sound of the branches and leaves, the banyan tree face muttered and woke up from a deep sleep. "How long have I slept? Have you gathered 20 people so quickly?" "Yes, Lord Tatika, there are already 20 people here," the gray-robed wizard answered respectfully. The gatekeeper named Tatika lowered a branch, rubbed the resin condensed in the corners of his eyes, squinted his eyes and looked at everyone in the field. Finally, his eyes fell on one of them and said coldly, You don't count. The little guy who has almost no wizard talent will only waste Tatika's precious time here." Everyone's eyes on the field focused on the swordsman who came with a blue-robed female wizard. The blue-robed female wizard almost instantly pulled away from him. The swordsman who was named was stared at by dozens of cold eyes, and his handsome face turned red. Even the blue-robed female wizard who was traveling with him was unwilling to pay attention to him, and finally he could only retreat in hatred. After driving away the swordsman, the gatekeeper Treeman Tatika counted the number of people again, then nodded and said slowly, "Now you can show your sincerity one by one, and I will judge whether you are qualified to enter the Spirit Lake." Ronan was still thinking about the meaning of the gatekeeper Treeman's words. The gray-robed wizard who had awakened the Treeman before was the first to come forward and respectfully presented a ring that emitted a faint spatial fluctuation with both hands. Unexpectedly, the gatekeeper Treeman just glanced at him, his eyes swept over, and said lightly, "Next." The gray-robed wizard's face changed suddenly. Just as he was about to say something, several branches fell from the top, blocking him and blocking him to the side. At this time, someone came forward with a sneer. He was also one of the few third-level wizards in the field. This person took out a basket of fruits that exuded a strange fragrance. Smelling the fragrance of the fruit, the gatekeeper Treeman's eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't wait to grab the basket with his branch arm and pour it into his mouth, chewing until the juice flew everywhere. "Okay, this is the delicacy that Tatika likes. Now that you have passed the test, please stand aside. I will arrange for you to enter later." The third-level wizard who presented this strange fruit walked aside with a smile, and his eyebrows could not hide his satisfaction. It can be seen that he must have made a strategy in advance and knew how to gain the so-called recognition of the gatekeeper. The third wizard followed. Ronan watched the scene in front of him and couldn't help frowning. What is this? If you want to enter the selection, you have to find a way to please the gatekeeper first. Many schools had similar rules in the past, which is not surprising. The original intention was just to let the wizards who came later understand the preciousness of passing on knowledge. Alazan answered in his mind. "I am unprepared, but I want to go in. Do you have any good suggestions?" Ronan saw that the gifts carefully prepared by most wizards were sneered at by the gatekeeper tree man, but a second-level wizard told a very cold joke and was allowed to enter. The rules for passing this level were simply untraceable. You can try to use magic stones. Most magical creatures have a need for this. Ronan nodded and said nothing more. Among the more than 20 wizards, 5 of them were allowed to enter. 2 of them presented gifts that the gatekeeper tree man liked, 1 told jokes, and 1 cleaned the old skin on the tree man. Finally, the female wizard who came with the swordsman passed in an unexpected way. She took off her robe in front of everyone and showed her plump body to the gatekeeper tree man. Because Ronan had not taken the initiative to step forward, it was finally Ronan's turn after everyone tried. Okay, how do you show your sincerity? After a round of offerings, the tone and posture of the gatekeeper tree man were far different from the initial tone, full of a sense of superiority and impatience. It looked at Ronan and used a few curved branches to dig its tree hole like ears. Let me make it clear in advance that Lord Tadika is not interested in men. The blue-robed female wizard standing in the team of several passers-by couldn't help but proudly puff out her unusually plump chest when she heard this. Pah! A low-level magic stone accurately hit the protruding nose of the gatekeeper tree man, then bounced off and fell to the ground and rolled several times. Open the door. Ronan put down his hand, looked at the tree man in front of him calmly, and spoke. The gatekeeper tree man stopped picking his ears and looked at Ronan with a stunned expression. The other wizards on the field were also stunned. At this moment, the banyan tree was terribly quiet. What did you say? Hua. The ancient banyan tree made a noise, and the tree man seemed to climb up from the ground, and his old face approached Ronan. What did you just say? Repeat it again. I said, open the door. Ronan casually pointed to the magic stone on the ground, and added seriously, please hurry up. Huashisha. In the next breath, the dense branches and leaves above everyone's heads and the ground under their feet all trembled. An extremely suppressed anger erupted from the huge banyan tree in front of everyone. Impertinent boy. You have successfully angered me. On behalf of Linghu, I will let you know what is a lesson you will never forget. Roar. The angry tree man let out a huge and terrifying roar, and the void trembled. The entire old banyan tree on the platform rose from the ground, and countless branches and vines grew rapidly like witch hair, rushing towards Ronan from all directions. All the wizards on the platform changed their colors and quickly retreated. Only Ronan did not move, his expression was still calm and peaceful. It seems that your method is not very feasible, Alazan. Alazan remained silent. Then we can only try my method. Ronan said, and took a light step towards the countless banyan tree branches, leaves and vines that were attacking him like giant pythons and spears. In the consciousness space, a spiritual power crystal lit up, then the second, the third. 11 spiritual power crystals bloomed at the same time, and a rich golden halo similar to amber was suddenly released from his body. Boom! The invisible and terrifying pressure field spread out, and the void was distorted in an instant. The white long hair broke free from the restraint of the hair accessories and rose silently. Ronan walked forward step by step, like a golden sun rising through the dark clouds, and countless branches and vines were crushed to pieces by the spiritual force field he naturally emitted. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of representing the spirit lake? If you need to beg for mercy and beg for mercy to get in, then I won't enter this spirit lake. A calm and cold voice rang out in the small space, and a group of fellow wizards were horrified. Some of them had already tremblingly read the word on. The gatekeeper tree man Tadika roared angrily, but at a certain moment, all the surging and dancing branches and vines suddenly converged, and a huge banyan giant knelt on one knee, and used both hands to tear open his chest, where a blue vortex-shaped entrance appeared. The tree man faced Ronan and spoke in a low but respectful voice. Congratulations, the only one who passed the test. The gate of the spirit lake is open to you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 Chimera, First Generation, Juventus. The unexpected turn of events on the field stunned all wizards, including Ronan. He had already prepared to make a big scene, and if he failed to force his way in, he would try to find another gatekeeper. Unexpectedly, he became the only one who passed the test. So you were pretending before. Ronan asked slowly. The gatekeeper tree man smiled and shook his head. Not entirely. After all, they succeeded in pleasing me, and it's just a place to enter. Anyway, under the glory of the three towers, people like them will be eliminated sooner or later. 3 towers. Ronan's eyes flashed, but the gatekeeper tree man refused to say more, just tore the entrance of the vortex on his chest a little bigger, bowed his head and said respectfully, "You should go in. Once you step into the spirit lake, you will naturally find all the answers." Ronan didn't say anything else, and completely gathered the powerful mental force field around him that was comparable to that of a 4th-level dawn wizard, and then stepped into the blue entrance vortex located on the gatekeeper tree man's chest. After entering, the entrance of the vortex immediately closed quickly behind him, and he could faintly hear the impatient voice of the gatekeeper treeman Tatika expelling him. "Alright, you idiots. The game is over. You are destined to have no chance to go to the spirit lake. Get out of here." It was like opening the door and coming out of the oppressive and turbid room. It was a wonderful feeling. When Ronan reacted, he had already appeared in the spirit lake. The accurate description should be, the secret space of the spirit lake. This is the foundation that a super-large wizard force should have. Damien, this suits you very well. Ronan ignored Alazan's rare relaxed sigh and looked around calmly. He was now in a bright high sky, with no clouds around and no traces of the sun, moon and stars. The light that illuminated the entire space seemed to be born directly from the void. The air was unusually clear and pleasant, and free energy particles of various systems were evenly scattered. There seemed to be countless blue cracks in the sky, like eyes. Countless wizards like him who passed the test of the gatekeeper of the spirit lake walked out of the cracks. Some of them were suspended in the air, and some fell down. They were densely packed, like a colony of flying ants. Under the feet of all of them was an extremely huge, calm blue lake like a mirror. Ronan used the word lake to describe it because he could see its edge. There were countless rolling mountains, closely connected, just surrounding the entire blue lake. Quiet, fresh, and a huge sense of tranquility that went straight to the heart. This was Ronan's first impression of the spirit lake. On the huge lake like a mirror in the sky, there was not a single ripple. 3 huge logos floated on the lake, slowly rotating, forming a perfect circular trajectory. The 3 logos were patterns of flames, water drops, and black moons. According to the information Jason gave him, they should face the 3 pillar skulls in the spirit lake, which are also the 3 cores of the spirit lake. The flame represents the explosion of magic, symbolizing the inevitable battle. This is the school of thought that advocates war in the spirit lake. The water drop represents the depth of knowledge, the wisdom as vast as the ocean, and advocates the acquisition of knowledge. It is a school that focuses on research. The black moon represents the mystery of the soul. This school focuses on the soul and specializes in meditation in order to explore the mysteries of the soul. Ronan looked down at the huge spirit lake and thought silently in his heart. He has always been on the path of the ancient war wizard. If he had to choose, his first wish would naturally be to join the flame school. But now he has not passed the entrance selection, so it is too early to consider this. Through the surface of the spirit lake, Ronan could vaguely see the shadows of some magnificent buildings that seemed to be hanging upside down under the water, and his mind could not help but think of the 3 towers mentioned by the gatekeeper tree man before. Thinking of this, Ronan and the selected wizards who entered the secret realm slowly fell to the bottom. However, at this moment, a violent vibration suddenly sounded in the sky above his head, and a strong space fluctuation was transmitted. Ronan looked up. I don't know when an extremely narrow crack appeared in the sky, and the crack was soon stretched open, turning into a huge blue vortex. Endless strong winds blew out of the vortex, forming terrible tornado columns directly in the air. The hem of Ronan's robe was blown up, and he squinted his eyes subconsciously. The next moment, he saw a terrifying monster as huge as a mountain roaring out of the vortex. It had a lion's head, a sheep's body, a long tail of a black scorpion and a venomous snake, and a pair of huge bat-like wings. Roar! The dark red copper monster let out a terrible roar, spread its wings, and cast a huge shadow on countless wizards and the surface of the spirit lake. The terrifying breath spread in all directions of space like a volcano in a tsunami. Ronan heard a wizard in the distance shouting in a trembling voice, "Chimera!" A trace of panic spread rapidly in the secret realm, but Ronan's eyes passed over the figure of the monster that was suspected to be the legendary Warcraft Chimera and fell on the monster's back. He saw a person standing on the back of the monster. A person whose whole body was covered with countless semi-illusory runes, glowing all over, like a perfect and indifferent figure of a god. Ronan felt an inexplicable throbbing. This throbbing came from the deepest part of his soul, his body, between his flesh and bones. The incomplete storm patterns all glowed at this moment, as if suppressed by a natural enemy, causing the blood to be restless. Ronan suddenly heard Alazan's low laughter. "Damien, remember the decayed blood I mentioned to you? He is also a decayed blood?" "No." Alazan shook his head and said slowly, "If I'm not mistaken, this little guy should be a first-generation 7th-level decayed blood." On the quiet lake shrouded in thick fog, the blue-green water waves flickered with the moonlight and morning light. A floating bridge built with silver-gray magic stone extended from the thick fog and led to the island in the center of the lake. A figure in a gray robe, leaning on a staff as tall as a person, walked step by step on the floating bridge. He passed through the fog and stepped lightly on the solid but slightly wet land of the island. In front of his vision, there were two figures in gray robes sitting cross-legged on a bench made of several pieces of rubble. "Juventus is here." The gray-robed man who passed through the fog walked up to the two people, found a seat at random, raised his hand and used the sleeve of his robe to wipe the dust off the stone surface, and said slowly, "It should have come a long time ago." A gray-robed man said lightly. Another person followed up. "What does he want to take away from Linghu?" The faces of the three people seemed to be covered by thick fog, and their appearances could not be seen clearly. The voices of the three people could not distinguish their ages and genders at all. "I don't know." The gray-robed man who spoke first shook his head. "I suspect he may be the person mentioned in the prophecy." Chapter 285, Son of the Black Witch King, 9-star Yuanling. "You actually believe the lies of that guy Eclipsa. He is just a bastard who uses the truth and faith to fool people." A gray-robed man spoke, and it was hard to tell whether he was disdainful or sarcastic. "I don't like him as much as you do." The first gray-robed man said lightly, "But you can't deny that his predictions have never been wrong. In fact, we should have noticed it long ago. The prophecy left by Eclipsa before his death, the Black Witch King sent his only heir at this time, and the water in the wisdom pool is becoming increasingly turbid and dry. All these signs are indicating that chaos has begun." The first gray-robed man gently pounded his staff as tall as a person on the ground, and his tone was calm but full of an unquestionable certainty. "We should have made preparations early. This is also the reason why I insisted on opening the 3 towers this time." The other two fell silent. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, someone snorted and said, "So what did Eclipse's prophecy say?" He stared at one of the 3 gray-robed men and said a name that was difficult to accurately capture. "You are the only one who has actually read the 3 manuscripts here." The gray-robed man, who had only said one sentence from beginning to end and had been quietly listening for most of the time, was silent for a long time. Finally, he slowly stood up from the rubble-stacked stool, and thick fog rolled out from under his gray robe like a tide. The Upper Ring continent cannot produce a second Hermes, nor does it need a second Hermes. Along with a calm voice, the 3 figures and the island under their feet were all covered by the fog. The bloodline of a 7th-level wizard can be regarded as having the initial meaning and value of inheritance. The first generation refers to the first generation of descendants of a wizard after reaching the 7th level. The 7th-level bloodline that a first generation can inherit is the most complete and powerful. If it reproduces further, the bloodline will continue to dilute and decline. The first generation of 7th-level declining blood. Ronan listened to Alazan's explanation and looked at the figure standing on the back of the dark bronze horror monster, who looked like a natural god, with his eyes flashing. He saw the man's shoulder-length hair as dark as mithril, his hands behind his back, and his figure seemed to be a man. Countless complex and mysterious runes emerged from the man's body, forming a unique aura and force field. This aura even overshadowed the terrifying breath of the chimera under his seat, making people feel the urge to surrender. Ronan took a deep breath and restrained the restless storm blood in his body. Alazan once said that he was born with declining blood, but it was just an appearance. Compared with the real declining blood, there was a huge difference in essence. And the Storm Weaver was just a 6th-level elemental spirit. He was not surprised by the suppression he was experiencing now, but was amazed at the power and unpredictability of the 7th level. The person in front of him was only the first generation of the 7th-level declining blood. If it was the first generation of the real 7th-level twilight, the gift brought by the natural blood would be even more unimaginable. Boom! With the appearance of the first generation of decayed blood riding on Chimera, a huge whirlpool quickly appeared on the surface of the spirit lake, which was originally as smooth as a mirror in the sky. Juventus. A roaring sound like a huge wave sounded, and several wizards in robes of various colors walked out of the whirlpool, and then welcomed the first generation of decayed blood into it from a distance. Juventus. Ronan whispered the name in his heart and remembered it silently. The air was filled with a scent left by chimera, a faint odor similar to copper embroidery. Chimera is a powerful monster active at the turn of ancient times and the ancient times, symbolizing wisdom, cunning and agility. For many wizards, it is also a legend. Juventus's chimera should not be pure blood, but a descendant with part of chimera blood. The grade is similar to Ronan's original ice crystal snake. It may be a breed bred by humans, and it may be mixed with the blood of some other rare monsters. Just like the unicorn of Adam, the genius wizard of the dawn of psychic energy, it was only a variant with a part of the legendary unicorn blood transplanted into it, and its actual power was far inferior to Ronan's ice crystal snake. Although it is only the first generation of the decayed blood, this kid named Juventus may have a 7th level wizard blood concentration of 80% or even 90%. Even in the first generation, such a talent is rare. The people behind him must have placed great hopes on him. Alazan spoke to Ronan in his mind. Ronan did not speak. The concentration of the ancient frost hydra blood he possessed was only 5%, which was completely incomparable to the other party. While thinking, the magnificent voice that had shouted out the name Juventus appeared again. The voice came from under the lake, but finally sounded at the top of the sky. With the three towers as proof, everyone subconsciously looked up at the sky, and then the phantoms of three strange upside-down towers appeared on the lake below. A huge invisible force emerged from the lake, pulling the wizards down. The wizards fell on the lake without causing any ripples, like a speck of dust that completely merged into the shadow of the three inverted towers. Countless wizards waiting to participate in the selection in the Spirit Lake secret realm all floated into the lake, and Ronan was among them. He did not resist the pulling force. Before falling into the water, Ronan imagined countless possible feelings in his mind. In a moment of distraction, he suddenly found himself in another independent space. There was nothingness above, below, left and right, and there were invisible walls that limited his range of movement. In front of him, three strange towers stood tall, and Ronan, standing under the tower, was as small as a tiny speck of dust. A tower that seemed to be made of ancient whale bones and corals, with dark blue water flowing throughout it, the spire facing downward, the water flowing backwards, as if connected to the infinitely vast ocean. A tall tower was filled with magma, burning with an everlasting flame. The top of the tower seemed to have many blazing suns hanging on it, and the light was so bright that people could not look directly at it. The last tall tower had no entity. It was black and seemed to be twisting and shaking all the time, reminiscent of the reflection of the moon on a calm lake at night, full of mystery and tranquility. The glory of the three towers. Has the trial begun? Ronan's eyes flickered, and he tried to take a step forward. Soon, some obscure information emerged from the void and poured into his mind. The golden ladybug transformed by Alazan flew out from his forehead. Ronan thought about it and simply released the restrictions and shared these contents with it. Juventus. In the void of space, several wizards in moon-white robes led a person to walk slowly from the bright entrance. When they reached a certain position in front of the three towers, the leader stopped, turned around and said to the last person in a cold tone, "I know your identity, but the elder has specifically told you that even you must abide by certain rules of our Linghu." Linghu rules. The young man standing at the end of the team whispered to himself, took a light step, and instantly passed the bodies of several Linghu wizards, and quickly threw himself into a black tower among the three towers in front that looked like a reflection of the moon. After his figure sank into the tower, it took a few breaths. The whole black tower suddenly shone brightly, as if it had gone from illusion to reality. One by one, the purple stars generated out of thin air illuminated the shocked faces of several Linghu wizards. They looked at the scene in disbelief, their expressions dazed. After a long time, someone's murmur was heard. Juventus. As expected of the son of the Dark Wizard King. Tower of Knowledge, Tower of Magic, Tower of Soul. In the dark and empty space, Ronan read the information he had actively received, and looked up at the three towers in front of him. There was a light of thought in his eyes. Corresponding to the three spiritual lakes of Deep Sea, Flame and Black Moon. I thought that after so much time, the wizarding world would invent some new methods to recruit newcomers, but it turns out to be the same old stuff. Alazan's faint voice sounded in his ears. What do you mean? In the past, when powerful schools in the wizarding world recruited newcomers, they only looked at the spiritual level of the new members. Only spiritual levels above 4 stars have a slight chance of being promoted to Twilight. The recruitment standards of most schools are like this. If it is lower, there is no need to absorb it. The golden ladybugs spread their wings and fluttered in front of Ronan, flying past the 3 towers one by one. If I'm not mistaken, these 3 towers should test your wisdom, combat power, and soul qualifications respectively. If you figure out the levels of these 3, you can almost figure out the grade of your future Yuanling. Is the grade of Yuanling really that important? I said it long ago, the grade of Yuanling determines the size of the authority you can enjoy in the Hall of Truth. The higher the authority, the more knowledge you can actively or passively acquire, and the more profound it is. When you are promoted to Twilight in the future, the fundamental runes you can create will be more profound and powerful. Looking at it superficially, the grade of Yuanling determines the combat power of a wizard to a large extent. For the same 6th level wizard, the energy scale that can be mobilized by a 1-star Yuanling and a 9-star Yuanling in one spell will be more than 10,000 times different. There are many powerful inherited spells that have rigid requirements for the Yuanling grade of the user. Your Yuanling grade is not high enough, and you are not even qualified to practice forbidden spells. Alazan's tone was very flat, with a taste of indifference that was almost cruel. Ronan thought for a moment and asked, how are the star ratings of the elemental spirits determined? The rules of the universe and nature. The golden ladybug gently landed on Ronan's shoulder. This concept is difficult for you to understand now, but you will slowly understand it after dawn. Ronan recalled his several encounters with level 5 wizards. Whether it was the true spirits of the level 5 wizards guarding the ancient witch Resurrection and Malil, or the projection of the spirit clone of the level 5 wizard Fumage of the elemental ring, there were bright crystals like stars. He didn't know if that represented the level of their respective elemental spirits. How many ranks are there in total? Theoretically, the highest is 9 stars, corresponding to the 9 levels of wizards. There are examples of low-star elementals that eventually become legendary, but they are a minority after all. Most of the Twilight-level wizards I know have elementals above 7 stars. Ronan narrowed his eyes and looked at the 3 magnificent towers in front of him, and whispered, how many stars do you think my elemental spirit can have? Alazan smiled gently. To be honest, I'm also curious. Ronan took a breath, his eyes wandered between the 3 towers, and finally chose the rightmost Black Moon Tower, which represented the soul qualification test, and walked slowly. After walking a distance, he felt invisible resistance, and Ronan tried to exert a little force. Buzz, just like when he encountered the dark silver tailless dragon in the spirit space, he felt like his soul was out of his body when he was the first to meet the terrifying dragon power of the other party. Ronan's consciousness completely broke free from the constraints of his body, and was attracted by a force to fly towards the Black Moon Tower in front. There was an extremely strong desire that made him want to go in, just like a baby longing to be in his mother's arms. However, in less than half a breath, all the strange visions disappeared, the instincts faded, and Ronan's consciousness returned to his body. Before he recovered from the brief dizziness, he heard Alazan's voice. The results are out. Ronan came back to his senses and saw 3 dark purple polygonal crystals on the right side of his body. Very beautiful, emitting a faint light, just like crystal. Ronan wanted to reach out and touch it, but his fingers passed through the crystal. Ronan looked at the 3 illusory amethysts that appeared out of thin air. The Black Moon Tower had completely lost its original attraction to him. His eyes flickered slightly, and he said calmly, it seems that my soul qualification is not very good, with only a 3-star evaluation. I didn't expect it to be so bad. The golden ladybug transformed by Alazan flew in front of Ronan's eyes, and sighed softly. This is the result after you have practiced a round of spiritual heart amber. If you hadn't met me, I'm afraid that your promotion to Dawn would have been the end of your wizard's road. Ronan ignored Alazan's words. In fact, he was not surprised by this result. He also used 9 stars to divide the soul qualification. He estimated that his initial soul qualification was only 1 star. After the trip to the East Coast, it may have reached 2 stars. After reincarnation in the dream for 72 years, it was improved a little, so he now has 3 stars. Thank me, Damien. Soul aptitude has never been an obstacle for a soul heart wizard. Soul Heart Amber will constantly tap into your soul potential and improve your soul step by step until it is perfect. If I had known earlier, I should have practiced Soul Heart Amber a few more times before taking this test. The evaluation I get in the end might have allowed me to experience the feeling of being treated as a super genius and being adored by the stars. Ronan said lightly, and then walked straight towards the second flame tower. It was a similar experience to the Black Moon Tower, with consciousness leaving the body, but this time when he came back to his senses after being in a trance, Ronan found that the place he was in had changed again. Ronan noticed something strange at the first time and looked down at his hands. The 10 fingers seemed to be interwoven with countless fine white lights, including other parts of the body. Chapter 286 Secret Technique. Winter is coming, snow country in a flicker. Consciousness projection. Probably. The robes he wore, the titanium attached to his body, and the space ring were all left outside with his body. Only his consciousness entered the trial tower. Ronan tried to call Al-Azan, but did not get any response. Several soul talismans are still there, but one spiritual power crystal is missing, and the strength of the spiritual power has also retreated to the time of the second purification. Ronan frowned slightly. He looked at his current consciousness clone. The projection was almost exactly the same as his original body. Many details were reproduced, but the body was empty. There was no lifelike ball of immaculate body, no blue snail of double snail palace, no blood deduction holy tree array on the heart. There were only 10 spiritual power crystals and those incomplete storm patterns growing in the flesh and bones. Ronan tried to call on his spiritual power, and he was still able to achieve spell resonance effortlessly. There were endless energy particles gathering around him. Just as he was getting familiar with his own situation and had not even had time to look at the surrounding environment, a cluster of blue light suddenly burst out from under his feet, surging up like a fountain. Ronan instinctively flew up, and then he saw the cluster of blue light quickly expand, and water waves spread out in the blue light. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a vast blue sea. Under the blue sea and clear sky, microwaves rippled, and the warm sea breeze blew towards him, carrying a faint salty and moist smell. The cry of seagulls came from afar. Everything seemed very real. Before Ronan could sigh at the reality of this consciousness space, a huge ball of water rose on the sea surface directly in front of him, and the water wave surged, quickly condensing into a blue double-tailed giant fish. A wizard was riding on the back of the giant fish, and his facial features could not be seen clearly. He held a blue staff condensed by water in his hand, exuding the aura of the peak of the late 3rd level. Sulubina. As soon as the wizard riding the giant fish appeared, he uttered the syllables of a spell. As the magic wave spread, thick water columns immediately rose from the sea surface around him. There were 12 of them in total, intertwined like vines, and finally condensed into a huge water hand, rumbling towards Ronan. The magic hand was surrounded by thick extraordinary auras, and a wall of water dozens of meters high was raised along the way. At the same time, the double-tailed giant fish also made a low roar like a buffalo, and with its double tail swung, it rushed over with the air. It's still the second stage of the domain resonance. Ronan's eyes flickered, and his lips and tongue moved slightly, but he didn't make any sound. 10 spiritual power crystals in his mind shone at the same time. He opened his 5 fingers and pointed downward. With the 5 fingers as the center, the sea surface below him froze instantly, and endless frost surged up. Large streams of frost condensed into the shape of a long and narrow ice knife. Ronan held his palm upward and lifted the ice knife, filled with the solemn and cold aura from the frozen sea water. Peerless. Extremely frozen weapon. The ancient ice blade with a narrow ice blue blood groove quickly flew into the air, and the blade body trembled slightly, making a crisp and pleasant sound like crystal collision. The next moment, the huge magic ice blade disappeared, replaced by the frost flowers that suddenly spread in the void, and the sharp blade trajectory that twisted rapidly like a pitch-black snake. Shoo! The frost-wrapped blade marks cut through the sky. The 100-meter water wall lying in front of Ronan silently split from the middle to both sides, starting from the smooth mirror-like cross-section, and condensed into an ice wall inch by inch. Passing through both sides of Ronan's body, it finally exploded into countless ice dust hundreds of meters behind him. Also frozen was the 2-tailed giant fish that was frozen in the air and motionless, and the 3rd-level water wizard who was holding a staff and chanting behind the 2-tailed giant fish. I don't know when the 2 of them had all turned into ice sculptures, lifelike, reflecting a hazy glow in the sun. Then all the dreamy colors shattered, and crisscrossing cuts appeared on the bodies of the 3rd-level wizard and the giant fish. At a certain moment, They collapsed and turned into countless pieces of ice and fell to the sea surface below. Buzz! At this time, the narrow ice blade that had disappeared before reappeared, swallowing and spitting out frost and flying back while shrinking rapidly. Finally, it turned into an exquisite ice knife that was only an inch long, like a pure ice crystal, floating above Ronan's palm, rotating endlessly, and trembling. Even if the spiritual power cultivation was suppressed to a certain extent, there were still 10 spiritual power crystals and secondary purification foundations. In addition, the extremely frozen soldiers who had entered the third stage of the domain resonance realm early, it was still a relatively easy thing for Ronan to raise his hand and kill a third-level wizard in seconds. Thanks to the cultivation of Ancient Star Meditation method, during this period, Ronan's ability to control spells has improved by several levels. He can even compress the terrifying ice blade into a knife several centimeters long, and the terrifying energy of the 3 stages of resonance is all gathered in one palm. It seems that the magic tower tests the tester's purest spellcasting ability, isolating all possible help from external objects. Every wizard who enters the trial tower will be redistributed basic strength. My mental strength and the number of mental crystals have far exceeded the limit that a normal third-level wizard can reach. That's why I am limited to stepping into the fog-restricted area, 10 mental crystals, and the level of secondary purification. Ronan thought for a while and roughly sorted out the basic ideas of this test. The third-level wizard who was just killed by him in a face-to-face encounter is actually not weak in combat power. Generally, the third-level peak wizards will have a headache against him. The main reason is that this battlefield is set up on the sea, which is most suitable for water magic. However, his hard power is too much beyond the opponent. Even if he was forcibly cut once, he didn't feel any pressure at all. Just thinking about it, a small piece of seawater suddenly began to boil at the location where the water wizard died before, and hot magma gushed out of the seawater. Then a little red fire rapidly enlarged, quickly covering the original blue. In the blink of an eye, the world changed. The originally steaming ocean turned into an endless, hot and fiery volcanic magma area. Ronan narrowed his eyes to examine the extreme change of the scene, and raised his hand to gently wipe away the fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead and temples. After losing the blessing of unsullied body, he even felt the heat was unbearable, which shows how bad the current environment is. Is it because you found out that I am good at ice magic that you switched the scene to the home of the fire wizard? In the distance, magma and flames also gathered. Soon, a wizard riding a two-headed fire lizard and emitting a strong and hot fire magic aura condensed. There was also no preparation or foreshadowing. After the new round of fire wizard opponents appeared, they directly began to summon fire magic. A dazzling fiery red distortion swept through the void accompanied by a blazing heat wave. Ronan raised his hand and drew a few slices of brilliant diamond-like light, but he still felt a burning pain in his brain. Elemental attack of mental power. The strength of the opponent in this round has directly risen to a higher level, reaching the level of a 4th-level dawn wizard. Interesting. Ronan took a breath, and there was not much fluctuation on his face. It was the first time for him to experience such a deliberately targeted wheel battle. His own strength was constantly weakened in all aspects, while the opponent was constantly strengthened. Such an extremely unfavorable battle situation, on the contrary, aroused a trace of fighting spirit in his body. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary 4th-level dawn wizard could not do this. Boom! A lava column of magma and flames intertwined rose without warning under Ronan's feet. Ronan's figure flew backwards like a fallen leaf in late autumn, narrowly avoiding the surprise attack of the lava column. Without giving him any chance to breathe, after the first pillar of fire, the second pillar of fire followed closely from the ground. Then the third, the fourth. One after another, the lava pillars of fire rose up, carrying a terrible heat that was enough to scorch and distort the space, biting Ronan's body tightly. Ronan's robe sleeves fluttered, and with the support of mental detection and combat instinct, he kept dodging the hot lava pillars, just like a black butterfly that accidentally entered the magma hell and wandered between life and death. He leaned down slightly, dealing with the fire wizard along the circular trajectory, while calmly spreading his hands to both sides. His 10 fingers trembled rapidly, and some white ice chips fell between his slender white fingers, just like the dust sprinkled by his desperate black butterfly along the way. Every wisp of ice chips separated from Ronan's fingers and condensed into an ice magic in the void, and then with the blessing of multiple mirror lights, it turned from one to many. But it did not release it, but tightly surrounded Ronan's body like an ice-blue planet. The aura of the magic domain piled up layer by layer, and the number of ice magic accumulated around Ronan increased. When it reached a certain peak, Ronan's dodging figure suddenly paused, and his body turned, facing the fire wizard who was constantly casting spells in the distance. The latter reacted very quickly and almost instantly captured this excellent opportunity. The staff poured with magma in his hand danced, and in an instant a large area of magma sea of fire all shook. In the sea of fire, countless red magma fire snakes quickly jumped out, biting Ronan in the center from all directions. In an instant, even the void was completely distorted and turned into a fiery red color. Ronan seemed to have not seen any of this at all, and his face remained calm. His eyes fluctuated, and his hands closed towards the center of his chest, and a terrifying aura that was suppressed to the extreme suddenly burst out. Boom! The dense ice magic accumulated before was arranged into 3 ice rings and suddenly spread outward. In an instant, nearly endless icy air gushed out, and the ice blue and snow white colors covered the sky and the earth, covering all the frozen red. The ancient snow country rose from the majestic cold air. Winter mirror. At the moment when the snow country took shape and the cold air exploded to its peak, Ronan closed his palms and formed a seal, and a mysterious and complex silver rune flashed in the depths of his deep blue eyes. In an instant, in this blazing land, all the swaying and rising flames stopped, and the space seemed to have turned into a silver mirror. Ronan walked out of the encirclement of countless fire snakes frozen by solid ice, his black robe and white hair dancing at the same time, a faint frost lingering around him, walking alone in this ice and fire mirror with shocking beauty. However, this absolute stillness did not last long, and the powerful mental power of the 4th level Dawn Wizard continued to shake this solidified field like a trapped beast. Crack! A narrow crack suddenly appeared on the space silver mirror, and Ronan paused for a moment. Soon, he continued to move forward. Crack, 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 the sound of the winter realm breaking became more and more frequent. When the cracks accumulated to a certain extent, Ronan flicked his sleeves and took the initiative to completely break this winter mirror. Secret method, broken winter mirror. In an instant, the exquisite space silver mirror broke into countless pieces, each with a color of ice and fire intertwined, and the edge of each piece had a strong force of space collapse and splitting. In the turbulence of countless space strangling, the 4th level Dawn Fire Wizard opponent chanted a new spell loudly, and the magma sea of fire under him was ready to move again. Seeing that a huge shadow formed by countless flames was about to rise up and walk out of the sea of fire, Ronan narrowed his eyes and raised his right hand. The countless space and ice turbulences in the void, and the ruins of the snow country that were about to collapse, all gathered rapidly towards the palm of his right hand. A bit of turbid ice blue emerged from Ronan's hand, and before it grew stronger, Ronan had already flicked his finger and ejected it forward. The rapidly gathering space and ice energy condensed into a snowflake-like shape in the air, and the snowflakes in each corner seemed to reflect the scene of an ancient snow country collapsing. When the flying snowflakes were about to approach the 4th level Dawn Fire Wizard, the terrifying power contained in them could no longer be suppressed, and they directly turned into an indescribable terrible spell torrent. With a boom, the 4th level Dawn Fire Wizard who had just completed a spell summoning, and the flame domain behind him were completely submerged. When all the noise gradually subsided, a strange scene suddenly appeared in the scorching flame realm. Magma and glaciers coexisted, and the falling snowflakes and swaying flames danced together. Ronan slowly stepped into this area of ice and fire, picked up a snowflake and looked at it in his hand. There was a joyful light in his eyes, and he murmured to himself, "If it weren't for this trial level that tests pure spellcasting ability, I wouldn't have known that ancient star meditation method has raised my control over spells to this level." Broken winter mirror, and then seamlessly connected, snow country in palm, and then compressed and condensed the collapsing snow country and part of the space collapse force into a thin snowflake. Ronan in the past, let alone doing it, couldn't even imagine this step. This move. Ronan gently flicked the snowflake in his palm away, thought about it and decided, why not call it winter? Fingertip snow country. The name chosen at random is not accurate. The main reason is that Ronan has generated a lot of inspiration for the deduction of the ice magic system of the snow country. If he can make good use of the terrifying spell control brought by the ancient star meditation method, the upper limit of his ice magic power should be able to be greatly improved again. Chapter 287, The physical strength is gone, but the skills remain. Comments. Ronan lacks the subsequent inheritance of the frozen earth, Flowing Ice Mage. Both Broken Winter Mirror and Snow Country in the Palm are Ronan's original secret killing moves based on his understanding of ice magic. He now only has a vague system framework in his mind. Many ideas need to accumulate knowledge and inspiration, and try and improve little by little. This must be a long and difficult process. But it is very interesting that Ronan is willing to carefully draw the blueprint of the ice magic in his mind. Crack, the frost left by the Snow Country showed signs of melting. Ronan looked around and felt that the temperature of the flames in this battlefield was rising rapidly. More magma emerged from the ground, and the blazing flames rose steadily. Obviously, after he solved the last 4th level fire wizard, the next opponent was already on the way to rush. Ronan stood up, his naturally falling hair slowly floated up, his eyes shone with an indescribable light. The 10 spiritual power crystals in his mind were ignited at the same time. A terrifying spiritual force field far exceeding the previous one emanated from his body, emptying the flames around him in circles, and he had already entered a battle state of ethereal extreme thoughts. The 4th level dawn has already appeared, and the next opponent must be stronger. In Ronan's current state, if he wants to win, it is a good choice to take the initiative. Gurgle gurgle, it was still the same old position. Large streams of magma surged up, and the outline of a new opponent was condensed. Hiss. Ronan took a deep breath, opened the 5 fingers of his right hand, and knelt on one knee and gently pressed his palm on the void under his feet. Countless cold air currents immediately surged out, forming a huge white vortex, blowing Ronan's robes and long hair up. He spread out his 5 fingers, and on the fingertips of each finger, there were deep blue, rim-like and spiderweb-like ice patterns growing outward rapidly. They were the veins of ice, the aurora that swayed on the eternal glacier. One after another, the ice veins extended rapidly, intertwined and entangled, and in an instant, a larger and larger magic array was woven in the void. The center of the magic array was the opponent that was about to take shape, and layers of solid ice covered it, freezing the surging magma. Crack, a powerful mental force that was dozens of times stronger than the previous fire wizard broke the ice layer and released it. This mental force was also mixed with terrifying firepower. Wherever it passed, it directly cleared the frost in the void, causing the surrounding ice magic array to show signs of melting. Level 4 midterm. Ronan's eyes flickered, and his figure retreated. At the same time, his 10 fingers flew, throwing one ice magic after another around. The collapsed Snow Country was rebuilt again, towering over the magma, and constantly reinforcing the entire ice magic array. At the same time, 5 different domains of energy rose around Ronan and gradually merged. A trace of ancient, vast, evil and domineering aura slowly emerged, and the shadow of Hikalto's ancient frost hydra loomed behind Ronan. Boom! A piece of the center of the magic circle suddenly exploded, and endless red magma could no longer be suppressed, gushing out, forming a huge fire lotus, which bloomed directly in the center of the Snow Country. The collision of the 2 forces of ice and fire produced billowing white gas, and a thin figure with boiling magma flowing all over his body gradually emerged from the blooming fire lotus. There was a flame-shaped rune flashing between his eyebrows, releasing the terrifying majesty of the fire demon lord. Ronan frowned, his physical body was gone, and without the blessing of the ancient frost hydra bloodline flowing in his body, his taboo move of the fusion of the 5 domains was activated very slowly. Otherwise, according to the original plan, the opponent in this round would not have the opportunity to appear at all. Lingmea. Ronan separated a wisp of his mind, chanted the ancient golden words, stretched out his left hand, aimed at the flame magma figure with flashing runes, and tightened his 5 fingers suddenly, as if he wanted to strangle the man's throat from a distance. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the magma around Ronan began to boil, and dozens of magma and metal poured from the magma suddenly jumped out of the magma, like a giant python's golden chain. Dozens of golden chains pierced into the Snow Country area, shot straight at the figure in the center, and quickly wrapped around it. The latter had a dazzling red light seeping out of his body, and resisted the entanglement of the chains. Without titanium as a medium for casting spells, Ronan's metal spells were greatly reduced in power, and could only be used as a means of auxiliary combat. Bang bang, not long after the chains of touch of black steel were wrapped around, they broke one by one. A huge and twisted red light broke free from the entanglement of the chains. Seeing that the figure in the red light was about to step out, Ronan formed seals with his hands, and the spell he had prepared for a long time was finally declared complete. Whew! The ancient frost fell, and the huge magma lake was cooled, solidified and frozen inch by inch. A trace of forbidden breath flowed, thick clouds rolled, and deep blue lightning cut through the sky. Roar! In the majestic roar, 5 ferocious giant snakes covered with ancient frost scales slowly raised their heads from the frozen magma lake, roared to the sky, and bit at the fiery red in the center. 5 songs. Hiqualto's ancient bite. The dark blue and nearly black ice quickly condensed, directly covering all the fiery red, and a huge iceberg took shape, with dense and mysterious veins like forbidden magic arrays growing in it. Without the blessing of blood, the power of 5 heads, ancient bite of Hiqualto, was inevitably greatly reduced. Ronan could feel the heat still surging under the ancient iceberg. The icy power could not extinguish the flames. It was only a matter of time before the opponent escaped. Ronan's eyes flickered slightly. After a little hesitation, he formed seals with his hands, and layers of frost began to gather on him. Large pieces of free energy particles in the void rushed over, condensing into an ancient and gorgeous ice crystal armor on Ronan's body, and condensing into an ice crystal spear, with the tip of the spear igniting a dark green fire of breaking the law. On the surface of the body, some tiny lightning burst out, coming from the storm pattern engraved in the flesh and bones. All the power was added, and finally, countless magma surged up, and 8 pieces of golden eagle wings made of a mixture of gold and lava slowly unfolded behind Ronan. Ronan took a deep breath, feeling his consciousness reaching its limit, and slowly raised the ice crystal spear in his hand. The 8 golden wings behind him slowly enveloped him. When his momentum reached its peak, Ronan took a step into the air, holding the spear in both hands, and then, with a diving posture, fiercely shot at the red flickering in the iceberg. Although his strong physique was gone, his skills tempered from countless close combat still existed. Use your body as a blade to tear apart all obstacles in front of you. Boom! Like a falling meteor, it hit the earth hard. The ancient iceberg was suddenly penetrated by a touch of gold, and then exploded, turning into a frosty white mist that almost permeated most of the flame space. In the gradually dissipating and calming mist, a figure holding a spear and kneeling on one knee appeared. Ronan stood up and stood in a large pit of magma that was cooling and freezing in a sputtering shape. He turned around and looked back at the empty battlefield behind him, as if it had been washed away by some terrible force. The ice crystal spear in his hand melted, and the broken ice crystal armor on his body disintegrated piece by piece. Finally, even he himself turned into a scattered glimmer and disappeared into the air. His consciousness returned to his body. Ronan gently twisted his neck, familiar with the long-lost innocent body. He was still used to this powerful feeling of all great power belongs to himself. "You're back." Almazan greeted him lightly, transformed into a golden ladybug and flew in front of him, and finally landed on a few bright red crystals. 1, 2, 3, 4 Ronan counted, and the final evaluation he got for the spell level was 5 stars. It's a good result. Is it good? At least compared with your soul aptitude, it's good. Almazan laughed heartily. Ronan ignored it directly and took stock of the summary in his mind. With his spiritual power suppressed and unable to use the great power of his physical body, a 5-star evaluation was indeed almost his limit. According to this calculation, to get a 6-star rating, he may have to defeat an opponent in the late stage of level 4, 7 stars correspond to level 5, 8 stars correspond to the middle stage of level 5, and 9 stars correspond to a wizard in the late stage of level 5. Even if he can use the ancient demon body transformed by the double spiral palace, the advanced, ancient power, and the taboo black hole, blessed by the Haramis armband, the 9-star rating is difficult to achieve. Ronan estimated that in order to defeat the late stage of level 5 at the 3rd level, unless he uses Spirit Heart Ember to tap the soul potential to the limit, condense the soul seal to perfection, austerity body forging, breaks through to the next level of proficiency, and Spiral Palace is built up a few more layers, there will be a slight possibility. Ratings above 6 stars are probably specially prepared for those with top-level inheritance and strong natural bloodlines. Ronan subconsciously thought of Juventus, who was the first generation of level 7, the man with a temperament like a natural god. Ronan had nothing to be dissatisfied with this result. He suffered from too little time in cultivation. For example, he had only practiced top-level inheritances such as Golden Country, Spiritual Heart Ember, and Ancient Star Meditation Method, for a short time, and his attainments were not deep. Otherwise, even if it was a test of pure spellcasting ability, It would be enough to rank among the top geniuses. As for the physical body, it was originally a test of ability outside the rules, and using it would be like cheating. As his strength continued to improve, Ronan now knew that most wizards were unwilling to spend time, energy and resources on the physical body. In addition to the fact that the effort and benefits were too disproportionate, there was another very important reason. After the dawn, the elemental spirit was born, and the wizard could use the elemental spirit to elementalize the body. Just like the method used by Jupiter to perform the dawn magic tool in the wizard competition. The elemental body can avoid most physical and spell damage, and it is also a major sign that the 5th level wizard is stronger than the 4th level wizard. No matter how much energy is spent on the body, it will eventually return to elementalization, so why waste it? In time, Ronan will inevitably reach this step. Ronan thought about this problem a long time ago. His idea was that if immaculate body and elementalization of the body were really incompatible at that time, he would have no choice but to give up the method of elementalization of the body and just be a level 5 wizard who could not elementalize the body. Chapter 288 The 10 Ancient Origin Runes, Ancient Spiritual Texts, and Self-Redemption of the Dull-Witted. The 5-star rating in the Tower of Spells, even if your soul aptitude is a little lacking, should be enough for you to enter this wizard organization called Spirit Lake. Alazan's voice pulled Ronan back to his thoughts. The entry threshold for wizard forces that can expand their recruitment scope to the fog stage will not be too high. There is still one thing that has not been tested. Ronan walked towards the last tower of knowledge and answered casually, the time stipulated for this selection is as long as 3 years. 3 years is enough for me to practice spells tens of thousands of times, or practice the Spirit Heart Amber several more times. If the rules allow me to take a second test, then my final evaluation of both soul aptitude and spellcasting ability can be raised a little bit. Alazan unexpectedly did not make any answer, and Ronan did not care, and walked to the Tower of Knowledge alone. This inverted tower composed of ancient whale bones and countless water currents represents knowledge and wisdom as vast and profound as the ocean. Ronan deliberately put this test last. I thought it would be the same as the previous 2 trials of the tower, and I would still enter with my consciousness. I never thought that this time Ronan would not encounter any obstacles and actually enter the tower directly. Ronan landed gently in a snow-white and bright space, with his feet on a solid and flat white stone floor. He was slightly dazed and was somewhat shocked by the scene in front of him. A very strange spatial architectural structure, the ground under him was only about a dozen square meters in size. All around was a tightly connected circular bookshelf. The circular bookshelf continued to extend upward in all directions, and the whole thing was like an infinitely huge funnel, and Ronan was standing at the bottom of this funnel at this time. He looked up and could only see a white dome that seemed to expand infinitely outward, and he had no idea where the real ceiling was. This inverted tower representing knowledge is very interesting. Its strange structure seems to be silently interpreting a perfect truth. The more knowledge and wisdom you accumulate, the wider the world you can see in front of you, and the smaller you will appear. Ronan took a deep breath and returned his attention to the test itself. His eyes wandered over the bookshelf on the bottom layer where he was standing. The bookshelf seemed to be made of black pine wood and was neatly arranged with gray-covered books. He roughly counted them and found that there were only about 20 gray-covered books on the bottom layer. Ronan took out a book and observed the cover briefly. It was extremely smooth without any texture. He tried to open the book, but an invisible force stuck it firmly together. He finally opened it with a little force. On the white page, a red earthworm caught Ronan's eyes. Ronan was stunned for a moment, and after a closer look, he saw that it was a strange pattern. The pattern was only one stroke, just like a child of a few years old took a bright red paint and playfully scratched it on the paper. Ronan stared at the pattern for a long time, and felt that the earthworm on the paper seemed to be wriggling all the time. Gradually, Ronan's eyes were attracted by the bright red color that made up the stroke, and his soul consciousness was absorbed into it. In a trance, it was as if the whole person was in a turbulent red river, the sky was spinning, and the ears were filled with ancient roars and hums. Ronan suddenly pulled his consciousness away from the pages of the book. When he came back to his senses, he looked at the book in his hand again. His face had become extremely surprised. Arazan. Ronan called Arazan's name in his heart. The latter seemed to know what he was going to ask, and said lightly, "This is the ancient spiritual text." Ancient spiritual text. Ronan was stunned. A kind of text used by ancient wizards to record and communicate, and it is also the strokes that constitute the 10 ancient origin runes. It does not have any effect or power, but it is a good thing that can directly increase the foundation of a wizard. Wait? Ronan took a breath. You said too fast. I need to understand one by one. What are the 10 ancient origin runes? Ronan calmed down and asked again. At this moment, Arizin seemed to be particularly patient. The 10 ancient origin runes refer to the 10 supreme runes naturally formed in the universe. Some say that it is the most important gift left to wizards by the gods at the end of the mythological era, and it contains the true meaning of the supreme law. Ancient wizards have tried to decipher them, and the ancient spiritual text is one of the products created from them. Supreme runes, the true meaning of the law. Ronan was stunned and couldn't help asking, which 10 runes are they? Alazan pondered for a moment, and slowly said, Eternal Life Destruction Curse. I have only read related content in an incomplete ancient book, and I am not very clear about the details. The 10 ancient origin runes disappeared and were lost in the ancient times. Ronan's Adam's apple moved unconsciously, and he didn't know why he had the urge to swallow his saliva. These are too far away from me. Ronan finally shook his head, pointed at the gray book in his hand, and said, Let's talk about this ancient spiritual text. You said it can directly increase the foundation of a wizard. Yes. Alazan's voice was a bit nostalgic. When you walked into this tower, I almost guessed the form of the test of this so-called knowledge gate. It is indeed the ancient spiritual text. In my time, this was also one of the common ways for many schools to test the wisdom of new members. Cherish the length of this level, Damien. You are at the critical moment of embracing the dawn. The ancient spiritual text is the best nutrient for the growth of the spirit. What should I do? Remember it. Alazan said in a flat tone, keep it firmly in your mind and don't forget it. Ronan was slightly stunned. Is it that simple? Try it before you make a conclusion. Alazan closed his mouth and stopped talking. Ancient spiritual text. Ronan's eyes flickered, and he returned his gaze to the red stick figure on the gray book in his hand. For him, who used to be a rune master, memorizing the shape and all the strokes of a rune is the most basic quality. Ronan started to do it with ease. However, after a while, Ronan couldn't help but frown. How is it? Do you still think it's simple? Alazan's voice sounded again, and the golden ladybug floated in front of Ronan's eyes. Ronan didn't say anything, just staring at the page in his hand. He had already felt the strangeness of this so-called ancient spiritual text. In that seemingly simple stroke, it seemed to contain countless changes, and each change extended outwards countless possibilities. Even the red color that constituted this stroke would change constantly over time. In terms of complexity alone, it was far more complex than any rune he had seen so far. Ronan completely cut off communication with Alazan and immersed all his mind in the memory of the spiritual text in front of him. In the silent tower of knowledge, Ronan held the gray book in his hand, standing still like a sculpture, and time seemed to have stopped flowing. I don't know how long it took, and the silent sculpture slowly moved. Ronan slowly closed the book in his hand, raised his head, and in his eyes that had regained clarity, a striking red pattern like a wriggling earthworm flashed by. How long did it take me? Ronan spoke in a low voice, his voice echoing in the vast space, as if he was communicating with someone. From the time you started to now, exactly 1 month has passed. Alazan replied. 1 month. Ronan murmured, first looking around, then slowly looking up, his eyes moving upward along the bookshelf. It seemed like infinite height, infinite space, and the infinite number of gray books on the bookshelf. If each gray book recorded a great ancient spiritual text, how long would it take for him to remember all the spiritual texts here? Ronan didn't know. He just calmly put the gray book in his hand back to its original place, and then reached out for the second gray book. However, just as Ronan opened the cover of the second gray book and tried to memorize the second great ancient spiritual text, the calmness on his face was suddenly broken. Why is this happening? My memory of the first ancient spiritual script is fading as I come into contact with the second one. It is what it is. Alazan replied calmly, the ancient spiritual scripts repel each other. I told you to remember it firmly and never forget it. Your memory of the first spiritual script is fading, which proves that your memory of it is not deep enough to offset the repulsive force. Ronan gritted his teeth and looked around the bookshelves. He finally realized that he might not even be able to achieve his original expectation, let alone remember all the ancient spiritual scripts here. At this efficiency, how many ancient spiritual scripts can he remember in 3 years? 10? 20? What kind of star rating will he get? Ronan suddenly understood why this trial would last for 3 years. I am afraid that most of the time was reserved for the Tower of Knowledge. Ronan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He asked Al-Azan, how can I be considered as my memory speed? Above average. Al-Azan replied, this level tests your wisdom. Among wizards of the same level, your wisdom is pretty good. Not bad, then it should be no problem to pass it. Ronan muttered to himself while looking at the bookshelf in front of him. But he was not satisfied with just passing the level. In the process of memorizing the first ancient spiritual text, he had already felt the benefits. When the ancient spiritual text he remembered remained in his mind, it constantly extracted some inexplicable mysteries and merged into his soul. Just like Al-Azan said, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to enhance his foundation and the grade of his future spirit. A mouse that is lucky enough to fall into a rice jar will not be content unless it eats a lot until its belly is round. Ronan is now such a mouse who is unwilling to give up. Ronan's mind was working rapidly, thinking about how to maximize the benefits. If you want to memorize enough ancient spiritual texts within a limited time, the only way is probably to improve your wisdom. The wisdom required for this level of the Tower of Knowledge is simply comprehension, understanding, and memory. The kiss of Murfidera that Ronan took when he was a first-level wizard had this kind of effect. But in this situation, it is obviously not realistic to find a potion similar to the kiss of Murfidera. Then what other means can do this? Magic tools? Secret arts? Ronan pondered and wanted to ask Al-Azan for help several times, but he held back when the words came to his lips. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in Ronan's mind. His eyes lit up, and the whole person instantly became energetic. I seem to have missed the point of a question. When it comes to rote memorization, people with dull aptitudes can only catch up with those gifted and photographic academic masters by spending several or even dozens of times more time than others. If I can't make myself smarter, then I just need to find a way to give myself more time than others. Ronan thought of this, took a deep breath, and waited until his expression was completely calm. He closed the gray book in his hand and said coldly in his heart, Al-Azan, I have an idea, but I need your help. I wish you all a happy Lantern Festival. May you all be rich and prosperous in the new year, and may everything go well. Chapter 289, Dreaming, Addicted to the Church, a world wrapped in black snakes. A black dandelion gently fell. Ronan woke up from his dream. Rustle. A sound similar to the friction of satin on clothes woke Ronan from his deep sleep. He tried to open his eyes. The whole room was not very bright. The thick curtains blocked most of the light. Some tiny dust particles danced in front of his eyes. There seemed to be some obscene smells in the air. Ronan slowly raised half of his body from the bed. The sound of clothes rubbing against each other that he heard before came from a position in front of his left. There was a woman sitting on the edge of the bed with her back to him. She was bending over to put on a pair of black high stockings on her legs. The room was unusually quiet. Ronan did not speak. He stared at the woman's smooth and bare back, which was tattooed with a purple snake. After the woman put on all her underwear, she stopped moving. She sat on the edge of the bed, as if she knew that Ronan had woken up, and she uttered a hoarse murmur. I saw it again. In my dream, it tightly wrapped around the whole world. Who is it? Ronan asked subconsciously, his eyes flickering. The woman did not answer, but stood up, picked up the clothes scattered on the ground, and put them on one by one. The woman was tall and plump, and after putting on the specially made purple-black robes, she soon exuded the majestic temperament of a person who had been in a high position for a long time. When she put on a dark golden crown and turned to face Ronan, Ronan naturally lowered his eyes and his eyes fell on the necklace on her chest with a black snake swallowing an inverted cross. You worked hard last night, have a good rest. A rough and cold palm gently stroked Ronan's cheek, and the hoarse voice sounded like the vocal cords were injured, but there was still a hint of tenderness in the coldness. Ronan nodded docilely, retracted his palm, and then crisp footsteps sounded in the room. Ronan looked up and watched the woman walk to the end of the room, where a large door opened automatically. Several people in robes came up quickly and escorted the woman away. Finally, Ronan was the only one left. Huh? Ronan exhaled a breath of foul air and felt the pain all over his body. He raised his hands and looked at this young and energetic body. This time, entering the dream felt more real than the last time. Ronan casually grabbed a robe and put it on, got off the bed, walked barefoot to the window, opened the curtains, and the golden sunlight poured in. What appeared in front of him was a densely packed building complex, each with a certain religious style, streets, and people. He seemed to be in the center of a city, the highest position, and could overlook the entire city effortlessly. The deep-drowned church. Pope Sakaterin. He whispered to himself, silently digesting the original memories in his mind. In this life, he became the youngest male priest of the deep-addicted church. Because of his outstanding appearance, he was chosen by the contemporary female pope, Sakaterin, on the first day of entering the pope's palace and became her male favorite. This start is indeed much better than the start of sleeping in the pigsty in the previous life, but the good is limited. The female pope, Sakaterin, is naturally the woman with a hoarse voice who just left. Ronan recalled the other person's appearance in his mind and unexpectedly found that if he ignored the terrible scar on the other person's face left by the early struggle within the church and the cold and majestic temperament, he was surprisingly similar to the Princess Selena of the Court of Life. The only difference between the two is probably in the hair color. One is dark gold and black, and the other is brilliant gold. Is it a coincidence? Ronan's eyes flickered, and he walked to a mirror displayed beside the bed and looked at himself in the mirror. He was indeed very young and handsome, with a unique pure and calm temperament. Ronan searched through his memories, but still could not find any trace of the existence of wizards. However, as the leader of the Church of the Deep Drowned, the Pope, who is always known for her iron-blooded and cold-bloodedness, seemed to have some extraordinary power that was above the mundane. It was said that it was the divine power bestowed by the Deep Drowned, the god worshipped by the Church. The image was what Ronan had seen before, a black snake swallowing an inverted cross. In the legend of the Church, the Deep Drowned was the mother of evil, representing chaos and the end. In the dream, it tightly entangled the whole world. Ronan repeated what the female pope who looked like Selena said to him before she left. She said similar words more than once. As the person closest to Selena, he often heard some of her mumblings about divine dreams. Unlike the previous life, the world in the dream this time seemed to have many more mysterious colors that made Ronan curious. According to Alazan, although each life story included in the inheritance of the amber heart of the soul has been carved and modified to a certain extent, most of it is real. It is unknown which period of history it was taken from, nor which world it came from. Of course, now is not the time to explore these things. Ronan has not forgotten the real purpose of his dream entry this time. Alazan. He called Alazan's name in his heart, and soon there was a response. The sun fell on Ronan's white and almost transparent slender palm. Some light gathered, and gradually a golden ladybug crawled out. If this scene was seen by the people of the deep-drunk church in this world, I am afraid it would be immediately regarded as a miracle. Oh no, it is more likely that Ronan would be killed as a heretic. Ronan saw the golden ladybug incarnated by Alazan appear, and his eyes flickered. During the first reincarnation dream, he did it alone without telling Alazan. In fact, according to the normal process, the wizards of the Spirit Heart School should set an anchor point connected to reality every time they enter a dream, or do it under the care of others, so as to wake themselves up from the dream when necessary. Does this also indicate that the practice of Spirit Heart Amber is not as simple as Ronan expected, and there are also risks in dreaming? This world seems to have revealed some clues, but Ronan did not ask, and Alazan never said it. With the appearance of the golden ladybug, the outline of a gray book gradually emerged in Ronan's mind. He opened it with his consciousness, and a new ancient spiritual text appeared on it. It is indeed feasible. Ronan let out a long breath, with joy and satisfaction on his face. This is the solution Ronan came up with. The time flow rate of dreaming practice in Spirit Heart Ember is very different from that in the real world. A year in a dream may not even take a day in reality. Ronan asked Alazan to act as his eyes in reality. As long as the ancient spiritual text can be transmitted in the form of dreaming, he will have absolutely sufficient memory time. In the future, I can study runes in my dreams, Ronan thought. Potions, alchemy, forging, meditation and spell practice are also possible in theory. But I need to choose a world with wizards, collect the corresponding materials, and practice my mental strength from the beginning. I can't dream as many times as I want. But no matter what, it's better than other wizards. Since the ancient spirit has been transmitted, the next thing to do is to find a quiet place where no one will disturb me to study and memorize it. In fact, the center of the deep-drowned church where Ronan is now is a good place. While practicing hard, He may also be able to explore the secrets of this deep-drowned church if he has not become the forbidden delicacy of the female pope. Being favored every day will consume my energy and shorten my life. Once the female pope who looks like Selena steps down, as a bedmate, I will most likely be involved in the struggle for the succession of church power. There are too many trivial matters and troubles. Considering this, staying away from the center of power is the best choice. After making the decision, Ronan calmly put on his clothes and left without packing anything. With his relationship with Pope Sicadaran, Ronan enjoyed a superior status in the church. He had no obstacles from leaving the Pope's palace to leaving the Pope's city. No one dared to stop him. Until 3 days later. A piece of news shook the church. Ronan Damian, the most promising black priest of the church, suddenly disappeared. Pope Sicadaran was furious and ordered a search across the country. In a remote and desolate village, 2 church knights wearing armor with the mark of black snakes walked into a shabby courtyard. The owner of the courtyard was a peasant girl with thick hands and feet and ordinary looks. She had no parents and stood alone in front of the 2 high-ranking church knights. She looked scared, nervous, and full of fear. "Have you seen this person?" A black snake knight took out a parchment scroll with a portrait and showed it to the girl. The parchment scroll showed a young and beautiful boy with a quiet and pious look. "No, I haven't seen it," the girl answered stutteringly in a dialect with a strong accent, shaking her head. At this time, a strange noise came from behind the house. The 2 black snake knights' expressions changed slightly, and they were about to walk to the back of the house. "There's nothing to see behind. There's a pigsty there." The girl stretched out her hand to block the 2 knights, and explained loudly with a nervous face. "Get out of here." The 2 black snake knights pushed the girl to the ground roughly and strode around to the back of the house. As the girl said, this was a dirty pigsty, full of weeds and feces, emitting a strong stench. A black snake knight covered his nose and slowly pushed open the wooden fence door of the pigsty. With a dim light, he could barely see a person sitting quietly inside. It seemed that he was injured, and his face and hands were densely wrapped with bloody bandages. He was bitten by a wolf and burned by fire. The girl followed and explained to the 2 knights carefully. "Untie the bandages," the black snake knight said coldly while looking at the figure in the pigsty. Anxiety flashed across the girl's face. She was about to step forward to stop him, but the people in the pigsty had already taken the initiative to slowly untie the bandages on her head. What a horrible face behind the bandages, no hair, densely packed with swollen or festering blisters, obvious signs of wild beasts biting and tearing on the neck and chin. Half of the ear was missing, and the eyes were full of dried pus and blood scabs, so that they could not open. Seeing this, the 2 black snake knights frowned and quickly retreated from the pigsty. It shouldn't be. Even if it is, there is no need to take him back. He is worthless to the church and the state. If he dies on the way with such injuries, I don't want to bear the wrath of the Pope. The 2 left quickly without looking back even once. After the 2 black snake knights walked away, the girl outside the pigsty immediately ran into the pigsty quickly, hugging the unrecognizable figure tightly in her arms as if she were a treasure. She still remembered how the other person looked when he first appeared in front of her. He was so dazzling, as handsome as the legendary moon god. She was a believer who was naturally captured by the other person. She completely ignored the dirt and stench on the ground and kissed the mud under the man's feet devoutly. Finally, the eyes behind the blood scab slowly opened, revealing a pair of eyes purer than sapphires. A hoarse voice as if it had been cut by a knife or burned by fire sounded softly in the girl's ears. "Okay, take me away now, go to the forest and I will tell you what to do next." The girl nodded heavily, clumsily and carefully carried the injured person on her back, ran out of the yard, and fell into the vast wilderness. At night, the moon was as cold as water. In the cave with a blazing bonfire, Ronan picked up the specially prepared herbs in front of him and applied them to his wounds bit by bit. He spent 3 days to completely destroy his appearance and make all the preparations for the rest of his life. If he wanted to completely escape from Sicadaran's search, destroying himself was undoubtedly the best and most direct way. Although the injury seemed extremely serious, it was not difficult for Ronan, a wizard, to prepare some healing potions with local materials based on his knowledge of potions. For Ronan, in this world, apart from his life, there was nothing that could not be abandoned. He felt the movement of the 2 ancient spirit marks in his mind, and a thoughtful light flashed in his eyes. The problem of the mutual repulsion of the ancient spirits was perfectly solved in a very short time. He just consolidated the memory of the first ancient spirit a little, and the mark would not fade again. It is estimated that it has been successfully recorded by the panel, so it will not be forgotten again. This is also a big advantage for him. At this time, there was a rustling sound of footsteps outside the cave, and a figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. The girl, who was carrying a bunch of newly picked herbs and wild fruits, carefully placed them on the ground, then stepped back, away from the campfire, and huddled in a corner, as if she was afraid to disturb Ronan. A gentle light flashed in Ronan's eyes, and he gently waved at the girl. After hesitating, the latter came over in fear and trepidation, and knelt at Ronan's feet. "Thank you," Ronan said to her softly. The girl immediately lowered her head. "What's your name?" I. The girl raised her head, with some confusion in her eyes, and opened her mouth as if she didn't know how to answer. "How about I call you Molly from now on? In a world with Selena, wouldn't it be quite boring without Molly?" Ronan gently placed his hand on the girl's head, then looked over the bonfire and gazed at the vast and deep starry sky outside the cave. He said softly, as if to the girl in himself, "I will stay here forever. Will you accompany me, Molly? It will be a long life." The girl did not answer, but like a devout believer, she kept kissing his feet in response. Chapter 290, 4 Reincarnations, Stars Born in the Spiritual Sea. Ronan and the girl settled down in the forest. The girl, whom he named Molly, took care of his daily life. He taught her how to read, identify herbs, hunt and fight wild beasts. He put all his energy into studying the ancient spiritual text. Every once in a while, the golden ladybug representing Al-Azan would appear in the moonlight, bringing him new spiritual patterns. The Black Snake Knights of the Deep Drowned Church had a high frequency of appearance similar to that of the golden ladybug. Every few months, they would go into the mountains to search for the canary that escaped from the Pope for no reason. Ronan and Molly had to move deeper into the forest and stay away from people. 5 years later, the frequency of the Black Snake Knight's appearance decreased. 10 years later, no trace of anyone was seen. After almost every corner of the Deep Drowned Church's influence was dug up and searched many times, the high and mighty female pope seemed to have finally given up the idea of looking for Ronan. Year after year, day and night changed, and cold and heat alternated. On a snowy winter night, Molly, who had loyally served Ronan all her life, died of old age by the campfire. She met the brightest one of her life on a breezy afternoon. He broke into her life without warning, led her step by step out of the mud and ignorance, and gave her courage, wisdom, and strength. He dyed her life, which was as gray as stagnant water, with many brilliant and different colors. Molly died with satisfaction and peace. In the 3rd year after Molly's death, Ronan finally came to the end of this reincarnation. In his last moments, Ronan saw a huge black snake swimming out of nothingness. On the back of the black snake, Sakatarin, wearing a crown and holding a scepter, looked at him coldly, just like when he left. Buzz, the air trembled slightly, and Ronan opened his eyes. In front of him was still the bright and clean scene in the Tower of Knowledge, and the endless bookshelves occupied his entire field of vision. The body and brain were like machines that had not been running for a long time. The gears slowly turned, and some rust marks began to fall off one by one. Finally, the sense of old age and vicissitudes in Ronan's eyes faded away, like the mud and sands in the turbid water gradually sinking to the bottom, and his eyes regained clarity. "This time, I stayed in there for 85 days. Ronan whispered, and his voice seemed a little dry and hoarse after not speaking for a long time. "Almost." Al-Azan's voice sounded in his ears. "During this period, I transmitted a total of 432 ancient spirits to you. How many do you remember now?" Ronan opened his character panel. Under the rune list in the skill column, dense ancient spirit patterns occupied a large area of blank space. There was no proficiency display. After all, this was not a real rune. The total number was 431. He had not had time to fully remember the last ancient spirit transmitted by Al-Azan, and his life in that life had come to an end. Less than half. Ronan pondered for a while and answered Al-Azan. He did not want to reveal the secret that he had a panel. "It's already very good," Al-Azan said in a comforting tone. "No matter how real it is, dreams are dreams after all. After waking up, the things you experienced in the dream will inevitably be washed away by the tide like a beach at low tide. You are not the first wizard who thought of using the reincarnation dream in this way. Most people can retain 1/3 of what they learned in their dreams after waking up, which is a very good result. So you knew you could do this?" But you didn't remind me. Ronan said lightly. Don't forget that you are just a beginner. Although you performed well in the first spiritual heart tempering, as your guide, I have the responsibility to ensure that you will not get lost in the reincarnation first. Alazan answered in a serious tone. In this reincarnation, I saw a black snake, huge enough to wrap around the entire world. Ronan raised his head, with a hint of confusion and reminiscence in his eyes. Alazan suddenly fell silent. After a moment, he whispered, Damien, you are progressing too fast in practicing the Amber Soul. Some things are not accessible to you now. Don't continue to enter the dream before you are fully promoted to dawn. You still hide a lot of secrets from me. Ronan said, taking out some food and potions from the space ring, silently replenishing the body's functions consumed in the past 3 months. When his condition was almost restored, Ronan found a relatively comfortable position to sit cross-legged, closed his eyes, and said calmly, Go on, Alazan, I still have time. You. Alazan frowned, but before he could say anything, a black dandelion petal had gently fallen. In the end, all the exhortations and sincere advice could only turn into a soft sigh. All 3 months later, Ronan woke up from his sleep for the second time. This time he spent an extra 2 months to stabilize his mind and sort out the impurities in his soul, and then asked Alazan to enter the dream again, and it was no surprise that Alazan strongly opposed it. Having dreamed twice in a row is already a very dangerous thing. Are you really crazy if you want to continue for the 3rd time? I know where my limit is. Ronan ignited the golden fire on his soul. A wisp of golden smoke evaporated from his body, taking away some of the impurities in his soul. I remember I told you what kind of person I was. A long time ago, someone said something similar to you. It was a special potion that could tear apart the soul of an ordinary wizard with 2 bottles. I ended up taking 6 bottles. I have seen too many people who are as conceited as you. Most of them are far better than you. Alazan said coldly. Later, they all ended their brilliant lives prematurely in endless pain and regret. There are always exceptions, right? Ronan said calmly, I know what you are worried about, Alazan. If I get lost and sink, my remains can be left to you. After that, Ronan closed his eyes. 4 months later, Ronan woke up. His clear eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of grey gauze, and his consciousness seemed a little chaotic, but his whole body exuded an indescribable deep and heavy feeling from the inside out. This time he took a longer time to sort himself out. The flame of golden soul burned his soul, making a crackling sound of burning wet firewood, and the smoke emitted from his body's surface was much more gray and black. Come again. Waking up from reincarnation for the 4th time. Ronan called Arazan's name in a hoarse voice, but received no response. His eyes were cloudy, and his body curled up on the ground. The golden flame rose silently from his shoulders and back, igniting thick gray smoke. The heavy breath on his body became thicker and thicker. The halo of spiritual power seeped out of his body, showing a thick amber color, completely distorting the surrounding void, and an invisible wind arose, blowing the gray books on the surrounding bookshelves rustling. A golden ladybug quietly floated aside, looking at him indifferently. Ronan's consciousness was in a mess, and the memories of his 4 reincarnations were intertwined, like a ball of wool that had been unraveled and crumpled, clogged up in his mind. He curled up on the ground for a long time, and the golden fire continued to burn, and the gray smoke continued. A few months? Or half a year? Finally, Ronan's eyes regained some clarity. Arazan the golden ladybug flew close to him and spoke in a cold voice. Do you want to continue? Ronan silently raised his body and leaned against the bookshelf, his breath rising and falling like muddy water that was constantly stirred. Is it okay? Ronan asked Alazan with his lips moving, and it was more like asking himself. It's no longer necessary. The golden ladybug gently landed on the back of his hand, and his tone was a bit complicated in his sigh. The trial is over, Damien. Ronan was stunned for a moment, and slowly raised his head. At this time, he suddenly discovered that 10 strange crystals that were as bright as falling stars in deep blue were quietly floating around him, surrounding him. The surroundings became illusory at this moment, and a force pushed Ronan out. Alazan's last sincere words rang in his ears. After this is over, at all costs, find a way to collect the materials for making the awakening potion as soon as possible. Yes. Several figures wearing moon-white robes appeared above the spirit-like secret realm. It's almost time. One of the moon-white-robed wizards looked at the golden hourglass in his hand that was about to run out, and spoke lightly. The others nodded, and one of them picked up a short stick in his hand and gently tapped the void in front of him like a drum. Large ripples appeared in the void, and in an instant, they spread throughout the spirit lake space. Soon, around several moon-white-robed wizards, some wizards wearing robes of various colors appeared. The shadows were hazy, some of them could not see their faces clearly, and some of them had most of their bodies hidden in nothingness, but without exception, each figure exuded a powerful aura far beyond that of ordinary dawn wizards. Although these figures stood randomly, they were roughly divided into three obvious gathering areas, representing the three major factions of Lineage Lake, and they were clearly separated from each other. The top leaders of the three major factions were all present, and three figures in gray robes quietly emerged. There was almost no strong aura on these three people, but the appearance of the three people caused all the wizards in the field to bow and salute in unison, showing the transcendent status of the three people. The three gray-robed people simply exchanged glances with each other. The gray-robed person in the lead held a rattan staff as tall as a person, and his lips moved slightly, as if he was silently giving orders. The first few moon-white-robed wizards received the order, waved their staffs, and there was a strange chanting of spells. After a few breaths of time, the Lineage Lake, which was as smooth and calm as a mirror of the sky under everyone, began to ripple. It was like invisible raindrops falling from the void, landing on the lake, stirring up circles of ripples. Gradually, in each circular ripple, stars lit up, some bright and some dim. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 Sun and Dust. The first wizard rose from the circular ripples on the surface of the spirit lake, surrounded by purple, red and blue glowing crystals. Then the second, the third. More and more wizards participating in the selection trial walked out of the three towers, and each of them had more or less three-color crystals floating around them. Soon, countless lights bloomed above the huge spirit lake, as if a vast sea of stars slowly rose from the lake. At this time, the spirit lake wizard who was in charge of presiding over the trial selection in the sky stepped forward, and a majestic voice blessed by magic sounded in the space. Those with a soul aptitude evaluation of 5 stars or above and a total evaluation of 10 stars or above can enter my spirit lake. As the voice fell, he waved the staff in his hand, and some rune array patterns appeared in the void, and a majestic invisible force quickly fell down to screen. In an instant, the magnificent sea of stars was broken up, and a large number of wizards were screened down. A blue crack appeared in the void around the lake, opening like an eye. Just like when they were first let in, every wizard who was screened out quickly fell into the crack and was teleported out. Some people continued to float up, and the total number of three-color crystals surrounding each of them was more than 10. The more there were, the brighter the light of each crystal was, just like the stars surrounding them and rising continuously. The star sea separated up and down, and many spirit lake wizards above the star sea watched this scene silently, but everyone's eyes fell on the lake at the bottom, as if they were waiting for something together in tacit understanding. As time went by, the number of people surrounded by stars above the spirit lake increased. At a certain moment, the relatively calm surface of the spirit lake suddenly surged with huge waves. A huge whirlpool was born in the center of the spirit lake, and the water broke open, followed by indescribable bright lights blooming from it. The waiting spirit lake wizards moved their eyes together, staring at the location where the strange phenomenon appeared. Even the 3 gray-robed men standing at the top lowered their eyes, their calmness contained a certain expectation. Finally, the light in the vortex fully bloomed. In an instant, it was as if a dazzling sun rose. 9 purple suns, 9 red suns, and 7 deep blue suns. A total of 25 big suns guarded a slender figure with outstanding grace, who walked out of the spirit lake step by step. The sky was filled with waves of rapidly oscillating spiritual power. The wizards standing in the void, the mainstays of the 3 major schools, were silent, but they seemed to have just experienced a huge uproar. The spectacular scene of 25 big suns rising at the same time made the entire sea of stars look dim. The figure surrounded and guarded by the 25 big suns seemed to be carrying 1,000 feet of light. Everyone participating in this trial was looking up at him, and they were completely reduced to a dazzling foil. No wonder the Black Wizard King has such high hopes for him. In the sky, the gray-robed man holding a staff as tall as a person had a deeply moved look in his eyes, and spoke softly. Juventus is even more amazing than the Black Wizard King back then. With his current foundation, the grade of his Yuanling should be able to reach 8 stars. Even if he wants to impact a legendary Supreme 9-star Yuanling, it is not impossible. The gray-robed man holding the staff looked to both sides, and one of the people standing shoulder to shoulder with him snorted. After all, it is the advantage of blood blessing. The gray-robed man holding the staff did not answer, and after his eyes calmed down, he said lightly, "Since we are here, let's just watch it before leaving." At this time, under the 3 people, the wizards of the 3 major schools of Linghu also calmed down after a brief shock, and put their attention back on the trial selection itself. Gradually, the figures changed. Those who rose from the Spirit Lake, after a round of screening, and were surrounded by a number of stars were selected by wizards from the 3 major schools who came down from the sky, and entered the corresponding schools with great joy. Talented people were constantly guided up and stood in the corresponding areas of the schools. The rising sea of stars gradually dispersed, and the number of people continued to decrease, like a galaxy flowing in 3 directions. Only Juventus, standing at the highest point of the sea of stars, guarded by 25 suns, had been undisturbed, like a lonely king, sitting alone on his own throne. This process of selection and diversion lasted for a long time. There was a special tacit understanding between the wizards of the 3 major schools, and everything went on in an orderly manner. Until another vortex arose from the Spirit Lake, the fragile harmony was finally broken. Everyone's eyes looked at the location where the second vortex appeared. Compared with Juventus's appearance before, the size of this vortex was obviously smaller than a circle, but it was still very eye-catching on the lake's surface full of circular ripples. A woman with long emerald green hair walked out of the vortex. She was not beautiful, nor did she look young like a girl, but she was surrounded by 8 purple stars representing the soul's qualifications, and she seemed to have a peerless beauty that no female wizard in this space had ever possessed. After a short period of silence, several figures in the sky fell down like meteors, all rushing straight to the woman's position. It was not uncommon for several wizards from different schools to take a fancy to Trilist at the same time, but they were all resolved quickly and amicably before, but this time they fell into a stalemate. Several wizards who had left the field stopped not far from the green-haired woman. Their consciousness fluctuations kept interacting, and even the void in the piece was slightly vibrating, as if a secret and fierce dispute was going on. The 3 gray-robed people at the top watched this scene indifferently, and did not mean to intervene. Juventus, who had a superior status among the Trilists, looked around the 8 purple stars surrounding the green-haired woman, as well as the 4 red and dark blue crystals, and then naturally shifted his gaze to the several Spirit Lake wizards who were in a dispute. Compared with the appearance of an 8-star soul aptitude wizard in this trial, he seemed to be more interested in the latter. Just as the dispute over the ownership of the 8-star soul aptitude was about to come to a conclusion, suddenly, boom! A loud noise sounded from the lake. The sudden explosion of sound made the huge Spirit Lake space suddenly quiet, and everyone's movement stopped, and they subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. Then countless pairs of pupils shrank suddenly. I saw that above the calm Spirit Lake, in the center of countless naturally rising ripples, a super large vortex that was almost comparable to Juventus's previous one was quietly forming. It seemed that I could hear the increasingly rapid breathing of countless people. At the top of the sky, 3 gray-robed people cast their eyes at the same time, penetrating through the void and condensing into substance. Juventus, guarded by the sun, stood up from the throne and turned his face expressionlessly towards the direction where the vortex was generated. Dazzling! Dazzling! An unprecedented strong light emanated from the water of the Spirit Lake, followed by 10 dark blue suns that burned fiercely and almost condensed into flames, rising slowly from under the lake. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and countless rapid breaths stopped. Juventus' eyes bloomed with dazzling light. Standing at the top of the Spirit Lake, the gray robe on the left of the gray-robed man with a staff was silently swaying, and the majestic spiritual power was about to burst out of his body. Under him, the Spirit Lake wizards belonging to the Deep Sea School almost went out collectively after reacting. However, in the next breath, behind the 10 balls of light like the deep sea sun, 3 dim and tiny purple crystals that were almost ignored by people subconsciously appeared. Everything was extinguished within a second. The gray-robed man's fluttering robe fell, his mental power retracted, his eyes drooped, and his expression was calm as if nothing had happened. Juventus sat back on his throne, and turned from looking straight at him to looking down at him from a high position. The deep sea stopped, and the wizards of the two major schools of Flame and Black Moon returned to the distance. Everything happened suddenly, and ended even faster. What a pity! Someone sighed softly, and everyone cast sympathetic and regretful eyes at the young man surrounded by 10 scorching suns, who was both incomparably dazzling and dim to the dust. In a short period of time, the mood of almost everyone in the field changed dramatically, but the person who was the focus of everyone's attention did not show any fluctuations on his face from beginning to end, just like the water of the spirit lake that was as smooth as a mirror at this time. The soul qualification is 9 stars, the spell ability is 9 stars, and even the knowledge is rated as high as 7 stars. Ronan narrowed his eyes and looked at a figure whose face was blocked by the light above his head and could not be completely distinguished. He said in his heart, "Juventus. Is this the talent possessed by the first generation of the 7th level decaying blood? He has a great hope of surpassing his blood giver and completely getting rid of the name of decaying blood." Almazan said lightly, "Your soul qualification is still poor, and it is 2 stars short of the evaluation they require. If you had listened to me before and stopped after the 3rd dream and took another soul test, the treatment you received would be a world of difference compared to now. You don't seem to worry that you may not even have the qualifications to enter. You don't have to enter the spirit lake." Ronan retracted his gaze on Juventus and said calmly, "But the opportunity to comprehend the ancient spiritual text may only be once for me in the fog stage. I almost forgot how firm your mind is, but even 4 reincarnations can't shake it." Arizan's voice seemed a little languid, as if he wanted to see Ronan's anxious and flustered look. Ronan was probably the last Triless to walk out of the 3 towers. After him, there were no more ripples in the spirit lake. The wizards who were screened out were quickly teleported by the power of the magic circle, and those who passed the selection were also being selected and divided quickly. The power of the selection magic circle did not fall on Ronan, and no wizard from any school took him away. Ronan became like Juventus, becoming the only one on the field that no one cared about. He was very calm and had expected this result. He observed those who were selected and the process of their selection. Although the entire trial was selected according to the standards of the 3 towers, theoretically the results of the 3 trials should have a similar proportion in the final result. But the wizards of the Spirit Lake, no matter which school, still prefer disciples with excellent soul qualifications. Soon all the passers were selected, and the woman with 8-star soul qualifications finally entered the Black Moon School. Many eyes fell on Ronan, and after a look, they moved away again. Ronan felt that he was like a commodity placed on a stall for people to choose. Some defects in him made everyone who was interested in him stay away. A wizard from the School of Fire even took the initiative to walk in front of Ronan, and his eyes kept wandering over his 10 deep blue suns and 5 red stars, but in the end he shook his head and turned away. It's a pity, even if your soul aptitude can be a little better. Even if it's not at this time. Ronan was very clear about the entanglement and hesitation shown by the other party. Soul aptitude is not impossible to improve through acquired means, but in this period of the death of the prophet and the turmoil of the empire, many wizard forces that opened their doors and recruited disciples are in urgent need of resources. The strong turbid breath emanating from the depths of Ronan's soul made him like a bottomless pit in front of many high-level wizards that needed a lot of resources to fill, and it was unclear whether there would be any return. There is a certain degree of competition between forces, schools, and wizards. A wrong decision may lead to loss in a competition. So no one wants to take this risk. Ronan noticed that Juventus had been observing him. Everything that happened to him at this time seemed to make this person who was born to stand on the clouds very interested. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Chapter 292 Heliado, Unexpected Hope, Soul Simulation. Ronan waited for a long time, and the wizards from the 3 major schools left one after another. Finally, a cold old man with a pointed nose flew out from the deep sea school and waved at him. He followed him. The old man led Ronan to the spirit lake, and gently scratched the surface of the spirit lake with his long nails. The lake water parted, revealing an elliptical hole as high as a person. The old man dodged and went in. Ronan paused in front of the hole and looked back. He saw the light above the spirit lake disappear, and 3 gray-robed men took the initiative to walk towards Juventus. Not long after following the old man into the spirit lake, a black staircase appeared in front of him, but it was upwards. Walking up the stairs, there were translucent crystal walls all around, and outside the wall was water, with a hazy light, and some fish-like creatures swimming in the water. Ronan was like walking through a mysterious underwater tunnel. Does this count as entry? Ronan stared at the old man's back. His back was hunched, and he seemed to be carrying something under his robe. There were several crystal-like tubes on the back of his neck, rising and falling between his skin and flesh with the sound of the old man's footsteps. The old man stopped abruptly and slowly turned around from the steps. Ronan then noticed that one of his eyes was fake, and some soft spherical plant roots were embedded in the eye socket. You're lucky. The old man's voice was like a few brass gears colliding and rubbing. No one wants you, and I just need an assistant in potions. Ronan's eyes flashed, and the old man turned around and continued to talk to Ronan as he walked. My name is Iliado, you can call me by my name. Don't expect me to spend resources to improve your soul qualifications. Every wizard has his own way to go. Whether you can be promoted depends on your own ability. Of course, if your performance in the future makes me satisfied, I will also provide corresponding rewards or compensation. You should have a good brain, so make good use of it. The old man's voice echoed in the narrow crystal tunnel, nagging and nagging. Combined with his image, he really looks like an old beaver that is about to lose its teeth. Ronan didn't speak, but listened silently. This Linhu wizard named Iliado should be level 5. The wizards of the 3 major schools that selected people before are almost all level 5, with a total of more than 50, which shows the strength and foundation of Linhu as a super large wizard force. Act as an assistant to a level 5 wizard. Although it is different from Ronan's expectations, it is also a good result. Unknowingly, the steps under their feet came to the end, and what appeared in front of Ronan was a fairly spacious room. The room was also made of crystal, with walls and ceilings connected, forming a huge inverted bowl shape. There were many things piled up in a mess in the room. There was an old-fashioned brass wall clock on the wall, ticking. Ronan was still looking at the furnishings in the room, when suddenly, he felt as if he had fallen into a transparent tank full of glue. The air around him was rapidly twisted, so sticky that he could hardly even lift his eyelids. The flow of time seemed to slow down infinitely at this moment, and the strong suffocation of a sudden pressure from 10,000 tons of seawater invaded Ronan's consciousness wave after wave. A curved and sharp palm like a falcon's claws kept enlarging in Ronan's pupils. His mental force field was ruthlessly extinguished just after it had penetrated his skin by less than an inch. Ronan watched the palm coming straight towards his face, his brain spinning rapidly, and he only had time to yell in his heart, Arisen. In the consciousness space, the golden ladybug seemed to realize the seriousness of the problem at this moment, and quickly flew up, exploding into hazy golden mist with a bang that covered the 5 mental force crystals in Ronan's consciousness space. Then it quickly sank, and spread out with a buzz, covering some secrets that were not to be known to outsiders. After all, Azan finished his action, a mental force like a torrent rushed into Ronan's body, and traveled all over Ronan's body at an incredibly fast speed, staying at the position of his heart for a while, and finally retreated. The change came and ended quickly. Ronan took 2 steps back, panting, and staring at Iliado in front of him with his eyes. Iliado seemed to be deliberately avoiding Ronan's gaze, but he snorted coldly. You don't need to look at me with this kind of eyes. Many people are interested in you. You can suffer less in my hands. I can get rid of them with a report later. But you are a little weird. Iliado looked at Ronan with his fake eye, as if he wanted to see through him completely. The soul is so filthy that it's a stretch to even give it a 3-star rating, but your mental power is incredibly pure. You're very smart, and your spell comprehension must be good. Coupled with your extraordinary mental purity, it's possible for you to get a 5-star rating in the spell level. But I have to remind you, kid, the wizard's body is not that important after being promoted to the dawn, so don't put too much energy on it. Oh, with your qualifications, I'm afraid your chances of being promoted to the dawn are slim. Iliado touched his sparsely bearded chin, stared at Ronan with a strange look, and said, I'm still curious about how your brain looks like, and how you can become the second most accomplished person in the Tower of Knowledge since the founding of my spirit lake. Are you interested in letting me dissect it and study it? I can exchange it with you for something that improves your soul qualifications. No need. Ronan refused coldly, and said in a stiff tone, Second? Then who's the first? Iliado might have felt guilty about his behavior just now, and didn't care about Ronan's rude tone, so he directly gave a name. Haramus. Ronan's pupils shrank slightly. He was also a member of Linhu. No. Iliado shook his head, It was just a deal. Haramis once wanted to collect all the ancient spiritual texts in the entire Upper Ring continent, well, those rune-like things you saw in the tower. He took out a part of his inheritance in exchange and gained the right to stay in the Lingwen Hall for a year. As a result, in less than half a year, he memorized all the ancient spiritual texts in the Lingwen Hall. Haramis took out his inheritance in exchange. Ronan's eyes trembled slightly, and a certain arm ring that he had hidden in the deepest part of the space ring seemed to vibrate with it. In other words, Linghu has a part of Haramis's inheritance. Heliado glanced at him and said lightly, "It's not what you think. This part of the inheritance is not in Haramis's core magician system at all." And later it was proved that this transaction was an absolute loss for Linghu. This part of the non-core spell inheritance, without the core rune drive of the magician system, has no way to practice it. When Ronan heard Heliado's words, his heart beat faster. Where is this part of the inheritance now? Ronan noticed that Heliado had a strange look in his eyes, and added calmly, "No one would not be interested in this. Even if I can't practice it, I also want to admire it. After all, it is the inheritance of the most legendary wizard in the history of the Upper Ring continent. It's in the deep sea. There's a chance." Heliado smiled meaningfully and reached out to pat Ronan on the shoulder, but Ronan dodged it vigilantly. He didn't care, turned around and walked towards another exit of the room. "Wait here for a while. I'll prepare the things you need to get started. If you feel bored, you can count the clock on the wall." Ronan watched Heliado's back disappear completely, and said coldly, "What an old beaver." No matter what the reason, the other party's previous forced peeping behavior on him has touched his bottom line, and his favorability towards him has dropped directly to freezing point. Fortunately, Alazan helped to cover up, otherwise he would inevitably become a laboratory guinea pig. But then again, what Heliado just mentioned, that there is a part of Haramis's spell inheritance in the Spirit Lake, really aroused his strong interest. If the other party is not bragging, his life in the Spirit Lake will also have a new hope. If there is a chance. Ronan took a deep breath and made up his mind, "I must get that part of the inheritance." Calming down, Ronan called Alazan in his heart, and soon got Alazan's tired response. The biggest secret in Ronan's body is probably that he has 5 spiritual crystals that exceed the genius who set foot on the mist-forbidden zone. This secret is also closely related to Alazan, so he has no complaints. But after Ronan made a request again, he finally gritted his teeth. "Do you really think I am an omnipotent wishing bottle that can answer any request?" "I don't want to step into the same pit again," Ronan said calmly. "I remember all your help to me. This matter is also good for you. If I am restricted by this, you will also be unlucky." Alazan fell silent. A moment later, a spell message came into Ronan's mind. Ronan lowered his head and pondered it carefully. After the brass clock on the crystal wall swung for 754 times, Heliado returned. "You should know the necessary procedures." He walked in front of Ronan and shook out 2 yellowed parchments. The parchments began to burn rapidly the moment they were unfolded, and soon burned clean, leaving only lines of words burning in the air. 2 contracts, one is signed with Linghu, and the other is signed with the deep sea. Heliado said lightly, "If there is no problem, just cut your finger and press the blood mark." Ronan carefully read the contents of the 2 contracts, then looked up and asked, "Can I sign directly with soul power?" Heliado glanced at him. "That would be the best." Ronan nodded, and immediately raised his hand, and a little soul power oozed out of his fingertips, which merged into the 2 contracts in front of him. The contract was reached, and the words burning in the air gently dispersed and disappeared. Heliado confirmed that everything was correct, and then took out something from the sleeve of his robe, handing it to Ronan while giving him instructions. Ronan made an expression of listening attentively, but he was communicating with Alazan in his heart. "Are you sure this method is okay? This soul simulation is the secret of the Shadow Leech School. I remember I mentioned it to you before. It was created by Nash, the owner of the fingerbone you used in Storm Realm. I remember that his favorite thing to do when he was alive was to use this spell to disguise himself as all kinds of characters and experience all kinds of different lives. For this reason, we have many common topics. What else do you have to worry about? Don't forget that the soul power you just used to sign the contract is mine." Then I'm relieved. Chapter 293, spanning tens of millions of years, the greatest jigsaw puzzle in history. The experience of being backstabbed by the wizard of the elemental circle made Ronan full of vigilance and resistance to things like soul contracts. However, for any wizard forced to join and obtain its inheritance and resources, Signing a contract of non-betrayal is the most basic condition, and no force will exempt this link. So Ronan sought a solution from Alazan. Facts have proved that a living fossil in the wizarding world who has lived for who knows how many years is a huge treasure trove of knowledge. If you force it a little, you can always dig out good things. Soul simulation is not a powerful and complex secret technique, but it is quite practical. The effect is that it can simulate the soul breath into any form you want. Ronan used Alazan's soul power to simulate his own soul breath, and even the 5th level wizard Heliado could not detect any clues. Although the two contracts were signed, they were actually signed by Alazan, and had nothing to do with Ronan. It can be regarded as a perfect avoidance of the restrictions and constraints brought by the soul contract. That's about it. When you encounter something you don't understand, come and ask me. Heliado told Ronan about the many rules and taboos of the Linghu Deep Sea sect, and then clapped his hands gently. Silver coin. Shoo! As soon as the words fell, Ronan felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a white shadow flashed by, so fast that even his naked eyes could hardly catch it. When he came to his senses, there was a huge white cat in front of him, with long silver white fur all over its body and emerald green eyes, which was indescribably beautiful. Take him to his residence. Heliado leaned down, patted the big white cat's head, and whispered. The big white cat yawned, didn't even raise his eyelids to Ronan, shook his fluffy white tail, and lazily walked towards the exit of the room. Rest for a few days first. I'll find you if I need you. Heliado said to Ronan. Ronan nodded slightly, and then followed the big white cat's footprints and walked out. After leaving the crystal house, they heard the roar of a huge water flow. A huge lake appeared in front of Ronan. The middle of the lake was black, with a large round hole. All the lake water flowed towards the hole, and the huge sound of water came from it. The big white cat called Silver Coin jumped into the lake lightly and landed on the lake's surface steadily, as if walking on flat ground, stepping out water circles and ripples along the way, leading Ronan to the black hole in the center of the lake. At the edge of the black hole in the center of the lake, the big white cat stopped, turned around and waved to Ronan, and then jumped down directly. Ronan followed closely. Falling from the black hole in the center of the lake, a thick water vapor and darkness swept over at the same time. Ronan squinted his eyes and saw the big white cat was extremely flexible in the void like a white light that kept turning and falling, and then suddenly stopped at a certain position and did not move. Ronan steadied himself and approached the white cat at a steady speed. At the same time, his mental power extended downwards, but even when his mental power was extended to the limit, he still could not touch the bottom of the abyss in the center of the lake. The black waterfall was flowing around him. Ronan gently landed on a flat rock protruding outward. The big white cat who led the way had been waiting on the rock for a long time. Seeing him coming, he cast a sidelong look at him, as if he was disliked that he was too slow. The big white cat raised its left front paw and gently pressed it on the thin layer of waterfall in front of it. The light of the rune array in the void lit up, and the transparent water curtain automatically separated to both sides, and then a narrow light gate that could only accommodate one person appeared. The big white cat walked straight into the light gate. Ronan hesitated for a moment and slowly followed. The moment he stepped into the light gate, he felt a bright sunshine and unusually fresh air blowing in his face. Inside and outside the light gate were like two different worlds. The first thing that appeared in front of Ronan was a large lush green meadow, where several young muntjacs were grazing leisurely and wild rabbits were running by. At the end of the meadow was a small lake, with apple trees that had just bloomed by the lake, and then a large yard with a beautiful house with a bright red roof. This is a space that belongs to me alone. Ronan looked at everything in front of him, his eyes flickering slightly. This is probably the foundation of Linghu. Even an ordinary member like him who barely met the entry standards can have a private secret space that is several times larger than the Benigo secret base. How the yawning sounded in his ears reminded Ronan of the existence of a certain guide. He turned around and politely said thank you to the lazy big white cat. Ben wanted to take out a few magic stones as a thank you, but the latter had already scratched his ears and walked out of the light gate with an arrogant look on his face. Ronan walked forward along the meadow. This area should be the land reserved for the magic potion garden and the magic plant garden. The soil behind the house contains special magical bacteria that have the ability to self-repair. The entire space is extremely stable, and general magic practice can also be carried out inside. Ronan cast the Eye of Truth, as usual, and surveyed the space inside and outside to prevent the existence of surveillance arrays, and finally walked into the house slowly. The furniture in the house is simple, but warm and comfortable, with everything you need for daily life. A blue crystal ball is placed on the table in the middle of the living room on the first floor. Ronan left his own unique mark in the crystal ball, and then completely owned the temporary ownership of this space. He took out the fish tank with 2 beauty shells from the space ring, and then summoned the dust elf Ariete. Knowing that she would become the hostess of the whole house, the yard outside, the small lake outside, the lawn, everything, Ariete's face flushed with excitement, and she kept running around the living room. She flapped her 2 pairs of transparent little wings and flew out of the house quickly. Soon she came back with a small broom made of apple branches and white velvet flowers, sweeping and wiping around while singing. The meaning of life for dust elves is to sweep. Ariete has undoubtedly reached the first peak of her life. Ronan let her toss and turn, sat on the rattan chair in the living room for a while, and then got up and went into the meditation room. Under the soft crystal light, Ronan closed his eyes and finally had time to sort out his gains and problems. His mind sank into his mind, and in the space of consciousness, 15 diamond-like spiritual power crystals faintly emitted amber light. After 4 consecutive reincarnations in the Tower of Knowledge, Ronan truly reached the end of the fog stage. 15 spiritual power crystals. Compared with the average wizard genius who set foot in the fog-restricted area, he had to go 5 more steps deeper into the restricted area. The improvement in mental strength is not that great. Ronan's mental strength in normal state is still at the level of a mid-level 4th level wizard. The most important thing is the enhancement of his foundation. Thinking of this, Ronan's mind moved slightly. Soon, a red light pattern like an earthworm appeared in his mind. However, it was the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. One after another, the ancient spiritual texts that he remembered appeared one after another, densely packed, almost occupying a small piece of the sky in the consciousness space. Except for Ronan, no one knew that in his 4 reincarnations and more than 300 years of dream life, he had memorized a total of 1,382 ancient spiritual texts. If it weren't for the fact that the ancient spiritual texts on the upper bookshelves in the Tower of Knowledge were more complex and profound, this number might be even greater. The 1,382 ancient spiritual texts were suspended in the consciousness space, just like the scarlet blood vessels growing in the inner layer of the skin and flesh. Every slight wriggling would precipitate some inexplicable mysteries and penetrate into Ronan's body. These mysteries are like the fragments of some profound knowledge, and also like a kind of nourishment that specifically nourishes wisdom. The ancient spiritual text is the strokes of the 10 ancient origin runes. Then can I use these strokes to piece together the outline of the 10 ancient origin runes? Ronan looked at the more than 1,000 ancient spiritual texts and couldn't help muttering in his heart. Perhaps this voice was caught by a golden ladybug lying on his spiritual power crystal, and it laughed contemptuously and ignorantly. Piece together the 10 ancient origin runes? Do you know how many ancient spiritual texts there are in total? How many? Ronan asked calmly. In fact, he deliberately let Alazan hear his inner muttering, with the purpose of arousing his desire to show off what he knew in his belly. It is impossible to count them. Alazan answered slowly, as many as the stars hanging in the ancient starry sky. How many have you remembered? You are not the first wizard to have this idea, but no one has ever been able to collect them all. As many as the ancient stars. Ronan chewed on Alazan's words again and again. Ancient spiritual scriptures, ancient stars, ancient star book. He suddenly caught an inexplicable spiritual light, and a strong brilliance burst out of his eyes. Ancient spiritual scriptures, ancient star book, ancient star meditation method. Heramis once obtained the ancient star book and took away part of it. Heramis once came to the spirit lake, and he tried to collect all the ancient spiritual scripture in the entire upper ring continent. Ronan seemed to have found a key clue, and he perfectly connected several seemingly unrelated things together. Heramis is the most talented and legendary wizard in the history of the entire upper ring continent, with the ambition to rule all laws. Did he ever have the same idea as himself, to use the ancient spirits to piece together the complete 10 ancient origin runes? He was such a proud and ambitious person. The answer to this question was almost certain. It was also very simple to verify. Ronan closed his eyes, and all his mind was focused on the more than 1,000 ancient spirits in his consciousness space. According to the practice method of ancient star meditation method, Ronan tried to use these more than 1,000 ancient spirits as a star disk for deduction. When the attempt reached a certain stage, suddenly, A twisted ancient spirit trembled slightly under Ronan's control. Then it drew a beautiful arc in the dark void space, collided with another ancient spirit, and then merged together without any hindrance. Formed a brand new ancient spirit. Ronan saw the whole process of the perfect fusion of the two ancient spirits, and his heart trembled slightly. When the guess in his heart came true and the facts appeared before his eyes, he felt extremely unreal. The 10 great ancient origin runes, the ancient spiritual text, the ancient book of stars, and the ancient star meditation method. This is clearly the greatest jigsaw puzzle in history, spanning tens of thousands of years. Chapter 294 Soul Sequelae, Promotion Plan, Financial Crisis. It was like an ignorant child accidentally turning a corner of an old book page, and only after opening it did he discover that there was an entire epic behind it. Ronan slowly calmed down from the unprecedented and inexplicable shock. He didn't know the order in which the two periods of history, Hermes's collection of the ancient spirit text and the acquisition of the ancient star book in the star school, occurred. But he was sure of one thing: Hermes must have discovered a subtle connection between the two. The ancient star book was the correct way to open the true hidden mystery page of the ancient spirit text. To piece together the 10 ancient origin runes through the ancient spirit text, this goal was too far away for Ronan at this stage. Even Hermes might not have achieved it. But using this as a clue, tracing the legendary trajectory of Hermes' natural-born magician, it is worth a try. The formation of a magician inheritance system must be inseparable from the ancient spirit text and the ancient star book. Following Hermes's footsteps again, it should be of great benefit to me to collect and comprehend this inheritance, Ronan thought silently in his heart. In this way, the extra spell inheritance that Hermes left in the spirit lake has another reason to get it. Everything depends on human effort. Al-Azan had no idea how much turbulent waves Ronan's heart had in a short period of time because of his words. In response to Ronan's brief reply, he just said lightly, "Instead of dreaming about these things, you might as well worry more about yourself." Al-Azan was referring to the sequelae of Ronan's 4 reincarnations. After Ronan tried reincarnation for the first time, he would flash back to the memory scenes in his dreams from time to time. Now, this situation has become more serious. Every time Ronan closed his eyes, the overlapping dream memories quickly flooded into his mind. Each memory was so real that he experienced it personally. His determination even made Al-Azan look at him sideways, but it did not mean that he would not be affected. Those memory clusters kept colliding and scraping in his mind, and sometimes they would suddenly collapse, directly forcibly pulling his consciousness back to a certain note of dream experience. The concentration of his soul was greatly improved, but too many impurities were mixed into it, so that it became like a puddle of turbid water. After all this, even Ronan was not sure whether his soul qualification was improved or reduced. "This is just the beginning," Al-Azan warned in her low voice. "Your situation will get worse and worse. With more than 300 years of life experience, your emotional perception ability will be fused due to overload, and your sensitivity to joy, anger, sorrow and happiness will continue to decrease. Your personality will unconsciously develop in the direction of indifference, and your life will lose its vivid color. Then the soul metabolism clock will become disordered, and the confusion and entanglement of memory will eventually directly affect your body. Your soul lifespan is still abundant, but your body will randomly change between youth and aging, accelerating decay." Ronan knew that Al-Azan was not exaggerating. He had issued similar warnings to him many times during the trial of the Tower of Knowledge, but he chose to ignore them every time. "I have a way," Ronan replied calmly. "With your fire spell that specifically blesses the soul." Ronan knew that Al-Azan was referring to the golden fire of the golden soul. Part of it. Ronan pondered for a while, and slowly said, "If my understanding is correct, when a 3rd-level wizard is promoted to the 4th-level dawn, the soul can be greatly tempered. I guess your last resort will be this." Al-Azan's tough tone suddenly became soft. He sighed lightly and whispered, "The problem is, with your current state, it is still uncertain whether you can successfully advance to the 4th level. There will be a way." Ronan gently cut off the communication between his consciousness and Al-Azan. He walked out of the meditation room and found a comfortable seat in the living room. Ariete made him a cup of black tea. He watched the sunlight outside the house fall on the living room floor. The golden silhouette, listening to the graceful singing of the beauty in the fish tank. It was a rare period of beautiful and quiet time. For a moment, Ronan suddenly felt that it would be nice if it could go on like this forever. What Alazan said is right. The experience of 4 natural deaths has unconsciously tainted my mentality with old age. Ronan shook his head. Before, he would never have thought of being so content with peace and leisure. Others can lie flat, but he can never do that. Any sword hanging over his head can easily cut off his head. If he wants to have a chance to survive in the cracks of fate, he can only run forward without stopping. Ronan took out an exquisitely shaped dark blue ring from the sleeve of his robe and looked at it casually in his hand. The ring was given to him by Heliado. It is a space ring with a logo of Linghu printed on it, representing the identity of Linghu Wizard. There are 2 sets of robes in the ring, one white and one blue. The moon white one is the standard robe of the Linghu Wizard, and the dark blue one is the uniform configuration of the Deep Sea School. The quality of the latter is obviously slightly higher than the former. It was made of spider silk from a 4th-level spider monster and soaked in special potions. There was no foul smell or negative energy left. There were several runes engraved inside the robe, including cleaning, protection, and adaptive deformation. In addition to the robe, there were several 3rd-level magic tools, all of which were auxiliary tools. The only offensive magic tool, the wand, was still a semi-finished product. The energy crystal inlay slot on the top was left empty, probably so that the wizards who got the wand could install it according to their own situation. Finally, there were 2 magic badges that also represented their identities, Linghu, and the Deep Sea School, a branch of Linghu. Ronan put on the robe and badge representing the Deep Sea School, and then took out a book-like magic tool from the auxiliary magic tools that were distributed to check. This auxiliary magic tool, called the Book of Linghu, could be called a Linghu version of the Wizard Encyclopedia. It not only has internal maps with various functional areas of the Spirit Lake Secret Realm space marked, but also large maps of the 3 empires of the central continent and other places, and also stores a large amount of common knowledge, covering potions, alchemy, runes, forging, etc. Ronan was fascinated by it for a while, until he was awakened by a certain communication wave from the space ring. Jason has also successfully joined the Witch Heart while Ronan held a communication prop shaped like a black bat. His eyes flickered slightly. Jason is a very special wizard, he knows. Although he is an evil black robe, he has a pure heart. He carries a blood feud, but his mind is not distorted by hatred. Such people often achieve considerable achievements or have a tragic fate. Ronan thought about it, congratulated Jason, and told him that he had successfully entered the Spirit Lake. Not long after, he received a congratulatory reply from Jason. After a brief exchange with Jason, Ronan put away the Spirit Lake book in front of him, got up and walked out of the house. Before obtaining the awakening potion, the effect of the golden fire of golden soul on the quenching and burning of soul impurities is his only means to alleviate the sequelae of practicing spiritual heart amber. He needs to practice harder. He wants to use the power of soul transformation when a level 3 wizard is promoted to level 4 to completely solve the problem of sequelae, but he also needs to meet the conditions for promotion first. He has too many things to do, and he feels that time is pressing all the time. In the bright and peaceful secret space, Ronan, wearing a dark blue robe, is quietly suspended in the air. At a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his originally blue eyes turned into dazzling golden color at this moment. A strong aura of the law domain surged out, and an invisible terrifying power was generated. Waves of golden ripples appeared in the void, and there seemed to be light golden flames flowing in the ripples. Wherever the line of sight swept, the air showed a distortion like burning flames. The green grass under Ronan was affected by the spell and withered without warning, and large areas turned into ashes and died. Master level, head of bronze. Ronan exhaled slowly, the aura around him was restrained, and the golden color in his eyes faded little by little. The 4 types of golden fire, extraordinary domains have merged, and the power of the domain of golden fire has become more and more terrifying, and has already touched the edge of the forbidden domain. Of the 5 major spells inherited by the Golden Fire Lingmaya system, only one, Diamond Heart, is almost at the master level. Once all 5 spells break through to the master level, forming the true Golden Fire fusion domain, leading the Lingmaya Dharma body to descend, it is definitely a terrifying means comparable to the taboo level. And the natural and smooth process of this process clearly told Ronan that all this was just the beginning. Golden Fire Lingmaya is just the starting point of Golden Country, and after Golden Country, there is Golden Country. It is hard to imagine what is waiting for Ronan in the future. Ronan calmed down his slightly agitated mood, lowered his body, and found Ariete, who was crying, at the edge of a scorched earth. She regarded every plant in this space as a treasure. She had to work until late at night just to take care of all this, and she enjoyed it. Now a large area of lawn was destroyed by Ronan, and she was so distressed that she almost cried. Ronan hurried forward to comfort her, and took a lot of effort to explain to Ariete that the grass in the spell practice field had the function of self-repair, and it would not take long for the destroyed lawn to grow back. If it was too slow, he could buy special culture fluid from the spirit lake to shorten the process. Ariete's mood was slightly better. After coaxing Ariete away, Ronan stood alone on the scorched earth for a while. Perhaps due to the subtle influence of more than 1,000 ancient spiritual texts, or perhaps because of the increase in mental strength, the plan to split the magic rune into 7 parts was implemented very smoothly. During this period of time, Ronan has not only successfully engraved the first part of the control rune on a spiritual power crystal, but is also in the process of engraving the second part. It is unknown whether the final 7 in 1 can successfully reproduce the effect of control S 100-fold energy amplification. Ronan now has a total of 10 blank spiritual power crystals. In addition to the 7 occupied by the control rune, there are still 3 empty. Regarding the arrangement of these 3 blank crystals, Ronan's initial plan is to use one to engrave the broken space rune he obtained in the mysterious garden's secret realm outside the ancient mirror court. Ronan has been comprehending that rune until now, and he has a general understanding of it in his mind. At the beginning, he also obtained a mysterious key filled with a strong space atmosphere together with this rune, which has been kept in the space ring and has been gathering dust. The second blank crystal was used to engrave Hikalto's Crimson Ice rune. This rune was obtained by Ronan during the dream transaction with Hikalto. It appeared on one of Hikalto's heads and represented the true meaning of frost. It was also the key to unlocking the power of forbidden red ice. The engraving plan for these 2 soul runes was just Ronan's current idea. It was hard to say whether it would succeed. As for the last blank crystal, he really didn't have any particularly good plans. He thought that if there was really no good choice, he would just engrave the ice rune of Almighty Ring. Sometimes, too many spiritual power crystals and too many empty slots of soul runes are also a kind of trouble. While thinking, Ronan's expression suddenly moved slightly, and then he took out a piece of blue crystal emitting a faint light from the space ring. This is the internal communication prop of the Lineage Deep Sea School, which can repeatedly add contacts without limit. At present, the only contact stored in Ronan's communication crystal is Heliado. The communication sent by Heliado was very simple, just asking Ronan to go to him. As of today, Ronan has been in the Spirit Lake for 3 months. Heliado, who introduced him to the sect and asked Ronan to be his assistant in potion science, has not contacted him. Ronan almost thought that this old beaver had forgotten him. Ronan tidied up his appearance and hurriedly left the space. No wonder Ronan was so diligent, mainly because he was very short of money. In the past 3 months, Ronan used the Spirit Lake book to look up the relevant information of the Awakening Potion and the Dawn Promotion Array. Of course, he found nothing in the former, but the information of the latter was extremely detailed. The Spirit Lake will provide the drawings of the Dawn Promotion Array to the wizards in the power free of charge, but the materials needed to build the array need to be provided by the wizards themselves. When Ronan left the south, he received 2 large sums of magic stones, one from Kosti and the other from Soraya. His space ring was piled with a small mountain of high-level magic stones. Once upon a time, he always thought he was very rich. Until he saw the list of materials needed for the Dawn Promotion spell. 1 promotion is enough to empty a 3rd-level wizard's life savings. Ronan couldn't help but grit his teeth when he thought of the prices on the list of materials. Even if he emptied his family's savings, he could only get 1/3 of the materials on the list. Now he knew why several ringmasters of the Silver Ring were stuck at the peak of the 3rd level and had not broken through. Lack of accumulated strength may be one aspect, but insufficient accumulation of wealth is probably the biggest reason. Mobilizing the resources of the entire Silver Ring of Magic only allowed the first ringmaster to successfully promote to the 4th level Dawn. These people were looking forward to returning to the Ring of Magic headquarters one day, and they were probably worried about the resources needed for promotion to the 4th level. In fact, if it was just like this, it would be fine. Ronan had killed Lumion, a 4th level wizard of the Elemental Ring, and got the space ring that the other party carried with him. Although there were not many things in it, plus the idle magic tools he had accumulated before, as well as various spell inheritance knowledge, he could sell some of them to get the materials needed for a promotion. The key point is that Alazan jumped out and said a few yin and yang words at this time, which made him suddenly become extremely far away from his established goal. Chapter 295, Potion Master. With your current soul condition, the chance of success with this lowest level dawn promotion array is very small. It's a complete waste of time and resources. If you want to be promoted smoothly, you need to build at least an intermediate promotion array. If you want to use this promotion to solve most of the soul sequelae, it's best to choose a higher level promotion array. In response, Alazan proposed two plans for Ronan to choose from. The first plan only seeks smooth promotion, and the second plan perfectly solves the sequelae on the basis of ensuring promotion. But even the resources required to implement the primary plan are more than 10 times what Ronan originally expected. Ronan remembered that the last time he was worried about the magic stone was when he was a wandering wizard in the Hoddam treehouse area. He didn't expect that after going around in circles, he would have to become a worker to accumulate for his future after becoming a third-level wizard. After leaving the private secret space, he went straight up along the dim and bottomless waterfall abyss. On the way, he saw wizards of the same deep-sea school flying out from below. Behind the waterfall in this area, there may be secret spaces. After walking out of the abyss waterfall, the circular lake was surrounded by a white void. Following the guidance of the Book of the Spirit Lake, Ronan found a place nearby, chanted a spell, and quickly drew a special pattern in the void with a Spirit Lake ring on the ring finger of his right hand. Soon, ripples like water waves appeared in the void, and a narrow glowing portal appeared in front of Ronan. Ronan pushed the door open and bent down to get in. Behind the light door was an equally narrow crystal corridor, which became wider and wider. After half an hourglass, Ronan encountered a small door covered with flowers and vines. The green vines wrapped around the door had grown into the corridor, occupying most of the area of the passage. Ronan carefully avoided the green vines and went around to continue moving forward. After that, he encountered a small door made of squirming flesh and blood, and a small door made of water flow. He finally stopped in front of the fifth ordinary wooden door with a brass ring lock. Ronan knocked gently on the small door, and it quickly opened from the inside with a creak. He didn't see Heliado, but there was a beautiful big white cat under his feet scratching the door frame with its claws. "Thank you, silver coin." Ronan thanked him seriously, but the latter ignored him and turned away yawning. Ronan pushed open the wooden door and walked in, smelling a rather pungent smell, a mixture of the fragrance of various plants, flowers and wine, so strong that it choked his nose. He took 2 more steps forward, and the first thing that caught his eye was an extremely huge oak tree, which was many times larger than the oak tree named Tadika he encountered when he entered the Spirit Lake. This space itself is already very large, about 2 or 3 times the size of Ronan's private secret space, and the oak tree occupies 2/3 of the entire space, which shows how lush and strong it is. The branches of the old oak tree hung down from the ceiling of the space. On the top of each branch was a metal or glass jar, large or small, some of which were filled with unknown liquids, some were blood clots, some were living things, and some were spirits in the form of smoke. Ronan even saw a naked ancient goblin sealed by runes in a palm-sized crystal jar, sitting and thinking about something with melancholy. "Who is that?" an old voice called out from under the oak tree. Ronan looked in the direction of the voice and noticed that there was a huge wooden laboratory table under the old oak tree. There was also a strange-looking metal alchemy furnace next to the laboratory table, which was gurgling and boiling something. From time to time, there were screams similar to women coming out of the furnace. Heliado, wearing a black lab coat, came out from behind the oak tree and raised his hand to call Ronan over. "You are 2 minutes late." Heliado glanced at the crystal pocket watch in his hand and said with some dissatisfaction, "I don't want the same situation to happen again next time. You didn't ask me to arrive within a certain time." Ronan replied calmly, "You know next time." Heliado put away the pocket watch and said lightly. Ronan was not angry, but just nodded. Most elderly wizards have strange tempers, and he was prepared for it. "Now I will assign you a task." The old beaver seemed to be in a hurry to do something. He pointed in a direction and said to Ronan in a quick tone, "Do you see that? That's where you will work for me in the future. From now on, in the next 2 years, I need you to help me deal with the materials used in 10,000 different potion recipes. The materials, Tools and recipe lists are all on the table. Okay, now, go and do your work. Ronan looked in the direction Heliado pointed and saw a relatively small metal laboratory table. He could see some utensils used for potion preparation on the table, which were placed together in a mess. However, he did not move in a hurry, but quietly looked at Heliado in front of him. What are you still hesitating about? Heliado frowned at him and said in a somewhat indifferent tone, wait until I assign another assistant to your assistant. Before doing all this, shouldn't you discuss it with me? Ronan paused, and then said, it's about the issue of remuneration. You asked me for remuneration. Heliado Tiska looked him up and down with an incredible look. I think you may have forgotten my identity and your own identity, and forgot that if I hadn't picked you up from the garbage dump, with your soul qualifications, you should have been kicked out of Linghu long ago. Then I'm sorry. Ronan exhaled lightly. Heliado narrowed his eyes and said coldly, do you want to reject me? No. Ronan shook his head, I don't have that idea. It's just that I have low qualifications. If I want to be promoted to level 4, I have to spend more time and effort than others. At this stage, I can't afford to spend money on a job without any pay. I can assure you that after I gather the materials needed to build the promotion array, I will come back here again as soon as possible. Ronan bowed deeply to Heliado in front of him, then turned and walked towards the exit of the space. During this process, the entire space was terribly quiet. Only the bubbling of the alchemy furnace and the yawning of the big white cat's silver coin could be heard. Ronan looked calm and was mentally prepared to endure everything. The worst result would be to be forced by Heliado to do unpaid labor by means of means. He was mainly to express his attitude to the other party. The 5 times of practicing spiritual heart ember made his ability to identify the purity and turbidity of the soul stronger and stronger. Although Heliado had a strange temper, his soul breath was gentle and he should not do anything more outrageous. When Ronan was about to walk to the exit of the space, Heliado's voice finally sounded. It seems that you have already realized the gap that you have to face when you move from level 3 to level 4. Ronan stopped and turned around. He saw that Heliado did not look angry as he imagined. He was even smiling. Without outstanding talent, strong identity and background, it is indeed not easy for ordinary level 3 wizards to cross this step. The necessary resources can sometimes kill a person. Heliado muttered to himself as if he was convinced. Then he looked up at Ronan and said lightly, now I can be your background. The deep sea also has inexhaustible resources. The premise is that your performance can satisfy me. Heliado threw something at Ronan. Ronan raised his hand to catch it. It was a brand new space ring filled with various precious potion materials. Hurry up. Also, you must leave everything here before you leave. Once I find it, there will be no next time. I am happy to serve you. Ronan bowed, and Heliado turned around and stopped looking at him. Ronan achieved his goal and slowly walked to the workbench assigned to him by Heliado. In addition to the relevant mixing utensils, there were several potion recipes written in sloppy handwriting on the messy table. Ronan counted them. Not to mention 10,000, there were not even 20 recipes written on the paper. The steps for how to process each material were written in great detail. After you finish these, ask me for the next recipes. Heliado's voice came from a distance. If you encounter a problem you don't understand, try to solve it yourself first. The books you may need are over there on the shelf. If you don't know, come and ask me again, but it's best not to, because I don't want to waste my precious time on some stupid questions. Ronan looked around and found the bookshelf that Heliado mentioned. It was in a corner of the space, a white birch tree that grew naturally into the shape of a bookshelf, and the silver coin was curled up there and dozed. He didn't delay and carefully read the content written by Heliado on the paper several times, then took clean water from the pollen tube of a white big faceplate flower next to the workbench, washed every tool and utensil on the table, and dried it with magic. Then he took out the potion from the space ring given by Heliado, checked it with the Book of the Spirit Lake, and picked and searched one by one. This process took him a long time. It was already the morning of the next day when Ronan officially started to process the potion materials on the first recipe. The material ratio requirements on the recipe written by Heliado were extremely strict. The processing of some materials even had to be controlled within the weight range of a speck of dust. Fortunately, Ronan had practiced the ancient star meditation method for so long that his mental power was far more delicate than that of an ordinary third-level wizard. He also had the powerful recovery effect of the empty realm. After experiencing the first few failures due to unfamiliar techniques, the subsequent process became more and more smooth. On the character panel, in the skill column, the skills that were so old that he almost forgot about them, which represented the progress of his mastery of potion learning, began to steadily increase in proficiency. Ronan worked non-stop for 7 days, and then left and returned to his residence to practice daily spells and meditation for half a month. And so on. Heliado seemed to have acquiesced to his schedule and did not raise any objections. Chapter 296, Amazing Talent, Spell Collection, Heliado's Reward. Collect the fairies' morning tears at dawn, expose them to the sun and evaporate them naturally, then condense them with ice. Repeat 3 times. Ronan tapped the crystal jar gently, his fingertips scraping against the wall of the jar, making a harsh noise. The naked, handsome little man in the jar covered his ears and cried sadly. He controlled his mental power without any fluctuations to take out the tears that shed one by one. After being here with Heliado for so long, he knew why this ancient fairy was so melancholy. It was all caused by being forced to cry and take tears for many years. The juice of the moon willow leaves resonates with the light of the runes for 10 hourglasses. The first blue-vined sprout that breaks through the ground after the rainstorm retain the pure soil particles on the roots. The spell burns the tail feathers of the 3rd level golden winged bird, and takes the ashes after the 3rd breath. Ronan handled various potion materials skillfully. After processing each material, he hesitated slightly, and then calmly mixed the various materials one by one in different orders and methods. Finally, a translucent potion emitting a subtle colored phosphorescence appeared in Ronan's hand. He took a sip of the crystal potion bottle in his hand and gave a self-evaluation of nearly full marks. On the character panel, the skill column, Potionology, showed a proficiency of Master 34/1600, followed by the 4th level healing potion, Unicorn Healing Tears, entry 2/100. When Ronan gently placed the prepared potion on the workbench, Heliado's voice suddenly sounded behind him. You are overstepping your authority. Ronan's fingertips trembled slightly, and the potion bottle that had not yet left his hand began to ripple with colorful ripples. He took his hand back and said calmly, You allow me 5 chances of failure in processing each recipe material. This is within 5 times. This is not a reason for you to dispose of my materials without authorization. Heliado walked up slowly from behind Ronan, leaned down and squinted his eyes to carefully examine the Unicorn Healing Tears that Ronan had just prepared, unscrewed the bottle cap and sniffed it gently. Not bad. At least it's not a waste. He stood up and looked at Ronan in front of him. In 3 months, you have completed the processing of nearly 600 potions without any guidance, and this does not count the time you usually spend on your own practice. Heliado put his hands behind his back and said leisurely, You have a high talent in potions and pharmacy. Ronan shook his head, It's still far from your expected goal. Heliado smiled and said nothing. Ronan waited for a long time, and when Heliado said nothing, he took the initiative to say, Today's work is done, I'm leaving first. Ronan bowed to Heliado briefly, then turned and walked towards the space exit. During this period, he had become quite familiar with Silver Coin. Seeing that he was about to leave, the big white cat stretched and climbed up from the grass, ready to open the door for him. When Ronan was about to reach the small door at the exit of the space, Heliado's voice sounded behind him. Wait. Ronan stopped and turned around to see the other party's robe sleeves raised and threw something at him. He raised his hand to catch it, and after a closer look, he found that it was a golden badge with a deep-sea pattern of the spirit lake, with faint rune fluctuations emanating from it. Spell Collection Hall, 4th floor, 3rd inheritance pillar on the far left. Heliado stood in front of his experimental table and said lightly without raising his head, Remember to return the reward you asked for after reading part of it. Ronan was slightly stunned, and then bowed deeply to Heliado to express his gratitude. The practice of ancient star meditation method and austerity body forging gave him unparalleled control over his mental power and physical muscles, and he could easily perform many subtle operations that many 3rd-level wizards could not do. With the help of the character panel and the presence of Arizon, a living fossil in the wizarding world, to answer his questions at any time, Ronan's attainments in potions and pharmacy were advancing by leaps and bounds. He had never hidden this fact and even deliberately showed off his amazing talent in these 2 areas. It was for this moment. Heliado stopped what he was doing and slowly raised his head until Ronan's back completely disappeared at the exit of the secret space. What a brilliant talent, worthy of the unprecedented 10-star rating in the Tower of Knowledge. Even if the soul aptitude is a little poor, so what? Isn't it knowledge and truth that wizards seek? Those guys just can't see this clearly. Heliado waved his hand, and the big white cat jumped into his arms. He gently stroked the big white cat's silky and smooth long fur, and whispered, silver coins, what do you think? Spell Collection Hall. For the first time in 3 months, Ronan did not go directly back to his residence after leaving Heliado's laboratory. Instead, he used magic to open another door on the lake. He hurriedly walked through the crystal corridors, and finally came to a soft and smooth ivory white building. The building was like 2 huge whale mouths next to each other. The entrance on the left led to the Spiritual Script Collection Hall. Ronan thought of the gray books that recorded the ancient spiritual scripts he had seen in the Tower of Knowledge. Although he wanted to go in and take a look, his primary purpose for coming here this time was not to see the remaining ancient spiritual texts. Ronan suppressed the urge to change his destination and slowly walked into the second entrance. This entrance leads to the Magic Collection Hall of the Lineage Deep Sea School. As the name suggests, it is the place where the magic of the Deep Sea School is passed down. Walking on the crystal-polished, mirror-smooth floor, the star-like lighting crystals on the ceiling of the arched passage above his hut flickered and emitted soft light. Occasionally, wizards from the same deep-sea lineage came towards Ronan, and both sides politely saluted each other. When he completely walked out of this solemn and magnificent passage, what appeared in front of Ronan was a hall full of luminous columns. Each luminous column had a different color, and each column represented the knowledge inheritance of a certain spell. Several deep-sea wizards walked through the hall, stopped in front of a column, or shook their heads and walked to the next column. Ronan's arrival did not attract anyone's attention, and the hall was quiet. He casually approached a glowing cylinder and subconsciously wanted to take out the rune badge given by Heliado, but after thinking about it, he gave up and took out his deep-sea badge and gently printed it on the glowing surface of the cylinder. Just as if the right key opened the corresponding lock, some runes immediately floated out of the cylinder, followed by a short piece of information that poured into Ronan's mind. The third-level water spell, Wrath of the Tides. There was only the spell name, but no corresponding content. To redeem the complete inheritance, you need to go through an identity test, and then deduct the corresponding contribution points, or spend magic stones. Ronan did not continue, but searched around, found the entrance to the second floor, and walked up. At the entrance of the spiral staircase, there was a rune array blocking, but it did not hinder Ronan, and he went up to the second floor of the spell collection hall. The second floor was also full of inheritance pillars, but there were fewer of them. Ronan randomly selected one to check, and the spell inheritance here became a 4th-level spell that only 4th-level dawn wizards were qualified to practice. No nonsense, continue to go up. The rune array at the staircase from the second floor to the third floor blocked Ronan, indicating that the authority brought by his identity badge ended here. Ronan then took out the identity badge given by Heliado and broke the array effortlessly. As soon as he stepped into the third floor of the collection hall, Ronan heard the sound of a tide, followed by a majestic and turbulent spiritual power like the sea. In a trance, Ronan saw an illusion in front of his eyes, as if there were 3 endless deep blue walls of huge waves slowly rolling towards him. Level 5. Ronan's heart trembled, and he hurriedly picked up Heliado's golden badge to block in front of him. The spiritual power swept lightly in front of him, and then quickly retracted, disappearing without a trace in an instant. The illusion disappeared, and Ronan saw a woman wearing a dark blue robe with golden black hair standing in the hall of the third floor collection hall, and she was lightly retracting her gaze towards him. Ronan lowered his head and walked straight to the passage on the 4th floor of the collection hall. The spiritual power of the 5th level witch swept over again, watching him until he completely left the 3rd floor. Huh? Ronan stepped onto the 4th floor of the Tibetan pavilion and let out a long breath to relieve the pressure in his heart. In the south, 4th-level wizards are rarely seen on weekdays, but in the central part, 5th-level wizards seem to be everywhere. Perhaps it is because he is now in Linghu. Calming down, he looked around. The hall on the 4th floor of the Tibetan pavilion was empty, with only about 10 heritage pillars standing quietly, each of which was much thicker and more exquisite than the pillars on the first 3 floors. Ronan approached one and tried to use Heliado's golden badge to check it, but got a failed feedback. He couldn't help but frown. The authority given to him by Heliado seemed to only allow him to enter here, not even to check the name of the heritage. He tried several times, but the results were the same, So he gave up and walked in one direction of the hall. The third heritage pillar on the far left. He whispered the hint given to him by Heliado and slowly walked to the target heritage pillar. After seeing the situation of the pillar clearly, his eyes couldn't help but tremble slightly. This is a hollow cylinder, different from other inheritance pillars. In the center of the cylinder, countless tiny rune lights tightly wrapped around a deep purple crystal-like scale like a chain. Some tiny lights float on the crystal scale, showing the beauty and vastness of the starry sky. Ronan's eyes were stunned, and he stretched out his hand to try to touch the mysterious amethyst-like scale through the wall of the glowing cylinder. At the moment his finger touched the cylinder, Ronan's consciousness space, the three spiritual power crystals that had successfully engraved a part of the Imperial Law rune. Suddenly, they trembled violently, and the breath was pulled to a certain glass arm ring deep in the space ring worn between his fingers, and it also trembled. Then it bloomed with unparalleled light. And the amethyst scale in the cylinder seemed to have received some induction, and the rune chains on the surface of the scale were untied layer by layer, and strange waves slowly emanated through the cylinder. Buzz! In an instant, Ronan seemed to quietly connect with some ancient power of the same origin. His consciousness instantly fell into the boundless sea of stars, his eyes were blurred, and only his mouth was still whispering. Heliado is right. Spirit Lake, there's indeed the inheritance of Hermes. At the same time, in the secret realm of Spirit Lake, in a certain space, in a certain secret room, a young man with an upright figure and long hair as delicate and gorgeous as Mithril suddenly woke up from meditation. He suddenly opened his eyes. In the same silver eyes, at this moment, a deep and misty purple light like the starry sky burst out. Chapter 297, Missed Opportunity, Golden Rift, True Golden Fire. The footprints that Hermes once left behind. Ronan recovered from his brief trance, feeling the slight throbbing of the magic rune in his consciousness space, and looking at the deep purple crystal scale across the pillar of inheritance. He wanted to reach out and touch it, but it was so far away. The golden badge that Heliado lent him only allowed him to enter the fourth floor of the collection hall, and he could not take it away or look through it. This was clearly a big pie thrown out to make him jealous, so that he could work harder in the future. Since Heliado would take this out to tempt me, there should be a way to really give it to me. I just need to do my job as his pharmacy assistant with peace of mind. Ronan thought about his attitude in front of Heliado in his heart. He couldn't show too much desire for Hermes' inheritance, otherwise he would be easily manipulated by the other party. He couldn't act like he didn't care or was not interested at all, otherwise he might make things worse and miss the inheritance. He needed to grasp the degree of this. After calming down, Ronan tried to go to the fifth floor of the collection hall again, but this time he was completely blocked by the rune array as expected. Even the golden badge did not qualify to enter the fifth floor. After returning to the fourth floor and taking one last look at the crystal scales, Ronan quietly retreated to the second floor of the collection hall. Here, he found all the inheritances of the fourth level ice magic, and after a rough understanding, he chose to leave the collection hall. On the way out of the magic collection hall, Ronan thought about his future plans. Perhaps because of the ancient spiritual text known as the Stroke of the Origin rune, after entering the Spirit Lake, his comprehension of runes has improved by leaps and bounds. The process of analyzing and comprehending the pile of difficult space and mirror runes that he had accumulated before has become smoother. Ronan has begun to optimize and upgrade the 3 soul runes he condensed when he was a second-level wizard: Tundra Frozen Soil, Space Silverization, and Multiple Mirror Lights. The corresponding spell system also needs to be adjusted to a certain extent. Then there are the Spell Control runes, and the soul runes of 3 blank spiritual crystals. Ronan's plan is to complete all the preparations within half a year to a year, and then officially impact the 4th level Dawn. And find the power of the shrine. The process of advancing to the 4th level Dawn will inevitably bear huge energy impact pressure on the body, and it needs corresponding means to protect it. If I can break through austerity body forging to the level after the master level before the 4th level, I can try to withstand this part of the pressure, thereby avoiding part of the promotion resource consumption. The resources needed to build the Dawn promotion array cannot be completely entrusted to Heliado. The Spirit Lake book often releases tasks and shares information. If you encounter the right one, you can go out and collect it yourself. Ronan was thinking, and suddenly there was a clear strange sound in front of him. Buzz! It was like an invisible ripple came from the front, along the ground, quickly swept over Ronan's body, and gently lifted the hem of his robe. Ronan raised his head in surprise and looked in the direction of the ripple. More invisible waves followed one after another, following a certain rhythm, neither fast nor slow. It was the sound of footsteps. Someone was approaching step by step. At this time, Ronan was in the crystal grinding passage that must be passed to leave the magic collection hall. There was no one in the passage, only he was facing the direction of the passage. Ronan narrowed his eyes and saw that at the end of the passage where the footsteps stepped on the invisible waves in the void, a group of light was slowly blooming. In the center of the light was a person, with an upright posture, like the rising sun, walking towards him. Ronan stared at the figure in the light, his lips moved slightly, and he whispered the other person's name. Juventus. Ronan had seen quite a few 4th-level wizards, and there were also many 5th-level wizards. But no matter which one, it was difficult to compare with Juventus in front of him. His mental power was like the sun that shone on the earth for 12 days at noon on the summer solstice, and his body seemed to be orbited by a majestic star. The rune light associated with his blood was flowing on the surface of his skin, and every breath followed a natural rhythm. He stepped on the boundary between level 4 and level 5, and a powerful, lively existence like a god was bred in his body, about to shed its shell. All this almost made people ignore his equally noble and outstanding appearance: long hair of secret silver, eyes of secret silver, and a pure black robe without any lines or wrinkles. Ronan had seen many wizard geniuses, but there had never been one like Juventus, who made him feel ashamed and want to worship him. Some people were born on the throne, while others worked hard to climb up, and in the end they might only get a chance to worship him at close range. Juventus walked towards him. Ronan took a deep breath and did not stop moving forward. 2 footsteps sounded at the same time in the empty and quiet passage, and the 2 people got closer and closer. Ronan did not focus on Juventus, but just focused on walking his own way. When he brushed shoulders with Juventus, Ronan heard a slight whisper. "You are the one who comprehended the 10 stars of the ancient spiritual text." Ronan paused, and Juventus' footsteps also stopped. After a short breath, Ronan continued to move forward, and he seemed to hear the other party exhaling. He did not look back, but kept moving forward until he completely left the area of the magic collection hall and stopped completely in the space around the lake, which was the travel hub of the Deep Sea School. How does it feel to feel the power of the 7th level 1st generation up close? Alazan's voice sounded in Ronan's mind at the right time. Very powerful. Much more powerful than I imagined. Ronan replied calmly, "I am far from being able to compare with him now. It's just a 1st generation of the 7th level with declining blood. In the future, you will meet people who are stronger, more outstanding than him." Alazan said lightly, "Those are all opponents you need to step on one by one." Ronan shook his head and was about to say something, but suddenly, his face changed suddenly, as if he thought of something. "Wuka." He uttered the syllables of the spell, and the finger with the identity ring quickly drew an arched light gate in the air in front of him. He stepped in, quickly passed through the winding crystal corridor, and returned to the original path he had just walked. Spell Collection Hall, 1st floor, 2nd floor, 3rd floor. The 4th floor hall, in front of the 3rd inheritance pillar on the far left. Ronan stared at the empty glowing column in front of him, where a crystal-like purple scale should have been suspended, and fell into a brief silence. Juventus took it away. Ronan stood in front of the inheritance pillar for a long time, and finally turned around and left silently. Under the ancient oak tree, Ronan gently placed a golden badge on the wooden table next to Heliado. Heliado glanced at him and said slowly, "See it? I don't understand what you mean." Ronan shook his head. "I followed your instructions and went to the 4th floor of the spell collection hall, and I saw only an empty inheritance pillar. Impossible." Heliado was stunned, and then his brows frowned quickly. He picked up the golden badge that Ronan had returned, hurried to the side, and casually propped up a magic barrier, as if he was communicating with someone. Soon, Heliado came back with a calm face. "You are unlucky. The inheritance was just taken away by someone first." "Who?" Ronan's face showed surprise and curiosity. "You don't need to know this. This is actually strange. The inheritance has been placed on the 4th floor of the collection hall for so long, and he should not have found it." Heliado frowned and talked to himself for a while, then turned around, stretched out his hand and patted Ronan's shoulder, comforting him. "Okay, it's a useless inheritance, so it's gone. When you finish your work here, I will naturally have other benefits to compensate you." Yes. Ronan nodded, but his face couldn't help but reveal a hint of disappointment and regret. This careless expression was captured by Heliado. The old beaver's eyes flickered slightly. He wanted to say something, but in the end he just waved his hand and asked Ronan to go away and do what he should do. Ronan's life returned to peace again. Time passed quickly, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In the secret space, behind the red-roofed house, Ronan stood on the ankle-high grass, his hands forming seals, and a trace of mysterious and profound energy slowly flowed out of his body. The dark blue robe was blown up without wind, and under the robe, the titanium was wriggling and flowing out like a living thing. 5 kinds of supernatural domain energy of the same origin rose from Ronan like smoke, and then blended with each other at the top of his head. Ronan's long hair floated up, and the ends of his hair began to slowly be plated with gold. The titanium surrounding him also began to move abnormally, suddenly dispersing, turning into countless large and small golden water droplets, and then fluctuated sharply like boiling. Crack. In the secret space, the clear sky suddenly swept over a large area of dense black clouds for no reason, and golden lightning fell, tearing the void. A strong forbidden breath surged out. In the void above Ronan's head, a golden crack was suddenly torn straight by some force. Immediately afterwards, extremely dazzling, hot golden molten slurry leaked out from the crack. Boom! A drop of golden juice fell on the green grass, and the originally lush and green grass immediately lost all its life breath, completely turned into the texture of gold, and then quickly melted in the heat. Under Ronan's feet, the green grass around him was soon infected by the color of gold and expanded rapidly. Boom! A huge and indescribable phantom appeared behind Ronan, and the boiling golden juice was poured on this phantom, and a clear outline continued to appear. There was an indescribable terrifying breath quickly piled up, and the void was twisted into layers of golden folds. At this moment, the huge secret space was crumbling, and the terrible mind was constantly brewing, squeezing, and impacting everything around, as if the whole space would fall into the golden curse and collapse in the next second. Whew! Ronan suddenly dispersed the breath around him and let out a long breath. The indescribable shadow that had not yet fully formed behind him collapsed, and the void cracks that flowed out of the golden molten slurry also closed. The dark clouds dissipated, and all the horrors returned to formlessness. The 5 extraordinary domains have merged, and the might of true golden fire has completely touched the scope of the forbidden domain. The Dharma body of Lingmaya has not yet completely descended, but its power has already exceeded 5 heads. Hiqualto's ancient devour. Is this the power of the top inheritance? It has just started, and it has directly surpassed the ice magic trick that I have studied and comprehended for so long. Ronan's face was filled with great joy and expectation. After practicing the inheritance of golden fire for so long, he finally made some achievements and ranked among the top 3 of his magic trump cards. Although he was unable to feel the full appearance of Lingmaya's Dharmakaya because the private secret space was too small, he could imagine its power and terror when it really came. Ronan even had an urge to try it out in his heart, and couldn't wait to find an opponent to test the power of this move. Leaving the messy spell practice field, he found Ariete shivering in the corner of the house. She was frightened by the might she had just shown when she tested the 5 magic domains fusion, golden fire. Even the 2 beauty shells in the fish tank closed their shells and sank deep into the water. Ronan briefly explained a few words to Ariete, then straightened his robes and left his residence. Coming down from the waterfall abyss to the lake, Ronan did not go to Heliado's potion laboratory this time, but went straight to the outside of the secret realm of Linghu. This should be the first time he has gone out since joining Linghu. In the past 6 months, in addition to breaking through Diamond Heart, to master and completing the fusion of the 5 domains of true golden fire, Ronan has spent almost all of his remaining time on meditation, understanding runeology, and engraving several soul runes. So far, his proficiency in ancient star meditation has been promoted from entry level to proficient, and he has begun to deduce more advanced star discs. The benefits brought by this, in addition to the increasingly subtle and delicate control of mental power, are that there is also a little extra progress in the piecing together of the ancient spirit texts. However, this progress is infinitely close to nothing. What are the 2 most important points to complete a jigsaw puzzle game? First, find the right puzzle method. Second, collect all the puzzle pieces. No matter which point, Ronan is far behind now. The optimization and upgrade of tundra frozen soil, space silverization, and multiple mirror light have been completed. The progress of engraving the Imperial Law rune has reached 5/7, with the last 2 parts left. The engraving of Crimson Ice and the dynamic Broken Space rune is also progressing in an orderly manner. Ronan feels that he has fallen into a bottleneck period recently, so he plans to go out for a walk. Before leaving, he accepted several tasks issued by the same Spirit Lake wizards through the Spirit Lake book. Earning resources is just a matter of course. The most important thing is to take this opportunity to go out and find clues about the power of the shrine. After leaving the Spirit Lake secret realm, Ronan summoned the airship according to the task location marked on the map in advance and went straight away. He did not see that after he left, a figure walked out of the Spirit Lake. Looking at his distant shadow, he took out something similar to a communication prop, whispered a few words, and then returned to the secret realm again. In a lake with lush aquatic plants, several black swans were floating on the water and playing. A breeze blew across the lake, and the reeds gently drooped to one side. Silently, a handsome young man in a dark blue robe appeared. The young man stood by the lake, squinting his eyes and quietly admired the black swans on the lake for a while, then walked slowly along the lake. When he passed by a poplar tree, he stopped. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298. Don't compare me with ordinary level 3 people. I stand at the end of the fog. The young man gently placed his hand on the trunk of the poplar tree, stroking the rough bark with his fingers. At a certain moment, his palm suddenly slashed downward, and it cut a narrow and long slit in the tree like a sharp blade. The poplar tree screamed shrilly, and the whole tree trembled violently, and the leaves fell down. Many palm-sized strange creatures with thin membranes and wings flew out quickly from the cracks in the trunk, but before they could get close to the young man's body, they were squeezed and exploded by the invisible force field around them. A small smelly rain of blood and flesh fell under the poplar tree, which lasted for half a minute before it stopped completely. The young man lifted the hem of his robe, and an invisible force spread out, separating the blood and flesh fragments under his feet, and taking a ball of things out of the hollow heart of the poplar tree. They were a few strange mushrooms with mud and soil, emitting a faint black light. The young man carefully removed all the dirt stuck to the roots of the mushrooms, and then threw a few black mushrooms back into the trunk like throwing away garbage. Done. Ronan put all the collected dirt into a crystal bottle and exhaled softly. This is a simple task to collect the feces of rotten bone bats. Rotten bone bats are those strange creatures that he just killed a lot of. They are a kind of dark magic beast creatures between the first and second levels, and they gather in groups. The task is not difficult. It is just a matter of convenience for Ronan. The reward is naturally not much, but it is better than nothing. This time when Ronan walked out of the Spirit Lake, his main purpose was to find clues to the shrine and seek an opportunity to break through austerity body forging. Thinking of this, he took out a black spherical object from the space ring. There was a knife-like gap in the center. He shook it gently, and it seemed to contain some liquid. It's not a perfect preservation method. Even if it is placed in the storage space, it will continue to evaporate over time. Ronan's eyes flickered, holding the black ball, and chanting a low and difficult-to-pronounce strange spell. This stone ball was the abandoned shrine material he accidentally obtained when he was tracking the footprints of the ice crystal snake in the white stone castle. The method of preserving and searching for the next shrine came from an ancient notebook given to him by Old Wells during his apprenticeship. The shrine waste liquid sealed in the stone ball can only be used 2 or 3 times. Ronan hopes that everything will go smoothly. As the spell was chanted, a faint spell wave emerged, and a thin translucent black line stretched out from the gap in the stone ball in Ronan's hand. Only Ronan could see it, and the black line continued to extend towards the void in front of him. Ronan flew up from the lakeside where the black swan lived, followed the guidance of the black line, and walked in one direction. I can do another task in this direction. While Ronan was on his way, he consulted the Book of the Spirit Lake and planned his next move. Whoosh! Just then, a slight breeze blew over his head, and Ronan felt as if someone was watching him. He looked up, and saw a Saker falcon flying through the clouds in the sky above him. The Saker falcon lowered its gaze from above, sharp and cold, with a hint of scrutiny. Ronan was traveling quite fast, and the Saker Falcon could keep pace with him, and even be a little faster than him, so it was obviously not an ordinary bird. A third-level Saker Falcon. Ronan's mental power radiated out, and he detected energy fluctuations belonging to a third-level magical beast on the Saker Falcon. The latter separated from his mental power as soon as it touched it, flapped its wings, turned around and flew to the other side. Ronan did not chase it, but just looked around thoughtfully. He guessed that this might be a magical pet raised by a wizard, specially used for long-distance detection. This situation is not uncommon. Many wizards have the habit of cultivating pets. Heliado has a white cat that is very humane and can lead people and even open the door of the rune array. Ronan did not take it to heart, but just added a little more caution and continued to move forward along the predetermined route. However, when passing a field full of silver grass, the previously disappeared Saker Falcon appeared again. This time it ran in front of Ronan, seemingly obstructing Ronan's progress. Ronan stared at the back of the majestic Saker Falcon, his eyes flashed slightly, raised his hand to summon several thin blue ice blades, and flicked his fingers. Swoosh! The blue ice blade drew a trajectory of frost in the air and shot towards the Saker Falcon at a rapid speed. One encounter can be said to be a coincidence and normal. Twice as unusual and has ulterior motives. Ronan didn't know who the owner of the Saker Falcon was, but to a stranger with bad intentions, there was naturally no need to be polite. The compressed ice blades of the three-stage domain resonance realm caught up with high docking in the blink of an eye. The latter's wings fluttered slightly, and some light blue streams of light sprayed out from the wings, condensing into dense wind blades. The ice blades and wind blades collided, making a rapid and crisp cracking sound. The ice blade released by Ronan broke through the obstruction of the wind blades in just a moment and stabbed into High Donking's body. Cry! A shrill and painful eagle cry sounded in the sky, and a white bird shadow fell down, accompanied by the falling of a few feathers and the splashing of scarlet blood. Ronan almost instantly felt a chilling murderous intent, and a cold snort sounded in his ears. Immediately afterwards, a powerful and majestic mental power broke through the clouds and fell from the sky, carrying countless knife-like pains, and crushed him fiercely. The sunlight that naturally fell on the top of his head quickly retreated, and a huge shadow fell. Ronan looked up and saw a figure with long dancing hair blocking the sun. The robes on his body were like the wings of a giant bird, spreading out to both sides of the sky, completely covering him. Level 4 Dawn. Ronan narrowed his eyes flashed slightly, and then his body fell rapidly. The shadow hanging from the sky was like a shadow, accompanied by the raging wind, as if to lock him up tightly. Bang! Ronan stepped on the ground with both feet, and his body shot forward without stopping at the same level with the ground. The silver grass field was rising with an increasingly fierce wind, and a tornado was brewing in an instant. Countless tassel-like silver grass rode the wind and danced wildly, as if controlled by an invisible big hand, all leaning towards Ronan. Shoo! A half-moon-shaped dark green wind blade condensed into a state of glass cut through the layers of silver grass walls, gently breaking through Ronan's mental force field, almost sticking to his body, leaving a deep and narrow gully in the field. Ronan's figure suddenly stopped, and at this time the same terrifying wind blades were sweeping towards him from all directions and angles. Rich wind-type free energy particles were scattered in the air. Ronan took a breath and suppressed the storm pattern in his body that was stimulated to move. Titanium flowed out from under his robe like water and quickly attached to his body. When the huge wind blades coming from all directions were about to approach, pop, Ronan, who was wrapped in silver, disappeared out of thin air. Boom! One after another, the huge wind blades collided with each other and exploded into countless raging tornadoes and hurricanes. Ronan's figure appeared in the distance where the wind group exploded. As soon as he landed, his whole body split into 7 or 8 identical silver figures, rushing out in different directions. Each figure refracted a mirror-like luster in the sunlight. This was the effect of the Soul Seal, silverization of space, after it was optimized and upgraded again. The distance of a single space transfer did not increase much, but there was an additional effect of landing a mirror clone, which was specifically used to confuse the audience and escape. This trick is like escaping from my hands. In the sky, the figure with a robe spread out like a pair of drooping wings sneered disdainfully, and the injured Saker Falcon fell on his shoulder. He looked down from above and stretched out his right hand towards the 7 or 8 silver figures running around on the grassland with countless tassels dancing wildly, with 5 fingers spread out. In an instant, the entire field became a wind pasture. One after another, wind blades came into being, densely packed and countless. The long silver grass on the entire field was cut and crushed into dust under these countless wind blades. The dark green replaced the original light silver color of the field. This has completely become the field of wind. The sharp blades of wind gathered together to form a dark blue majestic wave. Under the control of the wizard master of the Coston, waves after waves washed over the fields. Bang bang on the bare field, the 3-foot-long clouds oil and the fleeing silver figures exploded one after another. When there was only one figure left in the field of vision, the wizard of the Coston danced wildly with his long hair and uttered a majestic chant. The wind is invisible. The power is mine. His open 5 fingers suddenly tightened. In an instant, the huge waves of wind on the entire field surged up and pressed towards the last remaining silver figure. In a flash, the tiny figure was covered by the layers of deep blue waves. It's over. The Saker Falcon wizard whispered softly, and his robe like a pair of drooping wings quickly shrank. The injured Saker Falcon made a loud cry on his shoulder. The huge waves made entirely of wind blades were still piling up in his field of vision, but the momentum around him had already subsided. However, just as he was about to take a step forward and go down to check the situation of the endgame, suddenly, crack, a golden lightning bolt several dozen feet thick suddenly struck from the sky. The Saker Falcon wizard paused and looked up suddenly. He found that the originally clear weather above his head had become covered with layers of dark clouds. An indescribable and extremely oppressive atmosphere slowly circulated in the air. Below, the layers of piled-up wind waves suddenly rose up, as if something was about to break out from below. What's going on? The Saker Falcon on his shoulder made an uneasy sound. The wizard's eyes condensed slightly, and he whispered to himself. He raised his hand and was about to make a move. A narrow golden crack suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Boom! The crack opened, and hot golden slurry like 10,000 tons of gold melted poured out from it. A unique breath of taboo gushed out. Forbidden domain. The Saker Falcon wizard blurted out subconsciously, but before he could feel shocked, he saw the next second, the dark blue waves formed by countless wind blades suddenly broke open, and a golden halo that was more dazzling than the noon sun rose rapidly. The indescribable majestic mental power swept over, and the narrow golden crack in the void suddenly expanded more than 10 times at this moment. More golden magma rolled down from the crack, as if an eye with golden tears opened between heaven and earth. In the pupil, an indescribable golden shadow turned from virtual to real. 3 huge and ferocious lion heads, 16 pairs of wings, an eagle body, and countless chainsaw tentacles. A figure like an evil ancient god in myths and legends appeared, cast in gold, with hot and boiling gold slurry flowing all over his body. At this moment, the terrifying breath and rolling heat waves swept across the fields, and the golden light illuminated the world. The pupils of the Saker Falcon wizard shrank, his eyes moved, and he murmured in disbelief. This is impossible, aren't you a level 3 wizard? Don't compare me with an ordinary level 3 wizard. A flat voice answered him. In the center of the halo that was as bright as the golden sun, a figure walked over. The man was wearing an ordinary dark blue robe, and his feet were stepping on the wanton flowing river of gold. The whole person was bathed in the brilliant golden light. The robe, hair, and even eyebrows were all dyed into noble and ancient golden color. Roar! Under the golden cracks, the ancient evil god with the lion head and an eagle body roared. Countless tentacles made of golden molten slurry tore through the void, carrying a strong forbidden aura, and shattered the heavy force field around the Saker Falcon wizard, wrapping him up. The handsome young man, stepping on the river of golden magma, walked up to the Saker Falcon wizard, glanced at the Saker Falcon on his shoulder, who was silent as a cicada, and then looked at him with a face full of shock and disbelief, and said calmly, I am standing at the end of the fog. Chapter 299 Sky Weaver, Soul Torture, Son of the Deep Sea, he will believe it. The hot magma flowed silently on the plain, melting large tracts of fertile soil and turning it into golden color. It was as if there was a huge, blazing furnace between heaven and earth, and the heat wave distorted large tracts of space. With 15 spiritual power crystals and the blessing of ethereal extreme thoughts, the power of the fully unfolded, golden fire, was even greater than Ronan's original expectations. The arrival of Lineage, one of the 7 pillars of the Golden Kingdom, was like an evil and ancient curse, trying to swallow everything into the molten gold. Perhaps only the Torbu black hole, amplified by the magic control armband, could suppress it. Ronan narrowed his eyes and looked at the perpetrator in front of him. He was in the late 4th level, Probably just promoted not long ago, and his single-round spiritual power strength was not even as strong as Ronan under the blessing of the ethereal extreme thoughts state. He was very handsome, about 30 years old, with a unique elegance and unrestrained temperament of a wind wizard. Of course, under the suppression of the forbidden aura of the true golden fire, he had lost his composure at this time, and was tied up like a dumpling by the tentacles flowing with golden magma. Ronan casually took off the rings on the man's 10 fingers, and the latter groaned and struggled repeatedly like a fish. Ronan ignored him and checked them one by one. When he counted to a light blue space ring, he saw the pattern etched on the ring. His eyes paused, and he looked up. Sky Weaver. The man sneered and did not answer. The spiritual power of the 4th level dawn was quietly gathering, as if he was brewing a magic method for a Jedi counterattack. Pop! Ronan tapped the man's eyebrows with one finger, and the spiritual power gathered by the 15 spiritual power crystals outlined a mysterious rune, like an invisible nail, deeply nailed into the man's mind. The spell that the latter was brewing immediately collapsed, and he let out a miserable cry of pain. Ronan calmly watched the man's body twist uncontrollably, veins popping out on his forehead and neck. In just a few breaths, he was sweating profusely. This was a trick he learned from Halazan to torture the soul. Ronan himself had tried it. Even though he had been practicing ascetic body training since his apprenticeship, his threshold for pain was far beyond that of ordinary wizards. Under the torture of this soul nail, his limit was only the 4th nail, and his will would collapse. This was Ronan. For ordinary wizards, 1 nail was enough. Ronan quietly waited for 2 hourglasses, until the man's body began to twitch uncontrollably in pain, and then he stroked the man's eyebrows again with his hand and pulled out the nail a little bit. The man briefly broke free from the pain and gasped like a drowning man. It's the Sky Weaver, he answered hurriedly, fearing that he would fall into Ronan's torture again. Ronan's eyes flickered slightly. Sky Weaver is also affiliated with the Empire of Destiny, a large wizard force under the guidance of the Pendulum of Destiny. It acts in a low-key and mysterious manner. It is said that most of the wizards in it mainly practice wind magic. Name? Ronan thought for a while and asked. The man cooperated this time and said immediately, Sindyson Porzingis. I don't know you, and I have no hatred with Sky Weaver. Ronan said calmly, why did you find me? The man looked at him and snorted, I just need a 3rd level wizard's soul as an experimental material. You are unlucky and I happened to run into you. Pop! Ronan's fingertips gently stroked the man's eyebrows, and the latter's eyes and the blue veins on his face bulged out instantly with Ronan's action. Buzz! The 2nd soul nail condensed in Ronan's hand, and his eyes looked around the man, as if looking for the 2nd placed nail. Don't the man's veins bulged, his face flushed, and he squeezed out words of begging for mercy from between his teeth. I'm telling you the truth, huh? Ronan raised his hand to disperse Lingmaya's body, and all the glorious and dazzling golden color between heaven and earth flowed back to the distant and unknown golden country. The 2nd, followed by the 3rd soul nail, all shot into the body of the 4th level wizard named Sindyson in front of him, and then pulled out the soul nail at the center of his eyebrows a little, pretending to listen. Go ahead. Ronan said calmly, I have my own way of distinguishing the truth from the falsehood of your answers. If you lie again, the pain will triple. The man gasped for air. When he heard this, his eyelids twitched violently. He looked at Ronan deeply with a devilish look, then gritted his teeth and whispered, because of the contract, I can't tell you the name of that person. I can only tell you that person is from your Linghu. Like you, he is also a wizard of the Deep Sea School. A wizard of the Deep Sea School of Linghu? Ronan couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard this answer. He had officially joined Linghu for less than a year, and except for Heliado, he had almost no intersection with anyone else. How could someone suddenly come out of nowhere to make a grudge with him, and also generously invited a 4th level late wizard outside the Linghu forces to take his life? That person is very famous in your deep sea sect. You only need to ask around when you go back and you will know who he is. Perhaps seeing Ronan frowning, the man fiddled with his soul nail again, fearing that he was dissatisfied with his answer, and hurriedly gave a hint. Why did that person ask you to hunt me down? Ronan asked. Because of the competition for the son of the deep sea. The man replied, that person is determined to get the position of the son of the deep sea, and your existence poses a certain threat to him, so he wants to strangle you in the cradle in time. Son of the deep sea. Ronan was slightly stunned. You don't even know this. The man looked at him in surprise, and then explained, the old prophet died, and the new prophet took over. After taking over, the first thing the new prophet has to do after taking control of the helm of the empire's destiny is to bless. The three major schools of Linghu, the most outstanding wizard genius in each school, can get a prophetic blessing from the prophet. The Witch Heart Palace, the Sky Weaver, all large and above wizard forces in the Destiny Empire can receive this honor. The blessing of the prophecy can avoid death and avoid a fatal disaster, which is equivalent to having one more life than others. No qualified and ambitious wizard will miss this opportunity. Ronan listened to the man's story with a moving look in his eyes. In the gap of the other party's story, he suddenly asked, "What is the strength of the person you are talking about? What is his talent?" The man looked at him, thought for a while and replied, "Late 4th level, one step away from giving birth to a spirit and advancing to the 5th level. Very talented, the sole qualification has reached the 7-star rating." Then how could he think that a small 3rd-level wizard like me would pose a threat to him? Ronan shook his head. "Are you an ordinary 3rd-level wizard?" The man blurted out, and then stopped abruptly. He glanced at a vast expanse of golden field behind Ronan, which looked like it had been washed by lava. He thought of the powerful mental strength that was comparable to that of a late-level 4th-level wizard, and the spell that summoned a terrifying and indescribable golden monster that looked like an ancient evil god. He said angrily, "Did you get a 10-star rating in the knowledge test during the entrance trial of Linghu Lake?" "Yes. That's right. The selection of the Son of the Deep Sea sect and the Son of the Deep Sea must involve a comparison of wisdom. Your strength is naturally not worth mentioning to him. But in terms of knowledge and wisdom, it poses a great threat to him. I just entered the sect not long ago. Are you too impatient to kill me now?" "On the contrary." The man shook his head. "Now your potential is not obvious, and you don't receive much attention. Now that you have suddenly fallen, at most you will make a small splash in Linghu Lake, and it won't be long before you will be completely forgotten. When the selection of the Son of the Deep Sea is approaching, all the Deep Sea School wizards who are qualified and capable of competing for the Son of the Deep Sea will be selected. Then they will choose you. As the most popular candidate for the Son of the Deep Sea, he will undoubtedly be the most suspicious." The man finished speaking. Ronan fell into deep thought. Time passed by minute. The man looked at Ronan, who was thinking alone and silent, and began to secretly try to fiddle with the 3 soul nails in his body. Just when he was racking his brains to think of all kinds of ways to get rid of this weird method, Ronan suddenly spoke, which scared him. "You failed in this mission. How are you going to explain it to him when you go back?" The man quickly recovered from his panic and pretended to be calm, saying, "What can I explain? Just explain it. We are just a simple employment relationship. What can he do to me? You are a 4th-level Dawn of Sky Weaver, but you are doing such dirty things in secret, assassinating a wizard who is a formal member of a super-large force. If the matter is exposed, aren't you afraid of being expelled from Sky Weaver?" Ronan said lightly. The man looked at him and smiled. "You are too young and think the world is too simple. Any force has its bright and dark sides. At most, I will switch to Dark Curtain Weaver from now on." Ronan raised his eyelids lightly, and did not continue to entangle with the man on this issue, but said, "What will he do after you fail?" "He will definitely not give up on strangling you, because my failure has greatly increased the threat level of you in his mind. The next person who comes will definitely be much stronger than me." The man answered leisurely. Ronan thought for a moment, "So, as long as I continue to threaten him, he will never give up." "Of course." The man nodded. Ronan narrowed his eyes. "You just mentioned what kind of person he is." The man was stunned for a moment, and slowly looked at Ronan. "What do you want to do?" A few minutes later. In the vast field, the man with the Saker falcon on his shoulders listened to the whole plan Ronan told him, and his face showed an expression that was not sure whether it was strange or strange. "Are you sure you want to do this? Will he believe it? Smart, powerful, genius, confident to the point of being conceited." Ronan listed them lowly, opened his hands, an array of invisible soul power burst out from his fingertips like fireworks. "With this, he will definitely believe it. Do as I say. After the matter is accomplished, I will naturally remove the restrictions on your soul." The snow-white Saker falcon spread its wings and flew high into the sky. The man looked at Ronan in front of him, who had a calm face and deep eyes like an unfathomable blue lake. For some reason, his heart trembled slightly for no reason. He hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath, nodded heavily and said, "Okay. I hope you keep your word. The monthly ticket is in the top 500. I beg for the next monthly ticket. I want to rush forward. Thank you, kowtow. Chapter 300, Miksha, Contract, More Debts Than Burden. This is an ancient and primitive land, with mountains, streams, valleys, and forests. The wild fog rose, and a black strange bird with a burning body flew out of the mysterious valley, tearing through the clouds and flying rapidly. When passing through a rolling mountain range, the mountain suddenly cracked from the bottom, and a terrible giant beast like a rock turtle crawled out from the ground, roared, stretched out its claws and pulled the strange bird down from the sky. This is just the beginning. After the giant rock turtle suddenly rose, a giant dragon dormant on the glacier rose up, spewing frost and joining the battle. The forest pulsed, and the ancient tree man that reached the sky rose from the ground, releasing countless python-like vines. Whether it was a rock turtle, a dragon or a tree man, the only target of attack was the black strange bird with a burning body. This was a premeditated ambush. The 3 giant beasts besieged the black bird. The 4 giant beasts fought in a group. The earth collapsed, the river stopped flowing, and the forest melted. Even though the black bird was extremely majestic and its strength far exceeded any of the 3 giant beasts, it gradually lost to the siege of the 3. At this time, Deoka, a clear and firm voice, like heavenly sound, fell from the clouds, accompanied by a complex glowing totem like a flame. The totem merged into the body of the blackbird. The originally weak blackbird immediately surged in momentum, and instantly spewed out a pure black raging fire, directly engulfing the 3 giant beasts in front of it. The 3 giant beasts turned into ashes with unwilling howls, but did not leave any debris. Instead, they turned into 3 exquisite cards with the patterns of giant turtle, ice dragon and ancient tree man respectively, soaring into the sky and rising to the clouds. Finally, they fell into the hands of 3 different people. It turns out that all this happened on a special sand table. The 4 wild beasts fighting hard were just a small chess piece on the sand table. Lost again the 3 wizards standing beside the sand table, each of them had a young and outstanding appearance, wearing exquisite and gorgeous robes, exuding a powerful aura belonging to the 4th level dawn. Although they looked a little depressed, they could not hide their outstanding temperament like the pride of heaven. Miksha. Someone called out a name with deep admiration. In the entire Linghu, oh no, it should be the entire Destiny Empire, there is probably no other wizard with a higher attainment in magic cards than you. Except for Miksha, who can play an ordinary, black domain bird, to such an amazing effect. Miksha. 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 The 3 people's endless praises all pointed to the same name, and their eyes gathered in the same direction. That was on the other side of the sand table, there was a dazzling young man. The young man was handsome, with short hair that faded from blue to gold, flowing like mercury. He wore a gorgeous robe of the same blue and gold, with one foot casually resting on a wide and tall metal chair. He seemed to have a kind of brilliant brilliance, was confident, and had the temperament of a natural leader. No matter where he went, he would become the focus of that space. It's just a game to kill time. There's no need to talk about accomplishments. The young man lazily leaned on the chair and said lightly, but if you want to play well, you still need a little bit of skills, hard work, and... The young man gently tapped his temple with his fingers. Brain. The smiles on the faces of the 3 young wizards froze, revealing a little embarrassment. Okay. The young man stood up from the chair, flicked his robe, and recast the sand table. The arrogant cry of the blackbird rang out in the mist. Come with me again. The young man looked down at the 3 people, his mouth corners slightly raised, and chuckled, this time, I will give you 3 another hourglass time. The 3 nodded, and just as they summoned their own magic spirit decks and put them into the sand table, someone appeared, quickly walked to the side of the few people, and whispered to the young man, Misha, Syndyson of the Sky Weaver is here. Oh. The young man's eyes moved slightly, and he gently raised his hand, motioning the other 3 to put away the sand table, and said lightly, let him in. Yes. A moment later, a middle-aged man wearing a dark green robe and with an indifferent temperament appeared in the space. Syndyson, you really should turn to the dark side and become a cutter. I have never seen an agent who does things so efficiently and neatly as you do. Misha, sitting upright on a metal chair, laughed and talked to the newcomer. He was like a young king, with flowing blue-gold hair as his crown, and exuding the temperament of a natural leader. Misha raised his right hand, and a small space ring was spinning in his palm. Show me the proof of killing that man, and I will pay you the rest of the reward now. The middle-aged man was silent for a while, then shook his head. I didn't kill him. Miksha's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the smile on her face gradually faded. Then why did you come back? Don't tell me that you, a dignified sky weaver, a level 4 late dawn, can't handle a level 3 with a soul qualification of only 3 stars. Miksha held a ring in her hand and snorted coldly. His combat power is not weak, and he can be comparable to a real dawn wizard. It took me a lot of effort to take him down. The middle-aged man replied expressionlessly, I came back for some other reasons. Other reasons? Miksha frowned slightly, and then the middle-aged man took out a few things and slowly spoke. As the middle-aged man spoke, the expression on Miksha's face gradually became strange. In the end, only some blue gold light was seen flowing rapidly in his eyes. Did he really say that? After the middle-aged man finished speaking, Miksha, who was sitting on the chair, spoke slowly. I brought the soul contract he wrote himself. Take a look. The middle-aged man casually threw a parchment scroll to Misha. The parchment scroll automatically unfolded in the air, and finally ignited without wind when it was about to approach Misha, leaving a sharp handwriting in the air like a burning flame. Misha squinted her eyes and read the words line by line, then glanced to the side and said lightly, Zorn, I remember that your authority in the soul contract hall is not low. One of the 3 young wizards who accompanied Misha to play the magic card immediately understood what he meant and immediately took out a fist-sized crystal ball from the space ring. He stared at the crystal ball, chanted a specific spell, and his eyes quickly swept across the surface of the crystal ball like turning a book. After a moment, the young wizard raised his head, nodded and said, Yes, the soul power aura on the 2 contracts he signed when he entered the sect is exactly the same. It was written by Ronan himself. Misha retracted her gaze, squinted her eyes and looked at the middle-aged man not far away across the soul contract in the void. You are willing to take the risk of violating the agreement to inform him of my existence, and even take the initiative to act as a mouthpiece. Sindyson, it seems that he has done you a lot of good things. The middle-aged man heard this, but he did not answer, but his eyelids twitched slightly. There is no problem with the soul breath and the content of the contract, but... Misha stretched out her hand to stroke her smooth and sharp chin, and said thoughtfully, This Ronan offered his loyalty so straightforwardly and expressed his complete submission to me. I always feel that something is not right. Of course there are conditions. The middle-aged man took out a rune stone and threw it to Misha. Misha caught it, penetrated into it with mental power, and her eyes flickered. After a moment, she slowly nodded. This seems reasonable. Misha casually threw the rune stone to the 3 wizards beside him. The 3 of them took turns to read it, and soon someone expressed dissatisfaction. He's just a mere 3rd-level wizard, who does he think he is? Why does he dare to ask us for so many things? It looks like the materials needed to build a Dawn Ascension array. However, the resources required are a bit too much, 7 or 8 times more than the general specifications. If he's selling himself, it's normal to ask for a higher price. Miksha, who was sitting at the top, tapped the armrest of the chair with her fingertips and said lightly, The bigger his appetite, the more confident I am in him. Miksha, you don't really want to sign this contract? The young wizard asked with a frown. Why not? Misha pulled the corner of her mouth, smiled and said to herself, he was able to get an unprecedented 10-star rating in the knowledge level, and even Juventus, who carries the blood of the Black Witch King, was surpassed by him. He must have some talents that ordinary people can't reach. It would be a pity to kill him like this. It would be best if I could use him. Once Ronan grows up, I will have a better grasp of the Son of the Deep Sea. Moreover, I will compete for the position of the Son of the Spirit Lake in the future. The power I have now is still weak. Misha raised a finger calmly, used the power of her own soul as ink, and simply signed her own name on the soul contract in front of her. The contract was reached, and all the words turned into flames and burned. 2 butterfly-like ashes flew out of the flames, one disappeared into the void, and the other gently hid in one of Misha's fingernails. But his soul aptitude is indeed a big problem. He asked me for so many resources, probably to make more preparations for promotion. Misha thought for a while, and quickly said to one person, calculate the time, the silent corridor will open soon. Give him a quota, Zorn, and you will send him the resources when the time comes. Yes. After explaining a series of things, Misha's eyes fell on Sindyson again. He casually threw the ring he had been holding to the other party, and said with a smile, you did a good job this time, Sindyson. Next time there is a similar thing, I will look for you again. SYNOPSIS snorted lightly, put away the ring and turned away. After completely walking out of the Spirit Lake secret realm, SYNOPSIS' cold face showed a trace of trance. It's exactly as he expected. In fact, the final achievement of the matter did not make SYNOPSIS feel how much of a surprise. After all, the conditions are there. Even if he is mediocre, he will most likely sign the contract. What really makes SYNOPSIS feel incredible is Ronan's behavior and decision. Obviously, he possessed such a terrifying fighting power, and could easily crush him, a late-stage 4th-level wizard, but he delivered his soul to mediocre so straightforwardly and easily. If he didn't hide a trap in the contract that is difficult for ordinary people to detect, he must have special means to circumvent the conditions of the soul contract. Thinking of the 3 strange soul nails deeply planted in his body, SYNOPSIS felt that the second possibility was more likely. But no matter which possibility it was, he could be sure of one thing: Foolish thought he was in control of everything, and mediocre, who signed a contract with him, would definitely be in trouble. The true body of a tiger and leopard, but wearing the appearance of a sheep, with a deep city like a spiritual lake. That guy probably only lacks a little time, and there is still a chance to soar into the sky. SYNOPSIS whispered to himself, shook his head, and soon left quickly with an ugly face. That guy said that he would naturally unlock the soul nail in the 3rd month after the matter was fully accomplished. 3 months was too long, and he did not completely believe in the other party's promise. Before that, he had to think of a way to see if he could pull out the nail in his soul by his own means. He never wanted to experience the pain that went deep into his soul again in his life. Between the rolling mountains, Ronan flew through the air with a calm face. Suddenly, he stopped and watched a piece of ash-like soul mark slowly fall from the void in front of him, and finally merged into his body. It gently landed on a beautiful golden ladybug in the consciousness space. The contract has been reached. Ronan blinked, and at the same time, he also received a message from SYNOPSIS, the 4th-level wizard of Sky Weaver. Boy! Alazon's cold voice sounded in his mind. I will bear it for you again. More debts are better than more burdens, my dear Alazon. Ronan said casually, this kind of contract has no effect on you at all. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.